Song Shuhang guessed that the disposable flying swords might have been attracted toward his position due to the 10,000-mile flying escape technique in the small wooden box, which was also something Venerable White manufactured. However, the disposable flying swords had been roaming in space for already a month, right? Given their speed, they should have already flown to another planet of the solar system. Such being the case, why were they all flying in the proximity of the moon? The disposable flying swords came back. Venerable White was also baffled. He didn't really pay too much attention to those flying swords after launching them into space. After all, who would pay attention to the garbage they had just thrown out? Venerable White pondered for a moment and said, I might know the reason. Do you remember when I brought you guys to the Chu family 10 days ago to watch the battle on the grievance-settling platform? At that time, while we were flying, I got bored and decided to close up for 2 days, right? While closing up, I created a very interesting sword formation that was related to karma. The karmic sword formation should be the reason all those disposable flying swords that were related to me came back. After a nap, ugh. After closing up for 2 days, Senior White managed to create a karmic sword formation? Venerable White, you being this incredible is really making us depressed. However, only the recently launched disposable flying swords should have been summoned back. Venerable White made a hollow laugh. The disposable flying swords that Venerable White launched into space hundreds of years ago shouldn't have been affected by the formation. Virtuous Buddhist Sabersman replied honestly, the disposable flying swords I saw were indeed recently launched. It's just that the quantity was much higher than what I had expected. It was a given that Senior White had disassembled several other home appliances of unknown origins after he was done disassembling all those present in Medicine Master's multi-storied building. Ahaha, there is no need to pay too much attention to those disposable flying swords. It has already been more than 10 days, and the effects of the karmic sword formation should be about to end. The disposable flying swords will leave on their own soon. Anyway, we are about to group up and explore the ancient ruins. We'll talk later. Venerable White sent a hand-waving emoji. Senior White, see you later, Song Shuhang replied. Then, just as Song Shuhang was preparing to put the phone away, another senior of the group got online. Su Clan 7, little friend Shuhang, are you online? Do you remember the package I gave you the last time after capturing Limitless Demon Sex Branch Leader Jing Mo? At that time, after he used the disposable flying sword launcher to take care of Daoist Half-Gourd, Song Shuhang was forced to use the 10,000-mile flying escape technique to escape from Branch Leader Jing Mo. As a result, Branch Leader Jing Mo madly chased after him, hellbent on catching him. But in the end, Jing Mo ended up meeting Venerable White and literally dug his own grave. Later, Su Clan 7 stripped Jing Mo of all his treasures and sealed them away, giving the whole loot to Song Shuhang. All the treasures had Jing Mo's personal mark on them. Unless the mark was removed, Song Shuhang would be unable to use the treasures even if they were in his possession. At that time, 7 told Song Shuhang to wait for 1 or 2 months. Once he was done dealing with Branch Leader Jing Mo, Song Shuhang would be able to open the sealed package and obtain the items inside. The package is still in my possession. Can I open it now? Song Shuhang asked. Su Clan 7, yes. Jing Mo has been dealt with by the Su clan. Moreover, the personal mark on the items should have already disappeared under the effects of my seal. You can use them without worries. Alright, Senior, Song Shuhang replied. Su Clan 7, moreover, thanks to the skeletal dragon's withered vine little friend Shuhang provided the last time, 16's conditions stabilized by a great margin. She isn't in danger anymore. That's great. Song Shuhang was immediately relieved after reading these words. All his effort hadn't been in vain. Now then, would he be able to meet Su Clan's 16 again? Song Shuhang was quickly typing on the phone while following Fourth Cultivator of True Virtue. Right at this time, Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue's voice was transmitted from ahead. Little friend Shuhang, are you chatting with the fellow Daoists of the 9 provinces #1 group? Shuhang raised his head and saw that 4th Cultivator of True Virtue had stopped and was now licking its claws. Ahead of the Jade White Lion was an empty ground of the size of a football field. And Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue was currently bathing his magical treasures? He wasn't bathing them in the water to clean them up. Instead, he placed them all outside and had them bathe in the sun. Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue had his sleeves rolled up as he was continuously moving out strange treasures, placing them on the empty ground. There was a strange wooden stick, various tower-shaped objects of different sizes, multicolored gourds, various mirrors made of different materials, tens of magical clothes hanging and drying in the sun, a box of talisman papers. Each of the treasures was emanating strong fluctuations of spiritual energy. In other words, they were all magical treasures of the 5th stage or above. The resulting backlash would surely injure a cultivator of the 2nd stage like Shuhang if he were to touch magical treasures of this rank. The number and variety of magical treasures were really too high. Shuhang was dazzled by the scene. Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue placed a stone-carved phoenix on the ground with a thump and clapped his hands. "Senior, what are you doing?" Shuhang asked. "He can't really be sunbathing his magical treasures, right? Or do magical treasures need to be frequently sunbathed so as to avoid them becoming moldy? As you can see, I'm putting in order my treasure house to see which treasures I can sell. I haven't put my treasure house in order for a very long time, and I discovered that I had several items that aren't of any use anymore. Therefore, I decided to sort things out and sell the useless stuff in exchange for spirit stones," Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue replied. Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue wasn't someone that lacked spirit stones. He had several spirit stone mines under his control and probably earned millions of high-quality spirit stones per minute. Normally speaking, he was loaded with spirit stones and surely had enough for his practice and daily expenses. But now, he was trying to get in contact with that mysterious merchant that could sell anything. According to legends, one could even buy the pill of immortality from that man if they had enough spirit stones. Of course, one wouldn't actually reach immortality after taking the pill of immortality. Aside from the wielder of the will and the tribulation transcenders that had found their own way to immortality, reaching the immortal realm, no one was truly immortal. Powerhouses of the 9th stage tribulation transcender realm could live up to 10 million years. But if they were unable to carry the will of the heavens, becoming its embodiment, or find their own way to immortality, they would still die. The pill of immortality had rejuvenating properties and could restore the lifespan of a person that was about to die, giving them a new lease on life. If a 9th stage tribulation transcender whose lifespan was almost up were to take the pill of immortality, they would happily live for another 10 million years. Unfortunately, one could eat this pill only once. Therefore, they couldn't keep living on forever by relying on illegal drugs. As long as one had enough spirit stones, they could buy anything. In front of this merchant that could literally sell anything, the number of spirit stones one possessed was never enough. The treasure that Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue wanted to buy was a particular type of treasure that had already disappeared from the world. It was something incredibly important if he wanted to advance to the 8th stage. Therefore, his only hope was to buy it from the almighty merchant. Right at this time, rolling on an animal skin magical treasure, 4th Cultivator of True Virtue said, 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, little friend Shuhang obtained the soul-devouring demonic gourd. Oh? Is it that gourd? Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue shot a glance at the gourd in Shuhang's hand. At this time, Shuhang was still holding the disposable flying sword 004 edition in his hand. Above the sword was a burgundy gourd that was emitting a faint red light. From the outward appearance of the gourd, Song Shuhang determined that it was indeed the same gourd that Daoist half-gourd was holding back then when he was impaled to death. However, Daoist half-gourd's corpse was nowhere to be found, and even the position of the gourd seemed to have changed. Perhaps loose cultivator Qian Yen and his team got rid of Daoist half-gourd's corpse when they caught the sword light back then? Or perhaps it was lost while the sword was roaming in space? Senior, were you also looking for this gourd? Song Shuhang handed both the disposable flying sword and the gourd to Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue. What's the origin of this gourd? Even Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue seems to be interested in it. Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue stretched out his hand toward the soul-devouring demonic gourd and explained, I wasn't looking for the gourd, but for a certain person that came in contact with it recently. I want to find this person because I need to buy something from them. Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue took the gourd and said with a smile, so it was one of Fellow Daoist White's disposable flying swords. No wonder the flying sword approached little friend Shuhang on its own. According to what Senior White, the reason the disposable flying swords he recently launched into space came back might be the karmic sword formation he comprehended 10 days ago, Song Shuhang replied. Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue nodded and said, Is this gourd something that Fellow Daoist White sent into space? No, I am the one that sent the gourd into space. After saying this much, Song Shuhang explained the whole matter between him and Daoist half-gourd to Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue. Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue stroked the wooden sword. There seems to be some fate between little friend Shuhang and this matter. Song Shuhang sent Daoist half-gourd's gourd into space. While it was in space, the gourd came in contact with the almighty merchant. Then, the gourd underwent a mutation and returned to Song Shuhang once more. At this point, it already couldn't be considered a coincidence anymore. From the looks of it, Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue might obtain some extra benefits if he brought little friend Shuhang along and found the almighty merchant. Little friend Shuhang, can you lend me the gourd for a while so that I can examine it? Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue said. Sure, Song Shuhang replied. After all, it didn't belong to him in the first place. Little friend Shuhang is really a straightforward person, Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue said with a smile. Afterward, he pressed with his right hand on the gourd, completely covering its surface with a sealing rune and placing it inside his spatial equipment. Little friend Shuhang, do you want to keep challenging the 100 giants today? Song Shuhang nodded and said, yes. I want to seize the opportunity and quickly strengthen my constitution. Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue asked, speaking of which, I remember that little friend Shuhang practices the basic Buddhist fist technique and its supplementary technique, the immovable body of the Buddha, right? Yes. Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue continued, if you are already practicing the immovable body of the Buddha, I have another cultivation technique in mind that is very suitable for you. This technique can likewise strengthen the constitution of a cultivator. The only shortcoming is that it consumes a large amount of true qi while strengthening the constitution, slowing down the advancement of the cultivator. Actually, it's pretty good for the current you. After all, your true qi has already surpassed the amount your body can withstand. Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue's description of the technique made Song Shuhang recall Dharma King Creation's Warring Buddha's true body, the signature technique of the Warring Buddha sect. After making his clothes explode, Dharma King Creation was able to fight against a blood demon of the 6th stage rank with his physical body of the 5th stage spiritual emperor rank. Senior, what kind of cultivation technique is this? Song Shuhang asked. Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue replied, the steel hands technique. Song Shuhang. The name of the cultivation technique is steel hands technique, and it's something a cultivator of the 2nd stage can practice. If practiced successfully, it will allow the user to increase the strength of their constitution by a notch. Moreover, the hands of the cultivator will become impervious to swords and spears, as well as immune to heat and cold. Both arms would develop superhuman strength, and the user would be able to clash against magical treasures of the second stage rank with their bare hands. Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue continued. Don't look down on the steel hands technique. Although its name isn't too awe-inspiring, it's a technique that all the disciples of a powerful ancient weapon-forging sect, the Heavy Metal Sect, were required to learn. So it was originally the unique skill of a weapon-forging sect, a marvelous skill that belonged to blacksmiths. P.S. After I learned the steel hands technique, teacher didn't have to worry about me ending up all alone in the future. Even if I had to snatch it from others, I was going to try my best to get a woman. Random disciple of the Heavy Metal Sect. Do you want to learn it? Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue said with a smile. Shuhang clenched his teeth and said, yes. If it was called steel hands technique, so be it. At least it was more pleasant sounding than golden bell cover, iron cloth shirt, or other techniques that had similar functions. Moreover, it was something useful to him. Why shouldn't he practice it? How many spirit stones do I need to pay to learn the steel hands technique? It's just a cultivation technique of the second stage. You can consider it as remuneration for lending me the gourd, Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue said with a smile. Cultivation techniques of the second stage were a very distant memory for him. After saying this much, Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue stretched out his hand and poked the air. In the next moment, a golden radiance flashed through his eyes and projected into the void, turning into the chant of the cultivation technique. The nearby 4th Cultivator of True Virtue opened its mouth and spat out a white paper sheet. Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue pressed with his finger on the white paper. Immediately afterwards, the chant of the cultivation technique hovering midair fell onto the white paper. This is the chant of the steel hands technique. It's rather easy to learn, but if you don't understand something, you can ask 4th Cultivator of True Virtue, Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue said. In that case, I'll be impolite and accept it, Shuhang said as he took the white paper. Although it was only a cultivation technique of the second stage rank, it wasn't like those ordinary and widespread cultivation techniques such as the Earth Spirit Staff or Wave-Splitting Palm. This cultivation technique was worth several spirit stones of the 5th stage, if not more. Shuhang felt that he had been saying "I'll be impolite" quite a bit to the seniors recently, and the favors he owed were increasing alongside it. Afterward, 4th Cultivator of True Virtue brought Shuhang to the practicing area of the Immortal Cave so that he could keep challenging the 100 giants. Chu Chu and Yu Jiaojiao were already there, practicing. Along the way, Shuhang seized the opportunity to open the package Su Clan 7 mentioned earlier. Branch leader Jing Mo didn't have many treasures with him back then. After all, one could only bring along a limited number of objects with them if they didn't have any spatial equipment or a size-reducing purse. The first object he found was the jet-black flying sword. It was the signature flying sword of the Limitless Demon sect and reluctantly reached the 4th stage rank. Its flying speed was ordinary, but its ability to make surprise attacks was pretty good. If placed inside a small school such as the Illusory Sword School, it would become the most treasured object of the sect. Then, there was a cloud-shaped magical treasure capable of flight. Shuhang could use it after reaching the 4th stage realm. The flying speed of this magical treasure wasn't bad. At that time, Jing Mo was able to catch up with Shuhang even though the latter had used the 10,000-mile flying escape technique. However, Shuhang was currently unable to use it. Moreover, he had the silver dragon puppet which had a better design, better speed, and more importantly, no restrictions on its use. Additionally, Shuhang would learn to ride a flying sword anyway after reaching the 4th stage. He wouldn't need this gadget. Perhaps he could sell it in exchange for spirit stones? The package also had some medicinal pills within. They were the type that could be used to treat injuries on the spot. Finally, there were a few spirit stones. The spirit stones were of the 4th stage rank, and there were 12 of them in total. One of them had been used to practice, and there was only half the quantity of spiritual energy left inside. If he were to subtract the 9 spirit stones of the 4th stage he owed Senior White, there were still 3 left. It was something worthy of celebration. After Song Shuhang entered the practicing area, 4th Cultivator of True Virtue activated the challenge mode. The massive ancient city appeared once more along with those 100 giants of different sizes. Song Shuhang took a deep breath and roared, starting another fighting session with giants. Today, he was much more agile than yesterday. His silhouette was prancing about amongst the giants and the virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk footwork was pushed to the limit. 10 minutes later. Slash! The saber light flashed through the surrounding area, and the sharp broken tyrant ripped open the defense of the giant by relying on a basic saber technique, cutting open the mark that denoted the giant's fatal weakness. Fresh blood spurted all over, and the huge giant loudly fell to the ground. "It's the 18th, Song Shuhang said as he slightly panted. Then, his body quickly moved and jumped on the city walls, starting to run alongside them. Afterward, he borrowed the height of the walls and suddenly jumped, using Broken Tyrant to slash open the top of the head of the 19th giant. After suffering all those hardships yesterday, Song Shuhang had progressed with amazing speed. The same giants that tired him out yesterday with their continuous attacks seemed a bit slow today. Even while the giants surrounded him, he was able to find an opening to break through the encirclement, even smoothly beheading a giant in the process. If we add the fact that he had the Enlightenment Stone with him, the comprehension he was gaining after each saber attack was amplified, allowing him to quickly increase the experience he had in regards to saber techniques. The saying that one could bring out most of their latent capacity only under great pressure had some truth behind it. Little friend Shuhang is improving at a very fast pace. 4th Cultivator of True Virtue said with a smile. In that case, I'll increase the gravity. How about 5 times higher than normal? I believe in you, little friend Shuhang. What? You want to increase the gravity to 5 times higher than normal? Song Shuhang immediately shouted. Senior 4th Cultivator of True Virtue, please stop. His voice had yet to fade when Song Shuhang felt his body become heavy. He had just jumped and was midair as his body sunk and crashed to the ground. It was quite painful. But the real pain had yet to come. 10 giants seized the opportunity and surrounded Song Shuhang. The feet of the 10 giants descended from the sky and brutally trampled Song Shuhang's body, rolling over him and stomping him. Very soon, the golden radiance of a shield appeared on Song Shuhang's body. He had failed the challenge. Song Shuhang twitched like a dead fish while lying on the ground, unable to move. No matter who it was, they wouldn't feel too good after getting trampled by tens of giants. Song Shuhang wasn't sure whether it was just his misconception or not, but he felt that the feet of these giants were quite smelly. Just as Song Shuhang was laboriously practicing, Lady Onion was also practicing inside his pocket. She felt that she needed only a little bit of energy to assume human form once more. However, Lady Onion thought of an important problem at this time. Where would the Enlightenment Stone end up once she turned into a human? It wouldn't end up being a calculus inside her body, right? Inside Song Shuhang's size-reducing purse. A spirit stone of the 4th stage came into contact with the exquisite human puppet. It was precisely that puppet Song Shuhang obtained from the depths of the smelted cave. Just as the spirit stone came into contact with the puppet, it was absorbed and disappeared like a stone falling into the water. The human-shaped puppets of the jet black sect needed energy to move around. The stronger the puppet was, the bigger the amount of energy it required to activate. After absorbing the spirit stone of the 4th stage, the eyes of the puppet faintly lit up. However, they immediately dimmed, and the puppet didn't move in the slightest afterward. A spirit stone of the 4th stage had enough energy inside to allow the silver dragon puppet to fly for a month without breaks. But the same stone wasn't even enough to activate the puppet. In other words, the human puppet was extremely powerful. It had to absorb more spirit stones if it wanted to activate, and there just happened to be another 11 spirit stones of the 4th stage inside Song Shuhang's size-reducing purse. The human puppet was unable to move, but the 11 spirit stones of the 4th stage would often bump into it while Song Shuhang was battling against the 100 giants. The spirit stones were absorbed as soon as they bumped into the human puppet. But right at this time, Song Shuhang was wholeheartedly battling against the giants at a gravity 5 times higher than normal. Therefore, he had yet to realize the changes that were happening inside his size-reducing purse. Now then, how many spirit stones would be left in Song Shuhang's pockets after the training was over? Time flew by and half a day had already passed. After fighting for half a day in an environment with gravity 5 times higher than normal, Song Shuhang's body was a complete mess. China time, 8 p.m. Inside Song Shuhang's room. Song Shuhang grabbed the paper scroll with the steel hands technique inscribed on it and unfurled it. He had some free time in the evening. Therefore, he wanted to seize the opportunity and study the technique. Close to Song Shuhang, Li Yinzhu, Chu Chu, and Yu Jiaojiao were playing cards. Li Yinzhu fell asleep early this morning and slept for most of the day. Therefore, she was wide awake at this time. After waking up, she ran to Song Shuhang's room and didn't want to leave. Since she had to take care of Li Yinzhu, Chu Chu decided to follow her and came over as well. As for Yu Jiaojiao, she had been living together with Song Shuhang all along. Since they were a bit bored, the 3 girls decided to play cards. Only God knew where they got the cards from. They didn't play the fight the landlord game. On the contrary, they decided to compare their scores, and the person with the highest score could flick the foreheads of others. It looked like a very normal game at first, however. He, I won, Yu Jiaojiao said complacently. Chu Chu's face was deathly pale, and she stroked her bangs with an agonized expression on her face. Immediately after, Yu Jiaojiao bent her claws and flicked her forehead. Bang! A clear and resounding sound echoed. Aya! Chu Chu called out pitifully, and her whole body was sent flying. Next, it was Li Yinzhu's turn. She moved her head closer to Yu Jiaojiao with misty eyes. Bang! Aya! Li Yinzhu was also sent flying. However, she was much better off than Chu Chu. After all, she had a cultivation of the 4th stage realm, and her body was much stronger than Chu Chu's. She was sent flying because she purposely lowered her defenses. Again. Chu Chu rubbed her forehead and crawled back. Li Yinzhu also rubbed her head. After a short moment. Aya! Chu Chu pitifully called out once again as she was sent flying. Ahahaha! This time, the other person that was sent flying was Yu Jiaojiao. But in the end, she was still the descendant of a flood dragon, and her body was incredibly powerful even with her defenses lowered. Li Yinzhu's full-powered flick was unable to hurt her or make her feel pain. The nearby Song Shuhang silently put down the paper scroll with the steel hands technique, raising his head upward and looking at the ceiling. There was no way he could properly study with all of this happening right next to him. The Limitless Demons sect was a large sect in the world of cultivators that followed the evil path. The sect was divided into 3 halls. Each hall had several peak leaders under its control. The hall leaders of the 3 halls were all powerhouses of the 6th stage True Monarch realm. At this time, inside the 2nd hall, the Nine-Eyed Kama Hall. The huge statue of the Nine-Eyed Kama was enshrined in the center of the hall, and a dim flame was burning beneath the statue of the demon. Around 20 peak leaders were sitting in a circle around the statue of the demon, somewhat resembling the myriads of stars that surrounded the moon. The hall leader of the nine-eyed Kama hall sat cross-legged inside the fire burning beneath the statue of the demon. His form was illusory, just as though it was about to fuse with the statue behind him. The hall leader of the Kama hall slightly opened his eyes and said, 8 golden core spiritual emperors were captured? After all, we were talking about 8 golden core spiritual emperors, not some weaklings. Even if it was the limitless demon sect, a large sect of the evil path, golden core spiritual emperors were the core of the sect. Each and every one of them was extremely valuable. If they were to lose 8 golden core spiritual emperors at once, the nine-eyed Kama hall would become the weakest amongst the 3 halls. We must rescue the peak leaders at all costs, the hall leader of the Kama hall said in a grave tone. The enemy was Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, a powerful figure of the Venerable rank. If possible, he didn't want to mess with such an enemy. But those 8 golden core spiritual emperors had to be rescued at all costs. The peak leaders started to discuss amongst themselves. Afterward, one of the peak leaders said, Hall leader, according to the information we gathered on the moon, Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue wants to send the 8 peak leaders to the mines and have them work there. Such being the case, we can attack them halfway through their journey toward the mines and save the peak leaders that should be escorted there with an immortal boat. The hall leader of the Kama hall nodded and said, transmit here all the information related to this matter in 3 hours' time. I'll personally participate in this mission to rescue the other peak leaders. Yes. The several peak leaders got into action and started sending orders. Inside the dim fire, the hall leader secretly sighed. He had to prepare for both eventualities. He was planning to prepare a large sum of spirit stones as well while devising a plan to rescue the golden core spiritual emperors. If the rescue mission failed, he would have no choice but to brace himself and pay a ransom for his men, and the ransom for 8 peak leaders was going to be very high. Beneath the nine-eyed Kama hall, on the 69th peak, the Maharaga peak, a puppet was standing on the cliff shrouded in clouds and mist. The puppet was young Master Hai's clone. After obtaining the Blood Sea Jade, young Master Hai's main body had already started to break through to the 5th stage spiritual emperor realm. Thus, the puppet clone was left behind to take care of critical matters in young Master Hai's stead. But right at this time, the sea of clouds churned, and a mass of black mist drilled out of it. It was Demon Monarch Anji's clone. Demon Monarch Anji practiced a very strange demonic technique that allowed him to have numerous clones. The minds of the various clones were linked together with the main body. Therefore, Demon Monarch Anji could scatter his clones all over China to gather information. I just obtained an interesting piece of information. 8 peak leaders from our nine-eyed Kama hall were captured by Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue. Demon Monarch Anji paused a moment and continued, and one of the reasons might be stressed by a mountain of books. Demon Monarch Anji used the secret sound transmission while talking to young Master Hai so as to avoid others eavesdropping on their conversation. Young Master Hai's puppet clone slightly moved and likewise said via secret sound transmission, stressed by a mountain of books was involved? What is the relationship between him and Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue? Demon Monarch Anji replied, their relationship is closer than what I had initially thought, since after arriving on the moon, stressed by a mountain of books has been living inside Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue's residence. Young Master Hai's puppet didn't speak for a while. It seemed as though it was thinking about something important. After a short while, he said, how is the hall leader preparing to deal with this matter about the kidnapped peak leaders? Demon Monarch Anji replied, he naturally wants to save the 8 peak leaders. Young Master Hai's puppet clone said, the fact that those 8 peak leaders got captured isn't such a bad thing for us, we must seize this opportunity. We can't allow the sect to rescue all 8 peak leaders. As long as a member of the Limitless Demon sect could advance to the 5th stage spiritual emperor, they could become one of the peak leaders of the sect. However, all new peak leaders had to spend a lot of effort to build their personal peak. They had to put in a lot of energy, manpower, and natural resources. Of course, the limitless demon sect would lend some help with the construction of the peak. But the funds they would put at one's disposal were too little, barely enough for the foundation of the peak. Young Master Hai was planning to have the three of them join the upper echelons of the limitless demon sect within a short period of time. Therefore, they couldn't afford to waste a large amount of energy and time to build a new peak. Such being the case, it would be perfect if they could inherit the existing peak of another peak leader. With that, they would be able to save a lot of time, manpower, and natural resources. If some of the 8 peak leaders didn't return, there would be a few peaks left without leaders. If the 3 of them could timely advance to the 5th stage and become peak leaders, they would be able to take over the existing influences and peaks of the previous peak leaders. It might be a little troublesome to take over the influences of the previous peak leaders, but it was still much easier than building a new peak from scratch. Demon Monarch Anji immediately understood what young Master Hai meant. In other words, at least 3 of the 8 peak leaders had to stay within Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtues minds. How should we proceed? Demon Monarch Anji's clone smiled evilly. I need to think this through. Perhaps we can borrow Fellow Daoist stressed by a mountain of books hand, young Master Hai's puppet said after holding his chin. Demon Monarch Anji said, how are you planning to borrow his hand? Do you want to leak the plan of the hall leader to stressed by a mountain of books? No, that's too dangerous. We'll be easily discovered if we directly sell the information of our teammates to the enemy. Moreover, it would be disastrous for us if Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue were to personally get into action after getting wind of the matter, sending the hall leader to the mines too, young Master Hai replied. He had to think of a safe method that would allow the hall leader to rescue only half of the peak leaders. China, Jiangnan area. At this time, Gao Mumu was quickly typing on the keyboard. The recent trip to that island of natives where he was forced to teach the inhabitants how to read and write gave Gao Mumu a lot of inspirations. The only problem was that he couldn't turn these inspirations into words. After all, he didn't have a computer with him back then. His girlfriend Yai just happened to return home the day before yesterday. After that, Gao Mumu stayed in his room for 3 consecutive days, writing and writing. Whenever one's head was full of inspirations, they could write at a very fast speed, just as though they had suddenly gained supernatural powers. The process was particularly smooth. Wonderful. I wrote 20,000 characters each day for a total of 60,000 in 3 days. If I release 2 chapters of 3,000 characters each every day, they will last for a whole 10 days. Ahaha. Gao Mumu laughed complacently. Then, he divided all the characters he wrote in the past few days into paragraphs and chapters and uploaded them onto the writing platform, setting the timer so that they would be automatically released. With so many chapters ready, I can go on a date with Yai tomorrow. This time, I won't allow anyone to ruin our time together. Stupid Zhuge Yu and stupid Zhuge Zhongyang, go to hell. Ahaha. He had already chosen the place they were going to stay in. He was planning to bring Yai to a summer mountain villa and stay there for 3 days and 3 nights. The thought alone was enough to make Gao Mumu excited. At first, he was thinking of going to the beach, but he was somewhat sensitive about the sea recently. For this reason, he decided to go to the mountain. After finishing the chapters, Gao Mumu opened the instant messaging app. First, he casually sent Song Shuhang, Tubo, and Li Yangda some greeting emojis. But after seeing that no one was online, he logged out of the instant messaging app. Next, he entered with a different account. It was a secret account reserved for his activities as an author. The only friends he had on this account were the readers of his books, and he had added none of his real-life friends. Just as Gao Mumu got into the account. Ding, 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 the sound of a notification echoed. The notification signified that someone had added him as a friend or that someone had joined the public group. A reader has added me. Gao Mumu clicked on the notification. Dragon Maiden Yu Jiaojiao wants to add you as a friend. Attached note, add me, quickly add me. Yu Jiaojiao? Judging from the name, it seems it's a girl, Gao Momo muttered. Gao Momo didn't spend much time on this account. Moreover, the name of the account was never made public. Therefore, the only people that added him were the readers of his books. As long as it was a reader adding him, Gao Momo would accept the request without too many thoughts. Gao Momo casually clicked on the prompt and accept the friend request. However, the other party had sent the request several days ago and wasn't currently online. Gao Momo sent a casual smiling emoji, and that was it. Afterward, he opened the public group with all the readers and spammed in there for a while. After he was done spamming, Gao Momo closed the instant messaging program, completely satisfied. Immediately afterward, he called his girlfriend Yai and started to plan their next date. The next day, July 30th, weather unknown since Song Shuhang was currently on the moon. Today's Dao name was Tyrannical Saber Song 1, kindly provided by Venerable White. After getting up early in the morning, Song Shuhang tried to practice the steel hands technique. However, the steel hands technique was a cultivation technique of the second stage rank, and it was much more challenging to learn than the basic Buddhist fist technique. Even after trying several times, Song Shuhang made only small progress. Just as he was practicing, Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue's voice was transmitted from afar. Little friend Shuhang, are you ready? Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, is something the matter? Song Shuhang asked in puzzlement. Don't you remember which day today is? We're going to explore the grave of Venerable 6th Cultivator of True Virtue today. Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue said. I almost forgot about it. The day before yesterday, Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue said that we would explore the grave of Venerable 6th Cultivator of True Virtue today. For the past few days, Song Shuhang had been fighting the giants to the point of becoming dizzy. No problem, Senior. I'm ready to set out at any time, Song Shuhang said. After battling against the giants in gravity 5 times higher than normal yesterday, the strength of Song Shuhang's constitution increased by a notch again. At this time, that bloated and painful feeling in his dantian had already disappeared, and even his head was hurting a lot less. He could already operate his true chi and was able to use the flaming saber technique, inverted scale saber technique, and other techniques. As for his mental energy, he still needed some time to adapt to it. After strengthening his constitution by another notch, he would be able to practice meditation techniques again. Therefore, he was still unable to use magical techniques such as the lightning palm that could be performed only with the help of mental energy. Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue said, in that case, let's take Chu Chu and the others along and proceed. The group got into Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue's immortal boat and left the moon, heading toward the outer space. Along the way, Song Shuhang asked out of curiosity, Senior, why is the grave of Venerable 6th Cultivator of True Virtue in space? From what he saw in the dreamland, the grave of Venerable 6th Cultivator of True Virtue was somewhere on Earth. The grave of Venerable 6th Cultivator of True Virtue doesn't have a fixed location. It's a mobile ancient grave whose position can shift at any time. Graves belonging to cultivators aren't the same as those belonging to ordinary people. In fact, this type of ancient grave that moves around was rather popular amongst ancient cultivators back then, Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue explained. After ancient cultivators managed to develop these mobile graves, all those treasure-hunting cultivators skilled in geomancy were quite worried. Back in those days, there were many cultivators skilled in geomancy that would determine the position of a grave with much difficulty just to have the grave run away as they were trying to enter it. It was a rather sad and painful matter. But even if ancient graves belonging to cultivators could move on their own, wasn't it a bit too exaggerated that this one directly ran into space? The nearby Chu Chu was dumbfounded. Did I hear correctly just now? Is this the grave of Venerable Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue? Were they going to explore the ancient grave of a figure of the venerable rank? The old Chu Chu wouldn't even have dared to dream of something of the sort. But after meeting Shuhang, she had seen quite a few venerables, both alive and dead. After flying for a very long time, the immortal boat started to slow down. Venerable Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue pointed toward a distant place. It was a meteoroid emitting a dazzling golden light. We have arrived. It's right there. Do you see that shining big meteoroid? That's where the grave of Venerable Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue is located. The grave is inside a meteoroid. Shuhang didn't know from where to start to list all the things that were wrong with this situation. For example, how the hell was this grave exactly moving, to the point that it ended up in space, and inside a meteoroid to boot? And what was the deal with that meteoroid emitting a blinding golden radiance? Was it possible that all the cultivators roaming in space were blind and none noticed the eye-catching grave of Venerable Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue? The immortal boat berthed next to the meteoroid, and it was only at this time that Shuhang noticed that the golden radiance was actually a defensive barrier. The immortal boat was unable to get past it. Right. Little friend Shuhang, you can already use your true chi, right? I want to teach you a small magical technique before entering the grave of Venerable Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue. I'm sure this technique will come in handy while we are inside the grave, Venerable Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue said with a smile. Senior, what kind of technique is it? Shuhang asked. It's the secret sound transmission technique I promised to teach you if you manage to defeat the 100 giants. Although it's called magical technique, it only consists in operating one's true chi according to a special pattern. It's rather easy and quick to learn, Venerable Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue said. But, Senior, I haven't defeated the 100 giants yet. Actually, you passed the test in the instant. Fourth Cultivator of True Virtue increased the gravity to 5 times higher than normal, Venerable Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue said with a smile. Shuhang had already learned how to fight against colossal creatures in an environment where gravity was 3 times higher than normal, and he was already capable of easily killing the giants by relying on the advantage the terrain gave him and striking the fatal weaknesses the giants had. If Fourth Cultivator of True Virtue hadn't increased the gravity up to 5 times what it normally was on Earth, Shuhang might have already killed the 100 giants. Thereupon, Venerable Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue started to teach Shuhang the secret sound transmission technique before getting into the grave of Venerable Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue. The secret sound transmission technique consisted in manipulating one's true chi and turning it into a string, directly spreading the words one wanted to say to the ear of the opposite party through the true chi. It was rather practical and difficult to detect. In an environment such as space where sound couldn't spread, it was simply a lifesaver. Just as Venerable Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue said before, the secret sound transmission technique wasn't difficult to learn. With Venerable Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue personally instructing him, Shuhang was able to get a general idea of the technique in about 5 minutes. Although his voice was spreading intermittently and sounded like that of a robot, the other party could understand what he was saying. It was more than enough for now. Now, we have to find a way to get past the barrier. Otherwise, we won't be able to enter the grave of Venerable Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue, Venerable Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue said after teaching Shuhang the secret sound transmission technique. Yu Jiaojiao said, how are we supposed to get past it? It's very easy. Tell me, what have you discovered after looking at the golden barrier? Venerable Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue said as he pointed toward the barrier. Shuhang looked at the blinding golden barrier. Very soon, the group noticed something above the golden barrier. They could faintly see something that resembled a window, and inside the window was the figure of a woman sitting in a dignified manner. Shuhang suddenly trembled. He felt a chill all over his body as soon as he saw the picture of the woman. What's happening? Did I feel a chill just by looking at the picture of that woman? What's that? Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue said, the picture of the dead, it's something very commonly seen within ancient graves belonging to cultivators. After their death, the body of a powerful cultivator will start to emit the aura of death, which will then fuse together with their grave, changing into the picture of the dead. If we want to enter the grave, the first hurdle we have to get past is the picture of the dead. Chu Chu added at this time, as soon as I saw the picture of the dead, I felt a chill. Song Shuhang wasn't the only one that felt the chill. Song Shuhang tried to recall the memories of that disciple of the Thousand Hands sect, Shallot, that he experienced back then. There was indeed a memory related to the barrier of the grave. Unfortunately, the barrier he saw in the dream back then was a mass of pixels. Moreover, back when Shallot were exploring the grave of Venerable 6th Cultivator of True Virtue, he and his companions used brute force to destroy the barrier. But from what Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue said, they weren't meant to destroy the dazzling golden barrier, but use some other method instead. After the immortal boat stopped, the door opened. Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue applied the turtle breathing technique and a defensive formation to the bodies of Song Shuhang and the others. With that, they would be able to freely move around in space without having to worry about oxygen, pressure, radiation, and so on. Chu Chu, Song Shuhang, Yu Jiaojiao, and Li Yingzhu got out of the immortal boat and arrived next to the barrier of the ancient grave. How were they supposed to get past the barrier? Should I give the secret technique of my clan a try? My father, true monarch tyrant flood dragon, is very experienced when it comes to destroying seals, Yu Jiaojiao said. After saying this much, she stretched her right claw out forward, and 5 water balls appeared on it. Secret technique, water of the Black River. According to legends, there was a black river in the ancient heavenly city, and the water of that river could wash away all kinds of seals and magical runes. If a powerful magical treasure were to fall inside the river, the black water would wash away all the runes on it and turn it into an ordinary object. The secret technique that true monarch tyrant flood dragon developed, the water of the Black River, also had the power to remove things such as seals. In the same instant Yu Jiaojiao stretched her right claw forward, the picture of the dead, above the golden barrier moved just as though it was alive and arrived in front of her in the mere blink of an eye. Afterward, she stretched out her palm and pushed it forward. Yu Jiaojiao's secret technique, the water of the Black River, was immediately broken through, and her body reeled backward due to the attack of the picture of the dead. Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, who was standing in the rear, said, "You cannot use force to destroy it. After all, it's the barrier of the grave belonging to a venerable. It's not easy to break through it with force. How should we proceed then?" Chu Chu asked. Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue said, "Why don't you try talking to the picture of the dead? Who knows, perhaps you might obtain some useful information." Song Shuhang. Why does Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue look like one of those NPCs aiding the player with their advice during the game? Then, Chu Chu followed Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue's advice and tried to communicate with the picture of the dead on top of the golden barrier, and she unexpectedly succeeded. The picture of the dead was surprisingly open to persuasion, and after the group offered her a high-quality spirit stone of the 4th stage, she gave them a hint: there is a dry well on the edge of the barrier of the ancient grave. After digging into the dry well, you will obtain a piece of metal. It's the key to the barrier of the ancient grave. Song Shuhang took the initiative to deliver the spirit stone of the 4th stage to the picture of the dead. Now then, why am I left with only 10 spirit stones of the 4th stage after handing over this one? Strange, why is there a missing spirit stone? Did I remember incorrectly? No, it can't be. I clearly remember that there were 12 spirit stones in total, and one of them was half-used. Such being the case, where did the missing spirit stone go? However, there wasn't time to look for the missing spirit stone. After pondering for a moment, Shuhang took the remaining spirit stones out of the size-reducing purse and put them in his zipper pocket. Soon after, he went looking for the dry well. After following the advice of the picture of the dead, the group started to dig into the dry well and really found a piece of metal. The pictures of a fish and a bird were carved onto the piece of metal. How are we supposed to use this key? Shuhang grabbed the piece of metal and curiously pressed on the picture of the bird. Clang, 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 the golden barrier sent out a grating sound. In the next moment, a 3 meters high passage appeared within the barrier. It wasn't only the barrier, but a passage leading to the ancient grave also appeared in the meteoroid. Next, Shuhang pressed on the picture of the fish. Boom, 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 the passage that had appeared in the barrier and the meteoroid closed. The two pictures were actually buttons, one could open the grave, and the other could close it. Shuhang said, "Is this a keyless entry system?" Several modern features had been already overused to death by cultivators in ancient times. Shuhang pressed once more on the picture of the bird. The barrier of the grave opened, and the group got inside. After passing through the passage in the meteoroid, they soon arrived at the entrance of the real grave. A gravestone was placed right at the entrance, and the following words were inscribed on it. The grave of Venerable 6th Cultivator of True Virtue. The words possessed an incredible power. Chu Chu felt a tremendous pressure weigh on her body as she slightly approached the gravestone. Her heartbeat sped up and was completely out of control. Right up to this point, the surrounding environment was the same as the one Shuhang saw in the dreamland back then. But from now on, they would face the real dangers hidden within the grave. Shuhang clearly remembered that the disciple of the Thousand Hands sect, Shallot, had relied on an exquisite secret technique to remove the traps along the way and head toward the depths of the grave. However, he carelessly triggered a trap before reaching the core area of the grave and lost his 4 limbs, turning into a human stick. Everyone should pay close attention to their surroundings from now on because we are about to enter the real grave of 6th Cultivator of True Virtue. The whole place is full of dangers. Anyway, come, let's enter. Let's feel the thrill of exploring the ancient grave of a cultivator. Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue said at this time. Little friend Chu Chu, wait a moment. There is a trap 10 centimeters away from you, to the right front position. Don't step onto it. Little friend Shuhang, pay close attention to the things around you. Although this is only the front section of the grave, there are some pretty good little gadgets lying around. Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, your understanding of the grave has already reached the point where you know it like the palm of your hand, hasn't it? Chapter 525 The Holy Light Sword Technique. After hearing about the grave of True Monarch 5th Cultivator of True Virtue and meeting the Jade White Lion 4th Cultivator of True Virtue, Shuhang already suspected that there was a relationship between Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue and Venerable 6th Cultivator of True Virtue. Now, he discovered that Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue was extremely familiar with the ancient grave and capable of guiding them step by step through the whole thing. 7th Cultivator of True Virtue gave spoilers left and right during the journey. There is a trap here, there is a treasure hidden there is something over there, and so on. It was as if someone wanted to play a single-player game but was forced to watch the whole walkthrough before starting. What was the point in playing the game now that they knew everything? It was going to be extremely boring. Shuhang and the others were in a similar situation right now. The originally exciting and dangerous exploration of the ancient grave had turned into mere sightseeing. However, they were able to obtain some small treasures thanks to Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue's spoilers. Chu Chu obtained a demon-slaying arrow, an object similar to a talisman. Once activated, the arrow could display a killing power that approached the 5th stage rank. Yu Jiaojiao obtained a water-type treasure, the turtle pearl, which could allow her to keep her body wet. With this treasure, she didn't have to use magical techniques to preserve the level of moisture in her body while living on the dry land, allowing her to save a lot of energy. Li Yinzhu obtained a bomb-shaped object. If thrown out, it would release toxic mist. These objects weren't really something originally present in the grave of Venerable 6th Cultivator of True Virtue. After all, it was the grave of a Venerable, and the treasures inside wouldn't be this weak. All the treasures belonged to cultivators that entered the ancient grave to explore it. It was likely that they ran into something unexpected while exploring the grave and then left these things behind. As for Song Shuhang, he obtained the volume of a sword technique. It was the volume of a sword technique, something he had yearned for a very long period of time. It wasn't one of those ordinary sword techniques, either. The name of the technique was Holy Light Sword Technique. From the name, it didn't look like something that belonged to Chinese cultivators. That volume contains a fine sword technique. The style is very awe-inspiring, and the attack power is also good. There are 6 styles in total, from the 2nd to the 4th stage. Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue gave his evaluation of the volume of the sword technique. But there was a small problem: the Holy Light Sword Technique wasn't something that had originated from China. It was a sword technique that belonged to ancient Western paladins and was modified by a powerful cultivator after it spread to China. The sword technique retained the same style and characteristics as the swordsmanship of Western paladins. One could almost say that it was a sword technique born from the combined effort of China and the West. However, a sword technique with such a style was hardly suitable for Chinese swordsmen. Song Shuhang opened the volume of the Holy Light Sword Technique and shot a glance at the first page. First style, Evil Slashing Holy Sword. Sword chant, Holy Light, that wicked one seems worth fighting. After turning the page, second style, Holy Cross Sword. Sword chant, Honorable opponent, let's fight for glory. What the hell is this thing? What's wrong with the chants of this sword technique? Song Shuhang got the impulse of tearing the book to shreds. But after pondering for a moment, he decided to keep it. In the end, it was still a sword technique, and he could practice it if he had free time. Moreover, the Holy Light Sword Technique wasn't completely useless. One would develop muscles after practicing it. And developing muscles could indirectly help a cultivator strengthen their constitution. In the worst case, he could treat it as a body-tempering cultivation technique. Along the way, Song Shuhang and the others were able to avoid a large number of traps, easily get out of each maze, and escape most of the hidden dangers thanks to the living walkthrough called 7th Cultivator of True Virtue. In the end, the grave of Venerable 6th Cultivator of True Virtue is something like your family's backyard, isn't that right, Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue? Song Shuhang was sure that they wouldn't have any problems reaching the depths of the ancient grave as long as Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue was with them. But unfortunately, Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue wasn't able to keep spoiling from beginning to end. After they passed through the outer area of the ancient grave and arrived at the core area, a total of 7 different roads appeared in front of Song Shuhang and the others. Chu Chu said, "There are 7 different roads." Yu Jiaojiao said, "Which road should we take?" Song Shuhang looked toward Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue and said, "Senior, which one should we take?" Cough at last, the small chick must leave the nest and soar into the sky. You can't always depend on your elders in life, it's time to make your own choices, Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue said with a serious expression on his face. Song Shuhang said, "All right, how do we choose, then? Shall we cast a vote or throw a branch?" Chu Chu said, "Maybe let's throw a branch. It seems rather troublesome to cast a vote since there are 7 different roads." Yu Jiaojiao said, "I agree, let's throw a branch. Who feels lucky today should throw the branch." Li Yinzhu grabbed Song Shuhang's clothes and didn't say anything. Chu Chu replied, "I feel that my luck today is so-so. I'll pass." Song Shuhang silently raised his head and said, don't look at me. After all, unfortunate things happen to him on a regular basis. The fact that he was still alive was already a miracle. I'll give you a suggestion. Why do you want to throw a branch to choose the road? Since there are 7 roads ahead, isn't it better if you separate and take one road each? The nearby Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue couldn't help but remind them. Shuhang was aware of what Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue was trying to do. Therefore, he said to the others, in that case, should we take different roads? Yu Jiaojiao replied, all right, let's take different roads, then. Chu Chu said, fine, let's split up, then. However, I feel that splitting up is a rather stupid thing to do. In horror movies, each time the main and the side characters split up in a dangerous situation, the side characters end up dying. At least they can take care of each other if they stay together. Shuhang. Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue. In the end, Shuhang's group divided and each of them chose a different road. After all, it was something that the living walk-through 7th Cultivator of True Virtue suggested. Everyone knew that he was related to the grave of Venerable 6th Cultivator of True Virtue in one way or the other. Therefore, it was better to follow his advice. Chu Chu chose the 5th road. She turned her head around and shot a glance at Li Yingzhu before entering the passage. Yu Jiaojiao chose the 2nd road. Li Yingzhu chose the 1st road. Before entering, she looked at Shuhang with a longing expression on her face, very unwilling to leave him. Shuhang chose the 7th road. In the next moment, the forms of the 4 people disappeared within the several passages. The Jade White Lion 4th Cultivator of True Virtue licked its paws and said, they are gone. Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue said, such being the case, we should move as well. 4th Cultivator of True Virtue, pay close attention to little friend Shuhang and the others and don't let them go overboard. When Fellow Daoist Thrice Reckless went overboard inside the grave of True Monarch 5th Cultivator of True Virtue the last time, he almost lost his life. 4th Cultivator of True Virtue said, I feel that it's rare to find someone as death-seeking as Thrice Reckless in the world. Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue replied, better safe than sorry. Moreover, little friend Shuhang is also a member of the 9 Provinces No. 1 group. In the past few days, while I was lurking inside the group, the other fellow Daoists were discussing his Dao names. Amongst the Dao names that popped up, there was a certain thrice-song tyrannical saber. This Dao name really reminded me of Thrice Reckless. Therefore, it's better to be a bit careful. The Jade White Lion 4th Cultivator of True Virtue said, what you said is reasonable. I'll pay close attention to them. Chu Chu, who entered the 5th road, was extremely vigilant along the way. Just as she kept moving forward and got deeper and deeper in the passage, fog started to appear. The fog was very ordinary and didn't contain any spiritual energy or poison. But the more ordinary the fog looked, the more one had to be careful. The fact that ordinary fog had appeared within the grave of Venerable 6th Cultivator of True Virtue was an anomaly in itself. Such a dense mist, she should have a constitution of the water attribute. From the looks of it, it's a very hard to come by pure water type attribute. A jade eyeball was quietly following behind Chu Chu, keeping a certain distance between them so as to avoid Chu Chu noticing it. It was the eyeball of 4th Cultivator of True Virtue that had now separated from its body. After Chu Chu took a few more steps, there was a sudden change. 4 figures whose bodies were emitting monster chi suddenly appeared in front of her, blocking her path. The 4 figures had half the body of a human and half the body of a beast. They had a cultivation level of the 2nd stage C of Qi Dantian realm, 2 small realms lower than Chu Chu's. Chu Chu placed her hand on the short sword attached to her thigh, calmly gazing at the 4 half-human and half-beast monsters in front of her. Roar! The half-human and half-beast monsters wildly roared. They had bloodshot eyes and didn't seem to have any intellect. There was no difference between them and wild beasts. Chu Chu took a deep breath and unsheathed her short sword. At the same time, she muttered in a voice that only she could hear, "The sword of my life, appear." As soon as her voice faded, the short sword in her hands emitted a cry. Chu Chu slashed out with the short sword, displaying the mysterious sword technique. The sword attack had 27 different variations concealed within, making it virtually impossible to guard against it. The 4 half-human and half-beast monsters that couldn't even properly use their brains had no hope of blocking such a sword technique. One move was all that was needed. The sword pricked their eyes and sword chi directly pierced through their heads, completely cutting off their chances of survival. Yuwa, the half-human and half-beast monsters called out in grief. In the next moment, their bodies suddenly dissipated, turning into mist and merging with the dense fog in the surrounding area. Chu Chu held onto her short sword, maintaining a vigilant posture. Some time later, after making sure that there weren't other monsters lying in ambush, she finally put her short sword away. But right at this time, a faint, painful feeling was transmitted from her chest, although her injuries had almost recovered thanks to the 2 medicinal pastes from Medicine Master. The aftermath of Whale 8's deathly hug had yet to disappear. A painful feeling would transmit from her chest whenever she made sudden and intense movements. Chu Chu put the short sword away and kept advancing. The fog got denser and denser, and a mysterious energy was now mixed in it. Chu Chu concentrated the true chi in her eyes. At this time, she could only see things within a range of 10 meters. Therefore, she decided to proceed forward even more cautiously. After she traveled for around 50 meters, another group of half-human and half-beast monsters emitting monster chi from their bodies appeared in front of her, blocking her way. Just as before, they were in the initial phase of the second stage. After appearing, they roared and pounced toward Chu Chu. Chu Chu calmly made her move. She displayed the mysterious sword technique once more and killed the 10 monsters. Then, she traveled for another 50 meters when another group of half-human and half-beast monsters blocked her way. Chu Chu made her move once more, swiftly and efficiently getting rid of the group of monsters. This scene repeated 10 times in total. Chu Chu ultimately killed 10 waves of half-human and half-beast monsters. The number of the monsters kept increasing after each wave. "It won't keep going on forever, right?" Chu Chu muttered to herself. Just as she thought this, a blinding light appeared before her eyes. In the next moment, she was already out of that passage full of dense fog. At this time, she was in front of a chamber tomb 1. The stone of the grave was very simple and didn't have the beautiful decorations one would expect. From the looks of it, a powerful cultivator had directly scooped out a huge rock and used it to manufacture the chamber tomb. In the center of the chamber tomb was a coffin made of gold. "Have I arrived in the depths of the grave of Venerable 6th Cultivator of True Virtue?" Chu Chu muttered to herself. That was it, so easy. After pondering for a moment, Chu Chu stepped inside the chamber tomb. In the next moment, she felt her body become light. At the same time, the true chi inside her dantian suddenly rose. She, who was originally at the second stage 3rd dantian, Dragon Claw dantian, realm, was forcefully promoted a small realm. The true chi inside her body suddenly increased and made her break through to the 4th dantian, the Dragon Body dantian, in one go. Compared to the first 3 dantians that took her 4 or 5 years of hardships to break through, breaking through to the 4th one was so swift that Miss Chu Chu almost cried. She would have never expected that she would advance a small realm in such a way. If all explorations of ancient graves were so amazing, she would never, ever turn down an invitation to explore an ancient grave. Just as Chu Chu was lost in this beautiful process, the golden coffin showed some changes. The coffin suddenly opened. A figure that was wrapped up like a mummy drilled out of the coffin and started hovering midair, slowly approaching Chu Chu. Chu Chu immediately thought of unsheathing her short sword, but she discovered that she couldn't move her body, not even her fingers. She could only helplessly look at the mummy hovering midair as it arrived next to her. The mummy stretched out its hand and opened Chu Chu's eyelids, looking at her eyeballs. Then, it pinched her nose and opened her mouth, checking out her tongue. What's happening? This is disgusting. After examining Chu Chu's eyes, ears, nose, mouth, and tongue, the mummy grabbed Chu Chu's palm and carefully looked at the lines above. Afterward, it placed Chu Chu on the ground and took off her shoes and stockings, held her jade feet and carefully inspected the lines on her soles. Chu Chu was extremely embarrassed and wished she could die. After examining Chu Chu's soles, the mummy returned next to the golden coffin and picked up a turtle shell, squeezing 3 copper coins inside. After standing still for a moment, the figure seemed to have realized that the number of coins wasn't enough. Therefore, it squeezed 5 more coins inside, reaching an auspicious number. Chu Chu muttered, "Is this mummy trying to perform a divination?" It was indeed performing a divination. In the next moment, the mummy counted on its fingers and squeezed several runes inside the turtle shell. The runes likely contained information about Chu Chu's facial features, palm lines, and soul lines. Anyway, there was surely information about Chu Chu inside. After the runes entered the turtle shell, the whole thing lit up. Afterward, it started hovering midair and spun. After it spun 8 times, the 8 copper coins were shot out of the turtle shell, just like flowers' petals scattered around by a fairy maiden. The 8 coins fell to the ground and formed a circle. The mummy looked at the copper coins on the ground and started to ponder. After a short while, it floated in front of Chu Chu once more and asked in a grave tone, "Girl, the structure of your bones really gave me a pleasant surprise. Moreover, you have a pair of beautiful legs. Such being the case, do you want to sign a contract with me and become, in the meantime, in the first road?" Li Yinzhu yawned while walking. A moment later, it started snowing in the whole passageway. It unexpectedly started snowing. It's a mutation of the water attribute, the ice attribute. It's a very rare attribute. It's a pity that the condition of that girl doesn't seem too good. Fourth cultivator of true virtue's eyeball floated behind Li Yinzhu, carefully observing her movements. Just as Chu Chu earlier, Li Yinzhu proceeded forward amidst the heavy snow. After walking for a while, Li Yinzhu suddenly squatted down. She curled up and tightly braced herself, not moving in the slightest. The cold inside her body had suddenly flared up, making her hibernate. Fourth cultivator of true virtue's eyeball was speechless. Zzzzzzzzz, Li Yinzhu. After hibernating, Li Yinzhu started to sleep soundly. The jade-white eyeball sighed and floated up, arriving next to her body. Then, it magically transformed itself into a small jade-white lion and held Li Yinzhu in its mouth, leaving the first road and returning to the immortal boat outside the grave of Venerable sixth cultivator of true virtue. From the looks of it, there seemed to be no fate between Li Yinzhu and the grave of Venerable sixth cultivator of true virtue. In the second road. Just as Yu Jiaojiao was traveling through the passage, it started to pour down. Yu Jiaojiao didn't know where to start to ridicule the fact that there was a thunderstorm within such a small passage. The thunderstorm represented that Yu Jiaojiao had a constitution with a dual, water and lightning, attribute. Flood dragons could call the wind and summon the rain since birth. Therefore, it was quite normal for Yu Jiaojiao to possess both water and lightning attributes. Just as Chu Chu earlier, Yu Jiaojiao advanced in the passage until meeting a group of enemies that blocked her way. However, she didn't meet half-human and half-beast monsters. Instead, she met a group of cultivators that followed the evil path, their expression sinister. The evil cultivators had also just entered the fourth stage innate realm. Their cultivation realm was the same as Yu Jiaojiao. However, Jiaojiao had successfully jumped through the dragon gate and gained the ability to assume a half-human and half-fish form. Therefore, her fighting capacity was much higher than that of other cultivators of the same realm. Yu Jiaojiao killed the 4 evil cultivators with ease. After their deaths, the evil cultivators suddenly disappeared and merged with the surrounding thunderstorm. The thunderstorm got stronger and stronger, completely blocking Yu Jiaojiao's line of sight. Just like Chu Chu earlier, Yu Jiaojiao could only see things within a range of 10 meters or less. She advanced for another 50 meters before meeting the second group of evil cultivators. Yu Jiaojiao was lost in thought. After killing the second group of evil cultivators, she turned around and decided to return to the entrance of the second road. But after moving 50 meters backward, she found a third group of evil cultivators waiting for her. Whether she was advancing or retreating, she would find someone blocking her path. Moreover, the strength of the enemies was lower than hers by a notch. Such wicked taste, Yu Jiaojiao muttered to herself. Such being the case, she had no choice but to turn back and keep advancing toward the depths of the passage. After she took care of 10 waves of evil cultivators, Yu Jiaojiao likewise arrived inside a chamber tomb. Just as she entered the chamber tomb, her body trembled, and she was suddenly unable to maintain her half-human and half-fish form. Therefore, she reverted back to her half-flood dragon and half-fish form. At the same time, the quantity of innate true qi inside her body rose by a whole 25%, allowing her to thoroughly consolidate her realm. It's worthy of being the grave of a venerable. It gave me such a big boost all at once, Yu Jiaojiao said as she narrowed her eyes, looking at the golden coffin within the chamber tomb. Right at this time, the golden coffin opened, and a figure drilled out of it. Although Yu Jiaojiao had reached the 4th stage realm, she wasn't much better off than Chu Chu, who was only at the 2nd stage realm in front of this figure that had come out of the coffin. Her body was also affected by an immobilizing technique and couldn't move in the slightest. The figure that had drilled out of the coffin floated until arriving next to Yu Jiaojiao. Then, it checked her eyes, ears, nose, mouth, and tongue, as well as her 4 claws and tail. Afterward, the figure took out a turtle shell and squeezed 8 copper coins inside. The turtle shell hovered midair and threw out the copper coins that disorderly arranged themselves on the ground. This divination. Sigh, what a pity. I'm sorry, little girl. It seems you are not the person I'm looking for. Although your legs were indeed beautiful while you were in half-human and half-fish form, there is bound to be no fate between us, the figure that had come out of the coffin said regretfully. Yu Jiaojiao. But don't lose hope. Although there is no fate between us, I'll still give you a consolation prize. After all, you have a pair of beautiful legs. After saying this much, the figure returned next to the golden coffin and searched for a while before taking out a precious gem. It's a moonstone, something that monster cultivators love. As long as you keep it close to your body, you'll obtain the same effects as you would while practicing under moonlight. The moonstone still has half of its energy left, you can use it for more than 10 years. After giving the moonstone to Yu Jiaojiao, the figure stretched out its hand and gently patted her body. In the next moment, Yu Jiaojiao's body shot out of the ancient grave like an arrow. After a short while, when her body stopped, Yu Jiaojiao was already next to the immortal boat outside the ancient grave. Yu Jiaojiao adjusted her state and assumed once more a half-human and half-fish form. Then, she turned her head toward the huge grave of Venerable 6th Cultivator of True Virtue and muttered, "There was no fate between us?" In other words, is the grave of Venerable 6th Cultivator of True Virtue looking for someone that has fate with it? Is it looking for an inheritor? In ancient times, many powerful cultivators wholeheartedly devoted themselves to cultivation, to the point of forgetting about the passage of time. Since they were too engrossed in their practice, these ancient cultivators didn't receive any disciple during their life, or perhaps they found it too troublesome and didn't bother receiving one. But one day, these cultivators would realize that there was something wrong with their bodies, their lifespan was almost depleted, and they would soon die. Only at that time would those ancient cultivators start to worry about this matter, but it was too late to receive a disciple since there was not enough time to properly train one, or perhaps they felt that it was too troublesome and didn't bother at all. However, passing down one's teachings and inheritance was very important. They couldn't just let it die. Therefore, some of these ancient cultivators left their inheritance inside their graves, waiting for the predestined person that would inherit their teachings and carry on their legacy. In other words, the grave before their eyes was left behind by an ancient cultivator to find an inheritor. I wonder if someone of us will be lucky enough to become the inheritor of this ancient grave. After all, it's the grave of a venerable. Yu Jiaojiao muttered to herself. In the 7th road. Around 5 minutes earlier. Shuhang shot a glance upwards. In there, he saw lightning making crackling noises and explosions of fire. It seems that little friend Shuhang has a constitution with a dual, fire and lightning, attribute. The jade white lion, 4th cultivator of true virtue, mused to itself as it followed behind Shuhang. Shuhang was also a member of the 9 provinces number 1 group, and he almost ended up taking the thrice-song tyrannical saber Dao name, although he later changed it to tyrannical saber song 1. For this reason, the jade white lion, 4th cultivator of true virtue, was closely watching Shuhang and being extra cautious so as to avoid Shuhang seeking death, just like thrice reckless and almost dying in the process. Shuhang stared for a while at the lightning and fire. After making sure that it wouldn't suddenly come down and fall on his head, he began to move forward, heading toward the depths of the 7th road. After walking for a while, he noticed from afar 4 figures blocking his path. Shuhang found the 4 figures very familiar. They were wearing black clothing that covered their whole body and sharp needles popped out of their heads. Those were sea urchin warriors. Shuhang drew his saber without hesitation. As soon as he saw the opposite party, the sea urchin warriors also noticed him. Moreover, Shuhang had the mark of the sea urchin slayer on his body and was the archenemy of sea urchin warriors. There was no chance of reconciliation. Such being the case, he had to take the initiative and gain the upper hand. Shuhang had now reached the 2nd stage 2nd Dantian Dragon Tail Dantian realm. On the other hand, the 4 sea urchin warriors were all in the initial phase of the 2nd stage realm. Their cultivation level was 1 small realm lower than his. Although the opposite party had 4 people, Shuhang had more than 80% probability of winning with all the treasures and talismans in his possession. Shuhang roared, tyrannical whirlwind slash. In the next moment, Shuhang displayed the virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk footwork and moved as fast as lightning, slashing at the sea urchin warrior to the rightmost side. Although what he shouted was tyrannical whirlwind slash, what he used was the flaming saber technique. It was something that Shuhang had learned after witnessing the battle between the disciples of the illusory sword school and the Chu family on the grievance settling platform. While fighting someone head-on, loudly shouting the name of a powerful technique could help strengthen one's imposing manner and slightly increase the strength of the move. But if one shouted the real name of the technique they were going to use, it would be very easy for the enemy to counter it. Therefore, most cultivators shouted casual awe-inspiring technique names while battling. There were several reasons for it. For example, they could strengthen their imposing manner, confuse the enemy, and, if the real name of their technique sucked, they could just use a fake name to cover it up. In short, if one shouted aloud Bladestorm and then used the Savage Impact, there was a chance that they could happily F***ck over an opponent that was unaware of what was going on. Unfortunately, the 4 sea urchin warriors that Shuhang was fighting against weren't pushovers. Their eyes were bloodshot, and they had lost their ability to reason. Therefore, they weren't using any sophisticated strategy while fighting. Just as the sea urchin warrior to the rightmost side saw Shuhang slashing at him, he disregarded his safety and used his chest to block the flaming saber technique. Afterward, he stretched out his hand and tried to grab the treasured saber-broken tyrant. It wanted to give its 3 companions the possibility of counterattacking. They have the same fighting style as real sea urchin warriors, Shuhang muttered to himself. He wasn't even a little bit scared while facing these sea urchin warriors ready to throw away their lives in order to take him down. Shuhang's eyes lit up and recorded each and every action of the sea urchin warriors. At the same time, a strange feeling welled up in his heart. In his eyes, the actions of the 4 sea urchin warrior were slow and riddled with flaws. These guys are actually so slow, moreover, they are making so many unnecessary movements while fighting. If they plan to rely on their basic speed and not on some footwork, let alone these 4, even if 10 sea urchin warriors were surrounding me, they wouldn't be able to injure me. When Shuhang borrowed young Master Phoenix Slayer's CPU to increase his comprehension of martial techniques back then, he obtained a large amount of basic knowledge as well. As if that wasn't enough, he constantly fought against the 100 giants during the past 2 days. As a consequence, his eyesight and fighting experience had increased by leaps and bounds without him even noticing. While facing these sea urchin warriors that were ready to throw away their lives in order to take him down, Shuhang decided to activate the Green Breeze Speed Boost. Green Breeze Speed Boost. A green wind started to circle around his body, increasing his speed quite a bit. Next, saber light flashed through the surrounding area. The sea urchin warrior to the rightmost side wasn't even able to grab the saber when he was shrouded in flames and burned to ashes. Afterward, Shuhang lightly spun his wrist and used the inverted scale saber technique, dragon dance style, before the other 3 sea urchin warriors could launch their attacks. The saber chi turned into a dragon that spiraled in the air as though it was dancing. Ding, ding, ding. The dragon dance style completely blocked the attacks of the 3 sea urchin warriors. In addition, they reeled backward due to the power of the saber chi, retreating again and again. After making the 3 sea urchin warriors retreat, Shuhang didn't seize the opportunity to attack them. Instead, he relied on the speed the Green Breeze Speed Boost granted him and dashed toward the depths of the ancient grave, not wasting time fighting the 3 sea urchin warriors. The speed of the Green Breeze Speed Boost coupled with the virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk was more than enough to leave the 3 sea urchin warriors in the dust. After Shuhang advanced for another 50 meters, he discovered that there was an additional group of sea urchin warriors blocking his path. This time, there were 10 of them. They had sinister expressions on their faces and were stubbornly staring at Shuhang with their bloodshot eyes. Roar! Shuhang opened his mouth and roared. He used the roaring lion's technique in conjunction with the innate skill of his mouth aperture, the illusory sound. After hearing the roar, the bodies of the 10 sea urchin warriors stiffened. They had been affected by the roar of the lion. Shuhang seized the opportunity and jumped, leaping over the heads of the 10 sea urchin warriors. Since the effects of the Green Breeze Speed Boost had yet to disappear, he kept running about madly through the passageway. Just like that, Shuhang relied on the illusory sound plus roaring lion's technique combo, as well as the speed-increasing effects of the Green Breeze Speed Boost and Virtuous Man's 10,000-mile walk techniques, to get past 5 waves of sea urchin warriors. By the time he encountered the 6th wave, the number of sea urchin warriors in the wave had already reached 20. There were simply too many of them, and he couldn't leap over them as he did before. Moreover, the effects of the Green Breeze Speed Boost had disappeared as well. It seems I'll have to fight them head-on, Shuhang said. Even if they were brain-dead and could only rely on their instinct to fight, being incapable of using footwork, cultivation techniques, and martial skills, 20 sea urchin warriors in the initial phase of the 2nd stage realm were rather difficult to deal with. Thereupon, Shuhang put his hand in his pocket. He was planning to use a sword talisman to take care of this group of sea urchin warriors. Just as Shuhang was preparing to fight the group of sea urchin warriors head-on, a roar was transmitted from behind. The 5 waves of sea urchin warriors that he had left behind earlier had now gathered together, changing into an army of sea urchin warriors that was dashing about madly toward him. Shuhang lamented, "They all ran until here, sigh, couldn't they have obediently stayed where they were after I leapt over them?" Therefore, Shuhang made up his mind and immediately took out the sword talisman, activating it. But just as he activated the sword talisman misfired, and no sword chi burst forth. What's happening? Did I end up with one of Senior 7 Lives' talisman defective products? Shuhang immediately picked up another sword talisman and activated it. However, the second sword talisman also misfired. If the problem doesn't lie with the sword talismans, is it possible that the grave of Venerable 6th Cultivator of True Virtue is the real culprit? Shuhang's guess was correct. A long, long time ago, there was a certain fellow Daoist called Thrice Reckless Mad Saber that brought a powerful talisman together with him when he went to explore the grave of True Monarch 5th Cultivator of True Virtue. As coincidence would have it, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber ended up using the powerful talisman. As a result, he almost made the grave of True Monarch 5th Cultivator of True Virtue explode and nearly killed himself in the process. Thereupon, there were many formations inside the grave of Venerable 6th Cultivator of True Virtue that restricted the use of talismans. Shuhang had no choice but to put the sword talismans away and tightly grab the treasured saber-broken tyrant. Had I known earlier that all of this would happen, would have directly killed each wave of sea urchin warriors when I met them. However, it was too late to cry over spilled milk. The army of sea urchin warriors roared and madly pounced toward him. Their claws, teeth, needles, each part of their body was a powerful weapon. Inverted scale saber technique, dragon scale style. The saber chi turned into dragon scales that tightly wrapped Shuhang, protecting him. Although there was a large number of sea urchin warriors, only a few of them could attack Shuhang at the same time. The dragon scale style completely blocked their attacks. At the same time, Shuhang started his counterattack. The basic Buddhist fist technique, the flaming saber technique, the roaring lions technique, and the steel hands technique that he had studied yesterday, gaining some superficial knowledge, burst forth altogether. After a hard battle, Shuhang was finally able to get rid of the group of sea urchin warriors. The group of sea urchin warriors was in an unusual state. They had bloodshot eyes and didn't even bother cooperating with each other, fighting only by relying on their instincts. Although they had reached the second stage realm, their real fighting capacity was only comparable to that of a cultivator of the first stage with 3 or 4 apertures opened. As a consequence, Shuhang managed to exterminate them even though the opposite party had way superior numbers. After their deaths, the corpses of the sea urchin warriors didn't stay behind. They turned into fire and lightning and soared into the sky, merging with the fire and lightning existing in the passage. Shuhang raised his head and looked upward, toward the fire and lightning above his head. As expected, those sea urchin warriors weren't living creatures, but something that the grave of Venerable 6th Cultivator of True Virtue created. But why did the grave create these sea urchin warriors and made me fight them? What was the meaning behind it? Forget it. There is no need to think too much about it. I need to traverse the 7th road and reach the depths of the ancient grave first, maybe I'll find the answer there. After thinking this much, Shuhang kept advancing along the 7th road, heading toward the depths of the ancient grave. This time, Shuhang didn't use tricks and immediately got rid of the next waves of sea urchin warriors as soon as he encountered them. Just like the others, Shuhang also reached the chamber tomb of Venerable 6th Cultivator of True Virtue's grave after taking care of 10 waves of sea urchin warriors. The huge chamber tomb was very simple and without decorations. There was also a golden coffin in the center. Just as he entered the chamber tomb, Shuhang noticed that the amount of true qi inside his body suddenly increased. Is this a trap? No, it doesn't seem a trap, it should be the reward for getting past the 7th road. But the timing of this reward is truly horrible. So unlucky. Song Shuhang's heart was in pain. During the past 2 days, he went through many hardships and was able to strengthen his constitution by a notch after experiencing the Mount Tai Seal and battling against the 100 giants. Thanks to that, his sea of Qi Dan Tian wasn't swelled and on the verge of exploding anymore. But little did he expect that he would have a fortuitous encounter that would make his true Qi increase soon after getting rid of the calamity. His sea of Qi Dan Tian had swelled and become a little painful. Moreover, he felt once more as if he could explode at any time. Painful, painful, painful. I feel as if I'm about to explode. I won't die here, right? Just as Song Shuhang was in deep thoughts, the golden coffin in the center of the chamber tomb opened. A mummy-like figure drilled out of the coffin and floated until arriving next to Song Shuhang. As soon as the mummy started to hover midair, Song Shuhang felt as though his body had been immobilized. He couldn't move any part of his body except for his eyeballs. After floating next to Song Shuhang, the mummy stretched out its hand and opened his eyelids, checking his eyeballs. Then, it checked his nose and mouth. Afterward, it forcefully opened his mouth and checked his tongue. After examining Song Shuhang's 5 sensory organs, the mummy grabbed his palms and checked the lines above. After checking the lines of his hands, it placed Song Shuhang on the ground and grabbed his legs, taking off his shoes and glancing at the lines on his soles. Song Shuhang felt that his current posture was rather embarrassing, almost making him wish he could die. After inspecting Song Shuhang's soles, the mummy sighed with emotion and said, "Your legs aren't bad, unfortunately, you are a man." Song Shuhang. If I were a woman, would have already sued you for sexual harassment. After placing Song Shuhang's legs down, the mummy floated toward the golden coffin and took out a turtle shell, squeezing 8 copper coins inside. Afterward, it changed the information about Song Shuhang's facial structure, palm lines, and soul lines into runes, likewise squeezing them inside the turtle shell. The turtle shell started to shake and spun several times before throwing out the various copper coins. After falling to the ground, the 8th copper coins orderly disposed themselves into 2 rows of 4 coins each. It was a rather strange divination. The mummy stared at the result of the divination for quite a while. Then, it stretched out its hand and started to count on its fingers. After a good while, it floated next to Song Shuhang once more and said, "Youth, although you are a man, the structure of your bones left a deep impression on me. Moreover, the shape of your legs isn't bad either." Song Shuhang. Cough, I'm not sure how to explain it, but I wasn't able to properly calculate the fate between us. Half of the divination implies that there is a very strong fate between us, the other half implies that there is no fate at all. I have no idea how to interpret such a weird divination, the mummy said. Song Shuhang. Are divinations and the sort even reliable? As soon as the word divination was mentioned, Song Shuhang immediately thought of Immortal Master Copper Trigram from the 9 Provinces No. 1 group. It was common knowledge in the group that one had to take for good the exact opposite of what Immortal Master Copper Trigram had predicted. But what would one do if Immortal Master Copper Trigram got 2 contradictory answers from the divination? What was the opposite in that case? It was a rather interesting topic. The mummy continued with its speech. How about this, since the shape of your legs was pretty good, do you want to sign a contract with me and become the 8th cultivator of true virtue? You don't really have to give so much face to my legs. Song Shuhang ridiculed in his heart. Anyway, as soon as the mummy said those words, Song Shuhang immediately took notice of the following words, 8th cultivator of true virtue. Signing a contract and becoming the 8th cultivator of true virtue? What does that mean? Many things started to resurface in Song Shuhang's mind. Venerable 7th cultivator of true virtue had a lion-shaped clone called 4th cultivator of true virtue. The seniors of the 9 Provinces No. 1 group once explored the grave of true monarch 5th cultivator of true virtue. At this time, he and the others were exploring the grave of Venerable Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue. Song Shuhang immediately thought of a possibility. Is it possible that Fourth Cultivator of True Virtue, Fifth Cultivator of True Virtue, Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue, and Venerable Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue all signed a contract with someone and became the XXX Cultivator of True Virtue? If I sign the contract, will I become the Eighth Cultivator of True Virtue? Such being the case, why did the Jade White Lion Fourth Cultivator of True Virtue become Venerable Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue's clone? Right at this time, the mummy stretched out its hand and grabbed the bandages on its arm, starting to take them off. Then, just as silk that was being spun from a cocoon, all the bandages wrapping the body of the mummy came down, revealing its true body. Beneath the thick bandages was an elegant woman. The woman was wearing a light green skirt. Her light green skirt had butterflies embroidered above and was slit until the thighs. It was both sexy and elegant. The butterflies could even move around, and it felt as though they were dancing on the skirt while flapping their wings. The woman had long golden hair that resembled a mass of golden threads, shining to the point of being dazzling. Her eyebrows and eyelashes were also golden. After she opened her eyes, Song Shuhang noticed that her pupils were also golden. It took Song Shuhang only a glance to recognize who she was. It was the same golden-haired woman that had defeated a total of 14 Golden Core spiritual emperors belonging to both the Limitless Demons sect and Loose Cultivator Qianyan's team with just one move back then. You are Venerable Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue? Song Shuhang called out. Just as the golden-haired woman finished taking off the bandages, the immobilizing technique affecting his body also disappeared. Is this woman really Venerable Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue? But she is alive and kicking. Song Shuhang could sense powerful fluctuations of life energy emitted from her body. She wasn't a puppet, a zombie, a resentful ghost, or anything of the sort. But why did she build the grave of Venerable Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue and bury herself in the golden coffin if she's still alive? Is it possible that it's a hobby of hers? Yes, I'm indeed Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue, the golden-haired woman said indifferently. But although I had reached the Venerable realm once, my current strength is limited to the sixth stage True Monarch realm. Kid, what do you think? Do you want to sign a contract with me and become the Eighth Cultivator of True Virtue? In the neighboring symmetrical chamber tomb, Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue asked Chu Chu the same question. So, this golden-haired woman is really Venerable Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue? In addition, although she had once reached the seventh stage Venerable realm, her strength decreased and returned to the sixth stage True Monarch realm for some reason. Eventually, she built the grave of Venerable Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue and buried herself within. After that, Venerable Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue took the place of the other cultivators of True Virtue that had retired and started to represent them in the world. In other words, if I sign this contract and become the Eighth Cultivator of True Virtue, will I also replace Venerable Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue someday in the future? At this time, the golden-haired woman asked once again, so, what about it? Do you want to sign the contract? Song Shuhang replied, Senior Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue, can you tell me in detail about this matter of becoming the Eighth Cultivator of True Virtue first? Song Shuhang had no idea what was going on. How could he casually sign the contract? I knew you would ask this question. Therefore, I prepared myself beforehand. The golden-haired woman took something out of her clothes. It was a precious stone that had several frames recorded inside with the usage of a magical technique. It was one of the several methods that cultivators used in the past to record things, before the invention of cameras and the likes. Here it is. Luckily, I kept this stone with me. Although it's a bit old, it's still working, the golden-haired woman said. After she finished speaking, Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue activated the precious stone, and the picture of an ancient grave was projected midair. It was the picture of a plain chamber tomb with no decorations. There was a silver coffin inside, as well as a signboard with the following words written on it: "Here lies the body of true monarch 5th cultivator of true virtue." It was the grave of true monarch 5th cultivator of true virtue. In the video, the lid of the silver coffin was slowly pushed to one side, and a figure came out of the coffin. The figure had a faint smile on his face and seemed rather amiable. As soon as the man came out of the coffin, Shuhang called out, "True monarch fallout?" The figure that came out of the coffin was precisely that senior from the 9 provinces number 1 group, True Monarch Fallout. Shuhang remembered that True Monarch Fallout was a very patient senior. Not long ago, when the 9 provinces number 1 group fought against the Blood Demon, it was precisely True Monarch Fallout that sat next to Shuhang and explained to him everything about the battle. Afterward, he managed to place amongst the first 5 in the hand-guided tractor competition and went to explore the ancient ruins together with Venerable White. True Monarch Fallout is unexpectedly the 5th cultivator of true virtue? True Monarch Fallout? Oh, you must be referring to 5th cultivator of true virtue's 30-something generation descendant. That kid is rather hard-working. He reached the true monarch realm at such a young age, the golden-haired woman said thoughtlessly. Shuhang. If even his descendant 30-odd generations later has the same face, this 5th cultivator of true virtue must have some pretty incredible genes, right? Such being the case, do true monarch Fallout's father, grandfather, and uncles also have the same face? In the video, True Monarch Fallout's ancestor, 5th cultivator of true virtue, floated above the silver coffin. From the looks of it, he was patiently explaining something to a young cultivator. After Shuhang looked at the young cultivator, he discovered that it was Venerable 7th cultivator of true virtue. Venerable 7th cultivator of true virtue looked very young in the video, but his cultivation realm was still at the 4th stage innate realm or above. He was riding a flying sword in the video, something that only cultivators of the 4th stage could do. Is that a picture of Venerable 7th cultivator of true virtue exploring the grave of true monarch 5th cultivator of true virtue? The picture should have been taken before he signed the contract and became the 7th cultivator of true virtue. Right at this time, true monarch 5th cultivator of true virtue started his explanation. Becoming the 7th cultivator of true virtue isn't related to a vocation, and you won't become my disciple after signing the contract either. To be precise, 5th cultivator of true virtue, 6th cultivator of true virtue, 7th cultivator of true virtue, and so on aren't Dao names of the same lineage or vocation. What links these several names together is a primordial treasure. Just like his descendant 30-plus generations later, 5th cultivator of true virtue was a very patient man and explained things thoroughly. A primordial treasure? In the video, the young Venerable 7th cultivator of true virtue was a bit confused. Shuhang, who was looking at the scene, was likewise confused. What links the various XXX cultivators of true virtue together is a primordial treasure. Although I don't know what a primordial treasure is, it should be a type of magical treasure, right? But why are their names related to a magical treasure? True Monarch 5th cultivator of true virtue continued with his explanation. This primordial treasure is called 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber, and there are 9 transformation seals on its blade. After each transformation, the strength of the blade would increase by 1 stage. When I obtained the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber from the 4th cultivator of true virtue, it had already undergone 5 transformations. Afterward, I refined it until the number of transformations reached 6. After completing my mission, I passed it to the 6th cultivator of true virtue, giving them the task to keep refining the saber. In the video, the young Venerable 7th cultivator of true virtue said, in other words, after inheriting the Dao name, 7th cultivator of true virtue, I'll inherit the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber as well. Then, I'll keep refining it, and once I succeed, I'll pass it to the 8th cultivator of true virtue? Yeah, that's it. True Monarch 5th cultivator of true virtue nodded and said, such being the case, do you want to sign a contract with me? After signing the contract, the legendary primordial treasure, 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber, would become yours. No, Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue refused and said, after inheriting the 7th Cultivator of True Virtue Dao name, not only I would have to spend a lot of effort to refine the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber, but I would also bear its restriction, and someday in the future, would have to hand it over to someone else. How does any of it benefit me? If there weren't enough benefits to move the heart of a cultivator, how could they accept to inherit the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber willingly? True Monarch 5th Cultivator of True Virtue said with a laugh. After you officially inherit the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber, you will obtain a volume of the 9 Transformations Phoenix technique. It's a complete cultivation technique, without a single missing part, that can allow you to reach the 9th stage Tribulation Transcender realm. In addition, you will inherit the cultivation-related experiences and other observations of the previous owners of the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber. One could say that the road to the peak would open for whomever got their hands on the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber. True Monarch 5th Cultivator of True Virtue sighed and said, as you know, it's impossible for us to avoid dealing with the heavenly tribulation once we start practicing. The heavenly tribulation is merciless, and just one small mistake while trying to transcend the heavenly tribulation is enough to cause the flames of tribulation to seep into one's body, dooming them to die. In the video, the young Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue silently nodded. The heavenly tribulation was a fearful and unavoidable opponent that all the cultivators had to face on the road to cultivation. Through the ages, at least 25% of the cultivators didn't die of old age, but perished under the might of the heavenly tribulation. If you become the owner of the primordial treasure, 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber, you won't die even if you fail to transcend the tribulation. Of course, although they won't die, the owner of the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber must pay a price to conceal from the wielder of the will the fact that they are still alive. As soon as True Monarch 5th Cultivator of True Virtue said these words, Shuhang immediately understood what the price was. The price should be something similar to what the Jade White Lion 4th Cultivator of True Virtue had to pay. He received the protection of the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber, but his cultivation realm was restricted, and he became something akin to a clone. However, it was still better than dying directly. But you don't have to worry. Even if you end up paying the price, there is still a way to redeem it, True Monarch 5th Cultivator of True Virtue said with a smile. Even after paying the price, there was a way to redeem it. The 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber was simply the go-to item when it came to transcending the heavenly tribulation. In the video, the young Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue asked, Senior 5th Cultivator of True Virtue, did you also fail to transcend the tribulation and end up staying in this place? That's not the case. True Monarch 5th Cultivator of True Virtue shook his head and said with a smile, what I left inside this grave is a special type of clone. Back then, my main body was able to successfully transcend the tribulation and reach the 6th stage realm. At the same time, I managed to refine the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber and increase its strength to the 6th stage. After that, I left the saber in the care of the 6th Cultivator of True Virtue. You can say that I retired after completing my mission. The following words were inscribed on the signboard in the chamber tomb, here lies the body of True Monarch 5th Cultivator of True Virtue. It seemed that the body True Monarch 5th Cultivator of True Virtue was talking about was precisely this special clone. Anyway, even if he couldn't rely on the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber anymore, True Monarch 5th Cultivator of True Virtue still possessed the complete version of the 9 Transformations Phoenix technique. Unless he died in the meantime due to some unfortunate circumstances, he should have already reached the 8th stage Profound Sage realm or an even higher realm. Such being the case, youngster, do you want to sign the contract? True Monarch 5th Cultivator of True Virtue asked once again. In the video, the young Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue pondered about the matter for a long time. I accept. I'll sign the contract. In the end, He made up his mind and decided to inherit the 7th Cultivator of True Virtue Dao name and become the new owner of the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber. Nowadays, that youngster that took the name of 7th Cultivator of True Virtue had already reached the 7th stage Venerable realm and was only one step away from breaking through the 8th stage Profound Sage realm. The 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber in his possession was also on the verge of reaching the 8th transformation. At this time, the video The Precious Stone was projecting came to an end. Song Shuhang shot a glance at the golden-haired woman. It seems that 6th Cultivator of True Virtue also failed to transcend her tribulation. As a consequence, her strength fell until reaching the 6th stage True Monarch realm once more. 6th Cultivator of True Virtue also looked at Song Shuhang and asked, such being the case, do you want to sign the contract and become the 8th Cultivator of True Virtue? Song Shuhang pondered for a little while and asked, Senior 6th Cultivator of True Virtue, aside from the many benefits, what are the disadvantages of inheriting the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber? This primordial treasure granted so many benefits, but what were the disadvantages and shortcomings? 6th Cultivator of True Virtue shook her head and said, maybe it has some shortcomings, but I don't remember finding any while I was the master of the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber. However, each time the owner of the saber faces the heavenly tribulation, it would end up being slightly stronger than normal. I guess it can be counted as a shortcoming? I see. In that case, Senior 6th Cultivator of True Virtue, how do we sign the contract? Song Shuhang asked. Having to face a slightly strengthened heavenly tribulation was not even worth mentioning if one could obtain a complete cultivation technique that could allow them to reach 9th stage tribulation transcend a realm plus the experiences of the previous owners of the saber. Since the day he decided to step on the road of cultivation, Song Shuhang had prepared himself to face death. If he couldn't even take such a small risk, he might as well return home and keep living the life of an ordinary person. I knew you would choose to sign the contract, 6th Cultivator of True Virtue said with a gentle smile. Then, she stretched out her hand and took out a scroll-shaped object from her clothes. After she unfurled the scroll, the dense and numerous characters written above were fully displayed in front of Song Shuhang. Most of them were names. The column of the 8th Cultivator of True Virtue was likewise full of Dao names. Amongst the numerous Dao names, Song Shuhang found 3 of them rather familiar. Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, Immortal Master Copper Trigram, and Cave Lord Snow Wolf. These 3 seniors had once entered the grave of True Monarch 5th Cultivator of True Virtue together to explore it. After seeing all these names, Song Shuhang was clear as to what was going on. All the people that had left their names on the scroll were offering themselves as candidates for the position of 8th Cultivator of True Virtue. Once Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue was done transcending the tribulation, successfully reaching the 8th stage Profound Sage realm, he would choose the 8th Cultivator of True Virtue from the several candidates and entrust them with the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber. Just as Song Shuhang picked the brush up and prepared to write his name on the scroll, another name suddenly appeared on it. The handwriting was delicate and beautiful. It was Chu Chu's name. Miss Chu Chu also decided to vie for the position of 8th Cultivator of True Virtue? It's not really that surprising. Compared to myself, who can rely on the 9 provinces number 1 group, Miss Chu Chu should be more interested in the volume of the 9 transformations Phoenix technique. Song Shuhang faintly smiled and picked the brush up, writing down his name, Song Shuhang, on the scroll. Done, Song Shuhang said as he placed the brush down. Leave the rest to me, 6th Cultivator of True Virtue said as she stretched her hand out, preparing to take the scroll back from Song Shuhang. But right at this time, the words Song Shuhang written on the scroll suddenly disappeared. A confused expression flashed through 6th Cultivator of True Virtue's golden eyes. What happened? Song Shuhang asked. 6th Cultivator of True Virtue asked, did you make a mistake while writing your name? No, I didn't make a mistake. I correctly wrote my name, Song Shuhang, on it, Song Shuhang said. He had written his name tens of thousands of times. How could he possibly make a mistake while writing it? Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue's golden eyelashes blinked. Then, she said, do you have a Dao name? Maybe try to write your Dao name and see what happens. My Dao name? Alright. Do I need to write it down in its entirety? Shuhang asked. Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue replied, a Dao name must be obviously written down in its entirety. Shuhang nodded and picked up the brush once more, starting to write a long string of words on the scroll. He started with Monday's Dao name, Virtuous Buddhist Sabersman, and wrote down in proper order the following Dao names. Tuesday's Tyrannical Saber Song 1, Wednesday's Daoist Priest Wood, Thursday's Beijing Streets Traveling Sabersman, Friday's Scholar Mountain of Books, Saturday's Path-Seeking Scholar, and Sunday's Virtuous Cultivator. Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue. Damn it, I forgot that this idiot had 7 Dao names. Now, he alone occupied 7 columns. I'm done, Senior, Shuhang said as he placed the brush down. But just as he placed the brush down, the Dao names he had written on the scroll started to disappear one after another. Virtuous Cultivator, Path-Seeking Scholar, Scholar Mountain of Books, and Beijing Streets Traveling Sabersman disappeared one after another. In the end, the only Dao name left behind was, Tyrannical Saber Song 1. Shuhang. What's the meaning of this? Is it possible that the will of the world only recognized Tyrannical Saber Song 1 amongst my several Dao names? But why did it refuse to acknowledge even my real name, Shuhang? Do you really think I won't flip the table at this time? Tyrannical Saber Song 1 is just a Dao name that I added for Senior White's sake to make up the numbers. I was planning to quietly delete it in a while. Tyrannical Saber Song 1, what a good Dao name. Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue praised. But her trembling golden eyelashes betrayed her true feelings. Shuhang managed to stop himself with great difficulty from tearing the scroll to shreds. Next, Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue stretched out her hand and took back the scroll, putting it away after rolling it up. The contract is complete. There was a strange fate between her and this little friend named Shuhang. It would be rather interesting if he could become the 8th Cultivator of True Virtue someday in the future. But right after Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue rolled the scroll up, half of the Dao name, Tyrannical Saber Song 1, disappeared. The first part, Tyrannical Saber, disappeared and only the second part, Song 1, was left behind. Neither Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue nor Shuhang noticed this fact. After completing her mission, Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue stretched herself. Afterward, she shot a glance at Shuhang, seemingly remembering something. Shuhang's true chi had suddenly increased after he passed through the branch road of the ancient grave. Now, he was in a situation where his body could explode at any time. She had to find a way to resolve the situation before making him leave the ancient grave because his body might explode for real once it wasn't affected by suppressive formations inside the ancient grave anymore. The insides of the grave of Venerable Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue were full of suppressing formations. At this time, Shuhang's Sea of Qi Dantian was on the verge of exploding even though he was inside the ancient grave. If he were to leave this place, he would explode for sure and transform into beautiful fireworks. Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue stared at Shuhang, trying to think of a way to resolve the situation. Shuhang noticed that there was something wrong with the way Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue was looking at him. She was looking at him the same way one would look at someone that was about to pass away. Senior, is there something wrong with my body? Shuhang asked. Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue nodded and said, there is indeed a problem, and I'm trying to think of a way to deal with it. I want to avoid having you explode as soon as you leave this place, making me a murderer. Shuhang asked, is it related to the fact that the true chi inside my body suddenly increased? Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue nodded once more. Senior, do you have the means to resolve this problem? Was it possible that she wanted to seal the true qi inside his body? You are lucky that the person you met today was me. Sixth cultivator of true virtue said. After saying this much, she pointed at her golden coffin and said, "Do you see that?" Shuhang nodded and said, "Yes." "Get into the coffin and lie down. That golden coffin is something I forged in the past 100 years. I gathered all types of special materials that can strengthen the constitution of a cultivator, as well as other 13 types of precious materials, in the proximity of the moon and use them to forge it. Go and lie inside. The strengthening effects on your body wouldn't be inferior to when you fought against the 100 giants at a gravity 5 times higher than normal," sixth cultivator of true virtue explained. Although her realm had been restricted to the 6th stage true monarch realm, she could still strengthen her constitution. If we took into consideration that she was practicing a body tempering technique to being with, she had the possibility to push the strength of her body until the 7th stage rank if she was willing to spend enough time on it. Therefore, if she wanted to get stronger before redeeming the price and lift the restrictions on her cultivation realm, she could only follow one path and strengthen her constitution. The golden coffin was something that sixth cultivator of true virtue had forged precisely for this purpose. If the golden coffin could strengthen the constitution of a 6th stage true monarch, it was bound to have very good effects on a little cultivator of the 2nd stage such as Shuhang. Shuhang glanced at the golden coffin and was speechless. Although he knew that the golden coffin could strengthen his constitution, he was somewhat scared when looking at it. Sixth cultivator of true virtue pushed to one side the lid of the coffin and moved several things outside. There was a turtle shell, copper coins, snacks, and even a TV and a computer. Lastly, Shuhang even saw a wireless Wi-Fi router. Needless to say, it was something that cultivators had created using black technology. It was a gadget that could allow them to surf the internet even in space. Sixth cultivator of true virtue said to Shuhang, "What are you still doing there?" Shuhang clenched his teeth and steeled himself, getting into the golden coffin. Don't make the face of someone about to die a martyr's death. If not for the fact that your body would explode as soon as you get out of here, I would be rather reluctant to let you enjoy my golden coffin, get it? After saying this much, sixth cultivator of true virtue grabbed the lid of the coffin and closed it. The insides of the golden coffin became pitch black and even the sounds coming from the world outside were blocked. It was black and cold, without even the tiniest sound. The place was even worse than a black room. It just so happened that Shuhang was unable to use his true qi to practice at this time, and he couldn't meditate either. Therefore, he could only lie inside the coffin with his eyes open. Now then, for how long do I have to lie inside this golden coffin? After lying inside the coffin for around 3 minutes, Shuhang stretched out his hand and grabbed his phone, which was magically modified by Venerable White earlier. After unlocking it, he discovered that there was a Wi-Fi signal close by, and it wasn't password locked. Thereupon, Shuhang connected to the internet. He could really go online in space. If he could go online, he didn't have to be afraid of dying of boredom. In the 9 provinces number 1 group. Scholar Xian Gong, damn it, is there really not any news about demo dragons? None of the fellow Daoists got new information about this matter? Northern River's loose cultivator, as before, I haven't received any news of demo dragons descending lately. Right, Senior Xian Gong. Did you go online and put information about the transaction you want to carry out on the site I told you? Scholar Xian Gong, yes, but a lot of the people you meet online are completely unreliable. I registered a new account and put the information about the transaction online. Soon after, 2 idiots approached me thinking that I was a rookie and tried to sell me the blood of several other types of cosmic demons, passing it off as the blood of demo dragon. As a consequence, I caught the duo and sealed their cultivation. Then, I threw them in the spirit beast pen and forced them to raise the spirit beast pigs for me. Northern River's loose cultivator. In the world of cultivators, there was always someone that would seek death by trying to scam others. Scholar Xian Gong wrote again. If there is any fellow Daoist that gets info about the blood of Demo Dragon, remember to inform me. I can pay a high price. Don't worry, Senior Xian Gong, I'll surely inform you if there is any news, Fairy Dongfang Snow said. The other fellow Daoists of the 9 provinces number 1 group also appeared one after another and reassured Scholar Xian Gong that they would notify him if they got any news. Song Shuhang faintly sighed. The blood of a Demo Dragon. If he could obtain it, he would surely give it to Senior Xian Gong. If he could drink a little bit of the Demo Dragon medicine derived from it, his constitution would rise directly until the 3rd stage rank. At that time, he wouldn't have to worry about exploding and dying as he was practicing the whale swallowing technique and 33 divine beasts technique. Unfortunately, the blood of Demo Dragon wasn't something so easy to obtain. Just as Song Shuhang was in deep thoughts, Medicine Master sent him a private message. Medicine Master, little friend Shuhang, you're finally online. While scrolling through the chat logs recently, I noticed that you asked about methods to strengthen your constitution a few days ago, is that correct? Yes, that's correct, Senior Medicine Master, Song Shuhang quickly replied. You are currently a cultivator of the 2nd stage, right? I just happen to have the formula of a medicinal bath here. After preparing the medicinal bath according to the formula, you have to bathe inside it twice per day. It should allow you to strengthen your constitution quite a lot. So, are you interested in it? Medicine Master replied. A medicinal bath that could strengthen his constitution quite a lot, he was surely interested. Senior Medicine Master, I'm obviously interested. Song Shuhang quickly wrote. Senior, how many spirit stones do you want for the formula of the medicinal bath? At this time, he only had 10 spirit stones of the 4th stage with him. He didn't know if they would be enough. Aha, it's better if you keep the spirit stones to yourself. You just stepped on the road of cultivation, and there are many places where spirit stones can come in handy. If you still feel uncomfortable about it. I heard that you are raising a several hundred years old green onion spirit, right? You can casually cut off its green onion shoot and use that to pay off the formula, Medicine Master said thoughtlessly. After saying this much, he sent Song Shuhang a file. Inside the file he sent were the pictures of the raw materials needed for the formula and other information related to the medicinal bath. Lady Onion's shoot? Actually, I still have that onion spirit crystal with me. I wonder if I can use it instead of the green onion shoot to pay for the formula. Just as Song Shuhang was in deep thoughts, something inside his pocket suddenly inflated. It was Lady Onion. While in the proximity of the moon, she was also heavily influenced by its mysterious energy. The favorable circumstances ended up speeding up the recovering of her ability to assume human form. Now that she was inside the coffin of 6th cultivator of true virtue, she recovered her ability to assume human form at an even faster pace. At this time, Lady Onion was once again capable of assuming human form. Song Shuhang's pocket was burst open. Lady Onion changed into her human form and lay on Song Shuhang's body. Coincidentally, the first thing she saw after assuming human form was that reply from Medicine Master displayed on Song Shuhang's phone. Lady Onion's face immediately turned deathly pale. At this time, Lady Onion really wished she was nearsighted, because she would be nowhere this scared if she couldn't see clearly the text on Song Shuhang's phone. Moreover, why were these guys talking about casually cutting off her green onion shoot? Did they take her for Lady Garlic Chives, thinking that it was enough to sprinkle some fertilizer on her after cutting off her green onion shoot to make it regrow? It was very difficult to grow back her green onion shoot, moreover, it was something akin to cutting off her head. It was such a cruel thing to do. Lady Onion looked at Song Shuhang with her teary and dim eyes. Song Shuhang said, "Did you see the text on the phone?" Lady Onion nodded. At the same time, Lady Onion quickly operated her brain. Her green onion shoot and happy green onion life were at stake here. She had to quickly think of a way to get out of this situation. Was it possible that it was time to put the 200 must-have skills for a monster spirit to survive to use? But then, Lady Onion recalled what happened the last time. At that time, she displayed the 500 ways to surrender to a human cultivator you're unable to defeat to appease Shuhang. As a result, the opposite party used the lightning palm and tried to kill her without showing any mercy. Afterward, she was also forced to use her secret technique, the ultimate seducing skill of a pretty female monster. But just as before, the opposite party remained unmoved and didn't show any tender affection. Although she was rather unwilling to admit it, the 200 must-have skills for a monster spirit to survive seemed to have no effect on Shuhang. As if that wasn't enough, she had no chances of defeating Shuhang in a head-on battle either. She had stayed together with Shuhang for quite some time now. She knew that he had quickly advanced in realm and was already at the second stage second Dantian, Dragon Tail Dantian, realm, while she was nothing but a pitiful monster onion of the first stage. Fighting him head-on was of no use, and fighting him indirectly was of no use either. Was it possible that she had no other choice but to offer her green onion shoot on her own initiative, continuing to live on disgracefully? Never. If they wanted to cut off her green onion shoot once more, she would resist with all her might. Lady Onion, can you assume the form of a green onion again? Shuhang asked. The space inside the golden coffin was limited, and any normal man would find Lady Onion lying on top of them like that rather provocative. After hearing these words, Lady Onion immediately became anxious. Was Shuhang planning to cut off her green onion shoot once she reverted back to her green onion form? She couldn't allow it to happen. No, I won't do it. I won't let you cut off my green onion shoot. Lady Onion screamed and started to struggle with all her might. Don't move heedlessly. I have no intention of cutting off your green onion shoot. Return to your green onion form for now. I'll explain to you in detail what's going on. Shuhang called out. He still had that onion spirit crystal with him, and its effects should be better than an ordinary green onion shoots. Therefore, it should be possible to use that instead of the green onion shoot to compensate Medicine Master for the formula of the medicinal bath. Don't try to trick me. You are thinking of cutting off my shoot as soon as I assume the form of a green onion, right? Don't even think about it. Lady Onion used all her strength to push the lid of the coffin to one side. However, the golden coffin was something that sixth cultivator of true virtue forged for herself. Even an ordinary sixth-stage true monarch couldn't open it, let alone a small onion spirit of the first stage. The lid of the golden coffin didn't move in the slightest, but the sound of Lady Onion's screams and strikes against the golden coffin managed to reach sixth cultivator of true virtue's ears. Did the voice of a woman come from inside the golden coffin? I'm pretty sure that the only person I made enter the golden coffin was Tyrannical Saber Song 1, sixth cultivator of true virtue muttered to herself. Thereupon, she stretched her hand out and pushed the lid of the coffin to one side. The shocking and censor-worthy scene playing inside the golden coffin was fully displayed in front of sixth cultivator of true virtue's eyes. Lady Onion was lying on top of Shuhang's body, screaming and struggling with all her strength. Shuhang was pressed below Lady Onion and was stretching his hands out, trying to cover her mouth. After the golden coffin was suddenly opened, both Lady Onion and Shuhang were stunned. The sudden burst of light somewhat blinded their eyes. At this time, Shuhang noticed that the expression on senior sixth cultivator of true virtue's face had become a little strange. The following words seemed to be written on her face: I reluctantly allowed you use my golden coffin in order to strengthen your constitution, but you're unexpectedly having fun with a woman inside. Senior sixth cultivator of true virtue, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Shuhang immediately called out. He felt that he had to explain this matter properly. After all, his reputation was at stake here. At this time, sixth cultivator of true virtue's gaze finally fell on Lady Onion's body. After that, the expression on her face became even stranger. Shuhang felt that there was something amiss. Therefore, he followed sixth cultivator of true virtue's gaze, and discovered that the clothes around Lady Onion's lower abdomen had been lifted up during the struggle. Her smooth and white lower abdomen was faintly bulging, giving off a maternal feeling. After seeing the bulge, one was immediately reminded of a pregnant woman. F***ck, what's happening? Shuhang was dumbstruck. Has Lady Onion really become pregnant? But when did it happen? Wasn't she in my pocket all along? Why did she suddenly become pregnant? Is this the doing of that stallion spirit I met recently? Did that guy have the ability to impregnate female monsters with just his gaze? Well, it seems I have disturbed you, senior sixth cultivator of true virtue said in a low voice. Her golden eyes were expressionless as she quietly stretched her hand out, covering the golden coffin once more. It seemed she didn't want to disturb these two lovers that were having fun. Senior, it's a misunderstanding. It's really a misunderstanding. Shuhang's voice was transmitted from within the golden coffin. Lady Onion was by no means carrying his child. Such being the case, why was Lady Onion's lower abdomen bulging? Wait a moment, is it possible that that might be the reason? Shuhang immediately thought of a possibility. After all, Lady Onion had taken root on the Enlightenment Stone. While Lady Onion was in her green onion form, her roots were on the upper part of the Enlightenment Stone. Afterward, as she kept growing, she was able to grow 2 legs below the Enlightenment Stone to run around. If we followed this logic, the Enlightenment Stone would end up in the same position as her lower abdomen if she turned into a human. Sixth cultivator of true virtue sighed with emotion and said, youngsters are surely open about these matters nowadays. At this time, a jade white lion appeared next to sixth cultivator of true virtue, silently gazing at the golden coffin. Fourth cultivator of true virtue and sixth cultivator of true virtue could, to a certain extent, share information through the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber. Therefore, fourth cultivator of true virtue also saw the scene of Shuhang and Lady Onion entangling each other inside the golden coffin, as well as Lady Onion's slightly bulging lower abdomen. Fourth cultivator of true virtue faintly sighed and squatted next to the golden coffin. Then, it casually took out some firewood and placed it beneath the coffin. At the same time, he picked up a torch with one of its paws and a tank of gasoline with the other. Fourth cultivator of true virtue, what are you doing? The golden-haired sixth cultivator of true virtue asked. Fourth cultivator of true virtue was stunned and asked in return, why do I have a torch and a tank of gasoline in my paws? Oh, right. The torch and the tank of gasoline aren't that important. What is important is what I'm going to do next. Burn, 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 baby. Burn. Afterward, fourth cultivator of true virtue sprinkled the gasoline on the firewood, using the torch to light it up. Ah! Burn, holy fire! The man and the woman inside the golden coffin deserve to burn. Senior, it's really a misunderstanding. Hear my explanation. The thing inside Lady Onion's belly isn't a baby, it's the Enlightenment Stone. If you pay close attention to it, you'll surely induce the true nature of the object inside her belly. Moreover, I was arguing with Lady Onion due to the formula of a medicinal bath to strengthen my constitution that Senior Medicine Master sent me earlier. Shuhang called out. Sixth cultivator of true virtue's golden hair swayed in the air, and she looked at the flames burning beneath the golden coffin, somewhat stunned. Fourth cultivator of true virtue, you really lit a fire beneath the golden coffin. I was just teasing little friend Shuhang earlier. Although her cultivation realm had been restricted, she was still a 6th stage true monarch. Even if her eyes couldn't see through objects, she needed but a glance to discern that there was no life aura coming from Lady Onion's bulging lower abdomen. The jade-white lion fourth cultivator of true virtue stiffened. After a short moment, it turned its head around and forced a smile, saying, "Is that so, sixth cultivator of true virtue? Anyway, I was also just joking, wasn't that obvious? Only an idiot would believe it. No matter how one looked at your serious expression while you were lighting the fire, it didn't seem that you were joking." Right at this time, ding, ding sound was transmitted from sixth cultivator of true virtue's pocket. She grabbed her phone and unlocked it, discovering that someone had logged in inside her chat account from another phone. Who is using seventh cultivator of true virtue's account? Sixth cultivator of true virtue wondered. She usually used Venerable seventh cultivator of true virtue's account to read the recent news and gossip posted in the 9 Provinces number 1 group. From the looks of it, seventh cultivator of true virtue's main body got online? Did he finally have the free time to go online? Thereupon, sixth cultivator of true virtue fiddled with the phone in her hands for a while and logged in with a different account. The name of the account was Phoenix Saber Jasmine, and it was a well-hidden account in the 9 Provinces number 1 group that had almost never made its appearance. Sixth cultivator of true virtue rarely used this account since she hadn't added any friends. Therefore, it wasn't as entertaining as Venerable seventh cultivator of true virtue's account. Just as sixth cultivator of true virtue logged into the Phoenix Saber Jasmine account and got into the 9 Provinces number 1 group, she discovered that someone had posted a picture in the group. The one that sent the picture was Venerable seventh cultivator of true virtue. The picture depicted a dark chamber tomb with a dazzling golden coffin in the center. The scene was rather familiar, wasn't it? A young man with a dumbfounded look on his face was lying inside the coffin, and above him was a cute girl with 2 lovable green ponytails. The duo was captured during a rather ambiguous scene. Actually, the real focus of the picture was the lower abdomen of the cute girl with 2 ponytails. No matter how one looked at it, that faintly bulging lower abdomen was rather eye-catching. What's happening? Who sent the picture in the group? Sixth cultivator of true virtue called out. She surely didn't send it since she was forced out of the account and had to log in with a different one. I didn't do anything. I don't even have a phone with me. The jade-white lion fourth cultivator of true virtue waved its paws in the air as a sign of its innocence. Seventh cultivator of true virtue wouldn't do something so stupid, either. He is a very serious person, sixth cultivator of true virtue added. Such being the case, who was the culprit? It shouldn't be fifth cultivator of true virtue, either. After he successfully transcended the tribulation and lost the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber, the connection between him and the 4th, 6th cultivator, and 7th cultivator of true virtue had become very feeble. Therefore, whose doing was it? For Shuhang, who was still inside the golden coffin, it didn't really matter who sent the picture. As soon as Venerable 7th cultivator of true virtue's account sent the picture in the 9 Provinces number 1 group, a lot of seniors that were lurking around immediately showed their faces. Northern River's loose cultivator, holy. Treasure forging heavenly mansions Yang Xian, wait a moment, isn't that young man our little friend Shuhang? Island Master Tian Kong, you're not mistaken. That's indeed Fellow Daoist 7 Dao names. Vice Island Master Tian Wei, who is that little girl lying on him? None of the seniors of the 9 Provinces number 1 group had seen Lady Onion's human form. But there was one of them that was able to guess the identity of the girl correctly after seeing her green ponytails. This senior was young Master Phoenix Slayer. While he was madly beating up the stallion spirit back then, he obtained an important piece of information from him. Apparently, there was a female monster called Lady Onion that was currently staying together with Shuhang, and she must have been a very pretty monster if the stallion spirit traveled for thousands of miles just to get his hands on her. Thereupon, young Master Phoenix Slayer quickly wrote, is it possible that she is the onion spirit that little friend Shuhang has been raising? Is she his monster pet? I didn't expect little friend Shuhang to be that kind of person. He even impregnated his monster pet. Fairy Lychee wrote. But why did the onion spirit get pregnant so quickly? It should be because it's an onion spirit. Its growth cycle should be very fast. Anyway, little friend Shuhang performed brilliantly. The child born from the relationship between a human and a monster onion is bound to be rather interesting, don't you think? Will it be a human with green onion shoots as hair? The ID, hospitalized copper trigram, wrote at this time. Or perhaps it will a green onion with hands and feet, the ID, hospitalized iron trigram, added. At this time, thrice reckless Mad Saber said excitedly, Fellow Daoists, should we start discussing which name we should give to little friend Shuhang's child after it's born? The 9 provinces number 1 group immediately became very lively. The one that had started all of this, Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtues account, had quietly disappeared without leaving any traces. The corner of 6th Cultivator of True Virtues' eyes twitched. It seemed she was having a lot of fun. Inside the golden coffin, little friend Shuhang didn't react, didn't make a sound, and didn't punch the coffin either. Even while the fellow Daoists in the 9 provinces number 1 group were happily discussing the name of this future children, Song Shuhang didn't react. Had he undergone a mental breakdown? 6th Cultivator of True Virtue cautiously pushed to one side the lid of the golden coffin. The coffin had become somewhat hot now that fire was burning beneath. However, such a temperature wasn't really a problem for 6th Cultivator of True Virtue. After the golden coffin was uncovered a bit, she saw that Song Shuhang was madly pressing on the phone. It's over, my life is over. Song Shuhang muttered to himself. The screen of his phone was black, it was out of power. At such a critical moment, the phone had switched off because it ran out of battery. Such being the case, it should be time for the battery charging technique to enter into action, but no matter how simple it was still a magical technique. Since it was a magical technique, he needed his mental energy to control the technique while using it. The sea of Qi Dantian inside his body wasn't the only thing on the verge of exploding. His mental energy had also increased until it was a little too much to handle, and the place between his eyebrows was hurting for this reason. Given the condition he was in, he was unable to charge his phone. This was the real reason Song Shuhang wasn't replying even though the seniors in the group were happily talking about his future children. Right before his phone switched off, he saw the picture Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue sent in the 9 provinces number 1 group, as well as the excited comments sent by the seniors after seeing the picture. Thereupon, Song Shuhang quickly activated the voice message feature of the instant messaging app, preparing to send a voice message in the chat to explain to the seniors what was going on and clear up the misunderstanding. But just as he activated the voice message feature and prepared to speak, the phone emitted a ding sound and switched off while playing a pleasant background music. Song Shuhang roared inwardly. He could well imagine how wild the imagination of the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group would run during the period he was offline and couldn't reply. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before he was labeled with the following nicknames: Song, Green Onion F*** Shuhang, Song, doesn't let off even monster pets Shuhang, Song, father of a half-monster Shuhang, and so on. It's over, Song Shuhang repeated over and over again. In the tail section of the golden coffin, Lady Onion was absent-mindedly curling up into a ball. She was using her small hand to feel her abdomen, not daring to believe what was happening. Her world had lost its colors, becoming completely gray. It was unknown what she was thinking at this time. 6th Cultivator of True Virtue thought of covering the golden coffin again, but right at this time, Song Shuhang raised his head and looked her in the eyes. It was a very aggrieved look. I didn't send the picture, 6th Cultivator of True Virtue immediately said. Song Shuhang. Sixth cultivator of true virtue immediately shifted the topic of conversation. Anyway, little friend Shuhang, how about I use the battery charging technique for you? It's free of charge. After saying this much, she stretched out her finger and gently poked Song Shuhang's phone. Crack, an electric spark flashed, and the phone automatically turned on since Song Shuhang had been holding the power button all along. Song Shuhang's attention was successfully diverted towards the phone. Now that the phone was working, he could explain to the seniors of the group the truth and clear up the misunderstanding. Song Shuhang looked at sixth cultivator of true virtue and asked, "Right, senior sixth cultivator of true virtue. Is it just my misconception or, it's getting rather hot?" Sixth cultivator of true virtue bent her head over and looked at the blazing flames burning beneath the golden coffin. Immediately after, the golden-haired sixth cultivator of true virtue turned around and ruthlessly kicked away fourth cultivator of true virtue. Fourth cultivator of true virtue called out pitifully. The kick sent it flying and mounted it on the nearby wall. "You don't need to worry. It was just the masterpiece of that idiotic fourth cultivator of true virtue. I'll immediately restore the temperature to what it was before," sixth cultivator of true virtue said and secretly stretched out her hand, putting out the holy fire that fourth cultivator of true virtue had lit beneath the golden coffin. Ding, 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 the start-up sound of the phone echoed. Song Shuhang's mobile phone had restarted. Song Shuhang swiftly moved his fingers and opened the 9 provinces number 1 group. At this time, his actions were so quick that he had reached supersonic speed. Right at this time, the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group were discussing how they should name Song Shuhang's grandsons. *CK, I have been offline for just a few minutes, and the conversation has already reached this point. Then, just as Song Shuhang scrolled through the chat logs, he discovered that Fairy Lychee had sent some pictures in the group by using the drawing board feature. The pictures portrayed a long-haired person with a green onion head and a green onion with feet and hands. It was how she imagined Song Shuhang's son or daughter. No, I cannot allow the imagination of the seniors to keep running wild any further. I must clear the misunderstanding. Song Shuhang clicked on the chatting window and looked for the voice message feature. But right at this time, Medicine Master suddenly sent him a private message. "Ahahaha, little friend Shuhang, I didn't know that there was this kind of relationship between you and that onion spirit. Anyway, let's forget about that green onion shoot. You can just help me with something the next time we meet as a compensation for the formula of the medicinal bath. Anyway, it's worthy of being an onion spirit, even its pregnancy cycle is so fast. Congratulations, little friend Shuhang." As soon as he finished reading the message, Song Shuhang fell into depression and his head tilted to one side. At this time, he felt that things would only get worse if he were to make his appearance and try to clear the misunderstanding. "It's over, my life is over. Little friend Shuhang." Sixth cultivator of true virtue stretched out her hand and poked him. Song Shuhang mumbled, "It's over, it's over, it's over." Sixth cultivator of true virtue felt that leaving Song Shuhang alone for the time being so that he could calm down was the best choice. Thereupon, she cautiously covered the golden coffin once again. But right at this time, she got a glimpse of the conversation Song Shuhang was having with Medicine Master. They were talking about the formula of a medicinal bath that could allow Song Shuhang to strengthen his constitution. Is that one of the last formulas that Medicine Master came up with? It seems a rather economical and practical formula. Unfortunately, it's only suitable for low-level cultivators. Isn't that a pretty good topic to divert his attention? Thereupon, sixth cultivator of true virtue said, "Little friend Shuhang, do you want the raw materials needed for the formula of the medicinal bath?" Song Shuhang raised his head and nodded, saying, "Yes." Sixth cultivator of true virtue made some calculations and said, "I have all the raw materials needed for the formula of the medicinal bath stored in this place." I can sell them to you at the purchase price. According to my calculations, you need 7 spirit stones of the 3rd stage to buy enough raw materials to bathe in the medicinal liquid once. Are you interested? Sure. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand and took out a spirit stone of the 4th stage from his pocket. 6th Cultivator of True Virtue received the spirit stone of the 4th stage and returned Song Shuhang 3 spirit stones of the 3rd stage. After taking the 3 spirit stones of the 3rd stage, Song Shuhang opened his size-reducing purse and casually threw them inside. Then, he kept looking at his phone in a daze. 3 minutes later, 6th Cultivator of True Virtue returned and moved the lid of the golden coffin to one side. Afterward, she threw a big basin full of raw materials into the golden coffin. From the looks of it, she wanted to directly use the coffin as a bathtub, allowing Song Shuhang to bathe in there. After throwing all the raw materials into the coffin, 6th Cultivator of True Virtue said to Song Shuhang, "Fellow Daoist tyrannical saber Song 1, you should temporarily leave the superfluous things on your body to me." Song Shuhang was still in deep thoughts and his body automatically moved, passing his size-reducing purse, mobile phone, and so on to 6th Cultivator of True Virtue. After taking the items, 6th Cultivator of True Virtue shot a glance at Lady Onion who was curled up in one corner of the golden coffin. At first, she thought of grabbing the monster onion to carry her out of the coffin. But after pondering for a moment, she changed her mind. After all, it was up to her master, Song Shuhang, whether or not he wanted to move her out. There was no need for her to concern herself with this matter. Perhaps the monster onion would also get lucky and strengthen her constitution a bit. Moreover, she could take advantage of this opportunity to happily bathe together with her master. Who knew, perhaps she would obtain a favorable impression during this bathing session and make a comeback, becoming the favorite woman of her master. 6th Cultivator of True Virtue felt that Lady Onion had a pair of beautiful legs. Therefore, she had a very good impression of her. After throwing all the raw materials into the coffin, 6th Cultivator of True Virtue swiftly moved her finger and activated a magical technique. Whoosh! A big ball of water suddenly materialized and fell inside the golden coffin, submerging both Song Shuhang and Lady Onion. It's time to take the medicinal bath. It might be somewhat painful at first, but try to endure. 6th Cultivator of True Virtue said. Then, without waiting for Song Shuhang or Lady Onion to reply, she moved the lid of the golden coffin back, sealing it. At this time, the nearby 4th Cultivator of True Virtue was already ready to get into action. Just as 6th Cultivator of True Virtue sealed the coffin, it threw a small golden flask toward the golden coffin. Flames shot out of the small flask, igniting once again the firewood and gasoline that 4th Cultivator of True Virtue had placed there earlier. Flames endlessly poured out of the small flask, strengthening the power of the fire. Burn, 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 baby! Burn! Blazing flames were burning inside 4th Cultivator of True Virtue's eyes. It should be enough. According to Medicine Master's formula, Fellow Daoist tyrannical saber Song 1 should be able to thoroughly absorb the strength of the raw materials after soaking in the medicinal water for 2 hours. 6th Cultivator of True Virtue nodded satisfied. Inside the golden coffin. As the temperature increased, the medicinal power of the raw materials started to mix with the water. At this time, Song Shuhang's whole body was submerged in the water. However, the turtle-breathing technique Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue applied to his body was still active. Therefore, he didn't need to breathe. Just as he was looking at the hot bath slowly becoming turbid, Song Shuhang was reminded of the time he prepared the body-tempering liquid. Anyway, Shuhang had started to enjoy the medicinal bath wholeheartedly at this time. It was better to temporarily forget about the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group discussing the fact that he had seemingly ked a green onion. He was an innocent man and had nothing to fear. After the seniors had discussed the matter to their heart's content, he would appear and explain what was going on. The results should be much better that way. Therefore, he had no reason to be anxious. After completely relaxing, Shuhang finally noticed the effects of the medicinal bath on his body. As the water was boiling, the power of the raw materials started to automatically enter his body. Their power directly strengthened Shuhang's constitution and bones. He felt that each muscle in his body was getting stronger, and the strength they could produce was continuously increasing. Moreover, the medicinal bath and sixth cultivator of true virtue's golden coffin were perfectly complementing each other, exponentially increasing the efficacy of the raw materials. If we were to use numbers to explain the situation, we would have the following setting. If the constitution of a cultivator of the first stage that had just completed its foundation establishment was 100 points and the constitution of a cultivator of the second stage was 200 points, the level of Shuhang's current constitution was around 230 points. By lying inside the golden coffin and soaking in the medicinal bath, he could increase the strength of his constitution by 0.1 points every 3 minutes. After soaking inside the medicinal bath for 2 hours, the strength of his constitution would increase by around 4 points. This effect was comparable to him painstakingly practicing on Earth for 2 or 3 months if he didn't have any medicine pills at his disposal. According to the estimations, he wouldn't have to worry about the true qi inside his sea of qi dantian causing him problems once he had increased the strength of his constitution until reaching 240 points. This medicinal bath is really incredible. It's all thanks to Senior Medicine Master that I can enjoy it, Shuhang muttered to himself. One would obtain the best results the first time they were soaking in this medicinal bath. After each usage, the strengthening effects of the medicine on the constitution would weaken. But even if that was the case, Shuhang could easily increase the strength of his constitution and reach 250 points by soaking in the medicinal bath 6 times during the course of these 3 days. At the time, his constitution would reach the same strength as that of a cultivator of the second stage 4th Dantian realm. Just as Shuhang was happily enjoying the strengthening effects of the medicinal bath, Lady Onion, who was shrinking in the tail section of the golden coffin, suddenly screamed in fear, "Aya, what's happening? I'm melting, I'm melting, I'm melting." What? Shuhang raised his head in puzzlement. Then, he saw a very unscientific scene. Lady Onion was literally melting. It started from the legs and spread to the rest of her body. She started to melt just as though she was some kind of slime. But saying that she melted like a snow beauty under the sun was perhaps more fitting in Lady Onion's case. I'm dying, I'm dying, I'm dying for real. Lady Onion's had tears streaming down her face. The fact that she was crazily moving around and struggling only sped up the melting process. In a very short amount of time, she had already melted until the abdomen, the enlightenment stone, was faintly glistening there. If we consider the enlightenment stone as the dividing line, Lady Onion's upper part started to melt and likewise changed into liquid immediately after. Shuhang quickly got up and pounced toward Lady Onion, grabbing the enlightenment stone and trying to move it away from the water of the medicinal bath. "Hey, how come you suddenly melted?" "I don't know, either. I really don't know. Why did I suddenly melt? Am I really going to die?" Lady Onions wept copiously, looking extremely aggrieved. Shuhang shot a glance at the boiling medicinal liquid below. Was it possible that Lady Onion melting was related to the medicinal bath? He recalled to mind the scene of him preparing the body-tempering liquid the first time. If several raw materials were placed together and heated up, they would give rise to a chemical reaction and melt if they were thrown into a liquid. Is it possible that the liquid of the medicinal bath also gave rise to a chemical reaction, causing Lady Onion to melt? Just how big of a coincidence was needed to reach such a result? Anyway, is Lady Onion really going to die this way? Just as Shuhang was in deep thoughts, most of Lady Onion's body had melted. Shuhang didn't have much time to think. Therefore, he started to beat against the lid of the coffin and quickly asked, "Is your root still there? Hey, is your green onion root still there?" It was a very important matter. Even if Lady Onion's green onion shoot was cut off, she could resurrect as long as her root was still intact, continuing to live on happily. But if even her green onion root had melted, it was truly over for her. It's still there, it's still there. But I feel as if even the green onion root is about to melt. Lady Onion said anxiously. Actually, it was just her misconception that the root was also about to melt. Although it was unknown how she had taken root on the Enlightenment Stone, something like the boiling liquid of a medicinal bath had no chances of melting her root thanks to the protection of the stone. Shuhang used all his strength to beat against the lid of the golden coffin. Soon after, the lid of the golden coffin was moved to one side. Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue moved a bit closer and asked, "What's up? Is the water too hot? Yeah? What's happening?" Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue also saw the melting Lady Onion. Just as she pushed to one side the lid of the golden coffin, the remaining part of Lady Onion's body melted and fell into the boiling water of the medicinal bath. Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue. Did that monster onion die just like that? Senior Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue, help me take a look at the Enlightenment Stone. Lady Onion's root is still above it. Shuhang said anxiously. Her root is still intact. It's fine then. Just pour some water on it, and it should quickly grow back. Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue heaved a sigh of relief. After taking the Enlightenment Stone, she said, "Fellow Daoist Tyrannical Saber Song 1, keep bathing in the medicinal bath, don't waste it." Shuhang nodded and returned inside the golden coffin. Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue used the lid and covered the coffin once more. Then, she stretched out her hand and caressed the Enlightenment Stone. I can still sense the aura of life coming from it. I'm not sure if I should consider this monster onion lucky or unlucky. After saying this much, she used a healing-type magical technique that turned into a rain of light that fell upon the Enlightenment Stone, allowing Lady Onion's life aura to stabilize even further. Afterward, she got up and left the chamber tomb. When she returned, she was carrying a flower pot in her hands which she then used to accommodate the Enlightenment Stone. Maybe I should add some fertilizer as well. It should allow her to grow a little faster. Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue muttered to herself. Outside the grave of Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue, next to the meteoroid. Inside Venerable Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue's immortal boat. Li Yinzhu was soundly sleeping. The only problem was that the cold inside her body was getting stronger and stronger. At this pace, it wouldn't take long before her cold disease flared up again. After she was shot out of the grave, Yu Jiaojiao also returned to the immortal boat. Her mood was pretty good. Although she was unable to obtain Venerable Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue's inheritance, she still obtained a water-type turtle pearl that could keep her body moist, as well as a precious moonstone. She had benefited quite a lot from this trip. Soon after, Chu Chu also got out of the grave. After getting into the immortal boat, she couldn't help but shoot a glance at Venerable Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue. While signing the contract to become the Eighth Cultivator of True Virtue, she obviously came to know the secret behind the various cultivators of true virtue. Venerable Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue also looked at her and faintly smiled. Now, we only need to wait for Fellow Daoist Tyrannical Saber Song 1's return. Tyrannical Saber Song 1, PFFF, Yu Jiaojiao started to laugh. She was already aware of the origin of this Dao name, but no matter how many times she heard it, she would always start laughing when she associated it with Song Shuhang. Fellow Daoist Song 1 might take a little longer to come out. He's taking a bath, the clone of the Jade White Lion Fourth Cultivator of True Virtue said. He is taking a bath? But why the hell is he taking a bath while exploring an ancient grave? What's the connection between the two things? Venerable Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue smiled and said, "Is it a medicinal bath? As long as the formula of the medicinal bath doesn't have mistakes in it, it's one of the safest methods to strengthen one's constitution. Whether it was food or a medicinal bath, the recipe was very important. Just as he was bathing inside the medicinal liquid poured into the golden coffin, Shuhang felt the strength of the medicine becoming stronger and stronger. At this time, he had started to feel a burning pain all over his body. However, he felt that there was something wrong with this sudden burning pain he was feeling. The speed at which my constitution is strengthening has increased quite a lot. Perhaps the true effects of the medicinal bath came into play just now. Shuhang thought to himself. Previously, the strength of Shuhang's constitution was increasing by 0.1 points every 3 minutes. But at this time, it was increasing by 0.2 points every 3 minutes. In other words, the speed at which his constitution was strengthening had doubled. As expected, the formula Medicine Master created is truly incredible. After thinking this much, Shuhang submerged his whole body in the medicinal liquid. After recalling that the strength of his constitution was sharply increasing, the burning pain he was feeling all over his body had become somewhat bearable. No way, it was still unbearable. At first, it was just a burning sensation. However, not only did it not decrease in intensity as time passed by, it even got worse. While soaking in the medicinal liquid, he felt as though thousands of blades were piercing his body and slicing his skin, tearing his whole person apart. Painful, 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 ouch, ouch, ouch. Shuhang rolled in pain within the golden coffin. The pain had reached extreme levels and was almost comparable to when he experienced Chu Chu's life and suffered that deathly hug back then. Luckily, the stronger the pain, the higher the speed at which his constitution was strengthening. Just as Shuhang was feeling as though someone was cutting his skin with a blade, the strength of his constitution was increasing by 0.3 points every 3 minutes. The boiling medicinal liquid within the golden coffin had unknowingly changed to deep green. Moreover, it had started to shine and was now illuminating the inside of the golden coffin. Outside the coffin, the intensity of the fire was still as strong as before. Inside the coffin, the aroma of the medicinal liquid had gotten even stronger. Even if he wasn't breathing, a weak scent penetrated inside Shuhang's nose. The aroma that was permeating the whole coffin was enough to make one salivate. It was very similar to the aroma of lamb with fried green onions. Wait a moment, the aroma of green onion? Is it possible that these changes are related to Lady Onion? Her whole body melted and mixed in the boiling medicinal liquid along with the other raw materials. A several hundred-years-old onion spirit was suddenly added to Senior Medicine Master's medicinal bath formula. Did the medicinal bath undergo a mutation as a consequence? Yeah, it's very likely that this is what happened. It won't give rise to side effects, right? Shuhang was somewhat worried. However, he didn't detect any other problem aside from the unbearable pain for now. In the meantime, his constitution was getting stronger and stronger. Shuhang was planning to keep going and see how things went. If something unexpected happened, he would immediately call for Senior 6th Cultivator of True Virtue who was outside. Just as Shuhang was in deep thoughts, the medicinal liquid inside the golden coffin underwent another change. The color of the deep green medicinal liquid slowly started to shift toward a golden green. Moreover, the illusory picture of a green onion shoot appeared within the mist in the coffin. The green onion shoot was swaying from side to side and looked very graceful. Slowly, the illusory picture of the green onion shoot became clearer, just as though it was changing into a real entity. After materializing to a certain degree, the green onion shoot slowly floated toward Shuhang, stopping at an arm's length from him. Shuhang noticed the illusory green onion shoot thanks to the light the medicinal liquid was emitting. Now, it's pretty much confirmed that the changes happening in the medicinal liquid are related to Lady Onion. Shuhang stretched out his hand and tried to touch the illusory green onion shoot. However, the green onion shoot wasn't truly a real entity, and Song Shuhang's fingers directly passed through it without being able to touch it. Although he was unable to touch the illusory green onion shoot, all the pain he was feeling disappeared in the instant the green onion shoot appeared. The unbearable pain of having one's body cut to pieces had disappeared just like that. Soon after followed the pleasant feeling of the medicinal liquid washing his body away. On the other hand, the speed at which the strength of his constitution was increasing was as fast as before. At this time, the strength of his constitution was increasing by 0.1 points every minute. Did I finally get past the pain phase? Perhaps because he was extremely tired after experiencing and resisting that sharp pain, Song Shuhang unknowingly fell into a half-asleep state as soon as the pain disappeared and the pleasant feeling of the medicinal liquid took its place. He lay still, without moving in the slightest, allowing the medicinal liquid to wash his body. At the same time, his consciousness slowly started to lose contact with the outside world. 1 hour and 55 minutes later, it was time for the medicinal bath to come to an end. Song Shuhang, who was still in a half-asleep state, finally regained his senses. At this time, the color of the medicinal liquid inside the golden coffin had become dark green. The reason for this was that Song Shuhang's body had already absorbed the strength of the raw materials inside. If one were to use numbers to quantify the changes, the strength of Song Shuhang's constitution had increased by 13 points during these 2 hours. Originally, the strength of his constitution was around 230 points, 232 to be precise. After adding the 13 points he gained just now, it finally reached 245 points. Now that his constitution had been strengthened enough, the true qi inside his sea of qi dantian was calm once more. Although Song Shuhang was still a cultivator of the second stage second dantian, dragon tail dantian, realm, he was already comparable to a cultivator of the second stage fourth dantian, dragon body dantian, realm if one took in consideration only the amount of true qi. Of course, the reasons for this were Venerable White's qi storage expanding technique, and all those small incidents that made his true qi increase suddenly. The pain between his eyebrows caused by the excessive amount of mental energy had likewise almost disappeared. My constitution strengthened a lot all of a sudden. Such being the case, I might be able to break through to the third dantian, the dragon claw dantian, after nourishing the true qi inside my sea of qi dantian a few more times. Now that his constitution wasn't holding him back anymore, it was better to open a new dantian so as to avoid the true qi suddenly bursting his currently open dantians. The higher the number of open dantians, the higher the quantity of true qi the body could accommodate. This time, I should really thank Lady Onion, right? However, she might not want my gratitude. After all, her whole body melted inside the medicinal liquid. It's almost time to get out of the medicinal liquid. Song Shuhang slowly sat up and borrowed the radiance the medicinal bath was emitting to shoot a glance at the illusory green onion shoot in the mist. The illusory picture of the green onion shoot hasn't disappeared yet? Is it possible that I have yet to completely absorb the medicinal power Lady Onion's body left behind? At this time, the ghost spirit in Song Shuhang's heart aperture transmitted to him a thought. Song Shuhang was somewhat dumbfounded. Soon after, he replied, "Fine." In the next moment, a mini Song Shuhang drilled out of the heart aperture, heading toward the illusory picture of the green onion shoot. Afterward, it opened its mouth and gobbled up the illusory green onion shoot. After eating it, the ghost spirit returned to Song Shuhang's body, perfectly satisfied. Song Shuhang touched his body all over. However, it didn't seem that eating the illusory green onion shoot had caused any harm to his body. Screech! Right at this time, sixth cultivator of true virtue pushed to one side the lid of the golden coffin. Her golden eyes looked at Song Shuhang who was inside the golden coffin. "Bath time is over. You can come out, fellow Daoist Song 1. This medicinal liquid smells really good. It reminds me of those shallot pancakes that I haven't had in a long time," fourth cultivator of true virtue suddenly said. Sixth cultivator of true virtue held her fair chin and said earnestly, "Which one sounds better, Shallot Song 1 or Shallot Song Shuhang?" Song Shuhang. In the next moment, Song Shuhang propped his body up while inside the golden coffin and lightly jumped. Bang! His head immediately bumped against the ceiling of the chamber tomb, leaving behind a small hole. Luckily, the ceiling of the ancient grave was quickly restored to its original state thanks to the various formations inside the grave. The strength of my constitution sharply increased all of a sudden. As a consequence, I can't control the strength of my muscles properly, Song Shuhang said as he rubbed his head. However, it wasn't really a big deal. Since the day he had started cultivating up until now, he had experienced several sudden power-ups, and he could easily adapt to them as long as he was given enough time. Song Shuhang safely landed on the ground. Then, fourth cultivator of true virtue gently stretched its paw toward Song Shuhang and poked him. Immediately after, a clothing-cleansing magical technique fell onto Song Shuhang's body, drying his wet clothes. "Thank you, senior fourth cultivator of true virtue," Song Shuhang said gratefully. "You're welcome. Now that your clothes are dry, the smell of green onion emanating from your body is even stronger." "What a good scent," the jade white lion fourth cultivator of true virtue said while licking its lips. F***CK. Fourth cultivator of true virtue isn't planning to eat me, right? Song Shuhang got a scare. Fellow Daoist Song 1, here is your mobile phone and size-reducing purse, as well your onion spirit. Miss Sixth cultivator of true virtue returned Song Shuhang all his items. At first, she was thinking of performing a divination for Lady Onion to see if there was any fate between her and the position of eighth cultivator of true virtue. However, Lady Onion's whole body had melted, and there wasn't any face, hand, or foot left to get info to perform the divination. She could only wait and see if there was an opportunity the next time. Song Shuhang asked, "Is Lady Onion all right?" Sixth cultivator of true virtue passed the flower pot with Lady Onion inside to Song Shuhang and said, "She should be fine. Her green onion root is still intact. Therefore, it's only a matter of time before her body reverts to its original state. However, there might be a small problem." Song Shuhang asked, "What kind of problem?" Sixth cultivator of true virtue replied, "If you try to sense it carefully, you'll notice that there is no monster chi on the root of the onion spirit anymore." Song Shuhang could reluctantly operate his mental energy at this time. After he used it to sense Lady Onion's condition, he indeed noticed that there wasn't any monster chi left on the root on the enlightenment stone. He remembered that Lady Onion's monster chi was very powerful. After all, she was a monster that had lived for several hundred years. Although she had no idea how to use her monster chi, she could at least use it to intimidate her opponents. The first time they met, she almost scared Song Shuhang to death by using her monster chi. At this time, there wasn't even the tiniest bit of monster chi left on her body. It wasn't that it had disappeared just on the surface, on the contrary, all the monster chi inside Lady Onion's body had been eliminated. Can she still be considered a monster? Song Shuhang asked. Had she suddenly turned into a monster with no monster chi? Sixth cultivator of true virtue pondered for a moment and replied, "She should still be a monster. After all, monster chi is just a type of energy that monsters can use. A car without gasoline is still a car, after all." "That's also true," Song Shuhang said. The only problematic thing is that the car might not use gasoline in the future anymore, and use cooking oil instead," Sixth cultivator of true virtue added immediately after. Song Shuhang. What does she mean by, "and use cooking oil instead"? Is it possible that Lady Onion won't use monster chi from now, and use another type of energy instead? Sometimes, the wheel of destiny would turn and bring one to unexpected places. The fact that Lady Onion wouldn't use gasoline to fight anymore and use cooking oil instead was something completely unexpected. It should be still okay. Although Lady Onion can't use her monster chi anymore, she still has that impressive Buddhist cultivation technique she used the first time she met me. If possible, I should get my hands on another cultivation technique that is more suitable for Lady Onion and give it to her. Since bath time is over, follow me. 7th Cultivator of True Virtue and the others have been waiting for you for a very long time. The Jade White Lion 4th Cultivator of True Virtue gently jumped and took the lead, showing the way to Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang nodded and said, "All right." Before leaving, he recalled another matter and asked, "Senior 6th Cultivator of True Virtue, can you sell me a few sets of the raw materials needed for the medicinal bath?" "Sure. Most of them are low-level raw materials. I have many of them in stock. Each medicinal bath will cost you 7 spirit stones of the 3rd stage," Miss 6th Cultivator of True Virtue said. Song Shuhang replied, "In that case, can you give me 10 sets of medicinal materials?" At this time, Song Shuhang had with him 9 spirit stones of the 4th stage and 3 spirit stones of the 3rd stage. However, one of the spirit stones of the 4th stage was already half used. Therefore, he decided to leave behind a spirit stone of the 4th stage in case there was an emergency and use the remaining 7 to get 10 sets of raw materials. As for the spirit stones he owed Venerable White, he would keep owing them. But there was bound to be a day where he would return them. If possible, Song Shuhang wanted to buy as many sets of raw materials as possible. If he were to miss this chance to buy them, he would hardly get another opportunity to buy them at a good price. After getting the 10 sets of raw materials for the medicinal bath, Song Shuhang followed the Jade White Lion 4th Cultivator of True Virtue and left the grave of 6th Cultivator of True Virtue, returning to the immortal boat. Soon after, the immortal boat carried the group of people and headed toward the moon. After they left, the grave of Venerable 6th Cultivator of True Virtue concealed itself and disappeared without leaving any traces. It was a special type of ancient grave that could move around. Unless Miss 6th Cultivator of True Virtue wanted to, one could chance upon the grave only by luck. Little friend Shuhang also signed the contract. Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue asked with a smile while sitting next to the window of the immortal boat, looking at the starry sky outside. "Yes." Song Shuhang nodded and said, "However, Senior 6th Cultivator of True Virtue said that the results of the divination were quite strange in my case. There shouldn't be much fate between me and the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber. My name is probably there only to make up the numbers." Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue faintly smiled and said, "Hee, fate can't be quantified. You either have it or not." The immortal boat flew in space for around 10 minutes before slowing down. Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue suddenly said, "Little friend Shuhang, it's time for us to say goodbye. Wait for me to uncover the secrets of the gourd, I'll contact you again later." "It's time to say goodbye? Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, are you going somewhere?" Song Shuhang asked out of curiosity. "Yes, I'm returning to my immortal cave." "The ones that are leaving are you and the others, little friend Shuhang. The other day, Fellow Daoist White especially got online and chatted with me for a while. He said that I was supposed to throw you into space and let you float there after you were done exploring the grave of Venerable 6th Cultivator of True Virtue." Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue straightened up his finger and said, "Fellow Daoist White said that this trip to space is a type of training for little friend Shuhang." Song Shuhang. "In that case, you should get ready to leave, little friend Shuhang. I've already prepared everything you needed. For example, your space capsule and spacesuit," Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue said with a smile. Song Shuhang. "Shuhang, good luck." Yu Jiaojiao smiled and patted Song Shuhang, saying, "I won't be able to accompany you any further on this trip. I have to return to Earth first." "Iya? Jiaojiao, you are abandoning us just like that?" Song Shuhang called out. Yu Jiaojiao said, Hehe, I already have the moonstone. Therefore, I don't really need to stay on the moon to practice. Moreover, I told you about that guy writing interesting novels the last time, do you remember? Oh, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten about it. Song Shuhang was finally clear as to what was going on. Earlier, he had promised Senior White that they would shoot a movie together. Song Shuhang was thinking of shooting a short movie with everything done on a small scale, enough for his self-enjoyment then. He would have Papa Song show it during the celebration for the new year when all close relatives and friends were gathered together. With that, everyone would be able to happily enjoy it. Yesterday, I determined that the author got online from home. Therefore, I want to make a trip to Earth to catch him and put him into a small black room, Yu Jiaojiao said with a smile. Therefore, Yu Jiaojiao abandoned Song Shuhang and the others and returned to Earth all alone with the intention of catching that cute little author. Afterward, Song Shuhang, Chu Chu, and Li Yinzhu were catapulted out of the immortal boat and thrown into the vast and boundless space. Yes, they were literally catapulted out. A little while ago, Chu Chu and Li Yinzhu entered the small space capsule. As for Song Shuhang, he wore the cumbersome spacesuit and chained himself to the space capsule, ready to get out of the immortal boat. But right at that time, Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue kindly asked, "Are you guys ready to set out?" Song Shuhang replied, "Yes, we are ready." Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue continued, "Do you guys want some help?" Song Shuhang replied, "Some help? Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue wants to send us off." "Sure." Afterward, Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue squeezed them into what resembled a gun barrel and fired them out of the immortal boat with a large boom, literally catapulting them out. It was truly an explosive help. "Senior 7th Cultivator of True Virtue, why you do this?" Song Shuhang called out in panic. Was it that difficult to send him out of the immortal boat with normal means? The immortal boat obviously had a door. Have a nice trip. One could still see Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue silhouette standing in front the window of the immortal boat waving at them, seemingly reluctant to part ways with them. Just like that, Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue had catapulted Song Shuhang and the others out of the immortal boat, sending them toward an unknown destination. At this time, they weren't on Earth but in the vast and boundless space. Song Shuhang didn't have one of those universal navigation systems created with black technology. Therefore, he had no idea where he was at this time. While floating in the vast space, Song Shuhang said softly, "Is this Senior White's training?" At first, he thought that Venerable White had sent him into space as a punishment for not placing amongst the first 10 in the hand-guided tractor competition. But now, it seemed that Senior White had arranged something in space so that he could practice. At this time, inside Song Shuhang's size-reducing purse. Since he was violently catapulted out of the immortal boat, the 3 spirit stones of the 3rd stage that Song Shuhang had received after his transaction with Miss 6th Cultivator of True Virtue came in contact with the exquisite human puppet. Just as before, in the instant the 3 spirit stones of the 3rd stage came in contact with the human puppet, they were absorbed within its body without leaving traces behind. Song Shuhang was going to discover something horrifying the next time he would open his size-reducing purse. His spirit stones were gone. Wenzhou City, Beijing Street, Song Shuhang's house. Today, a new person moved into Song Shuhang's neighborhood. After the original owner of the house, and he and her family, received a large and unrefusable sum of money, they moved out and transferred the ownership of the house and furniture to the new owner. Joseph Guy Maupassant checked out his new home, perfectly satisfied. It was a 200 square meters apartment, and the previous owner, and he, was obsessed with cleanliness. Therefore, the place was very clean. It's truly a good place. Joseph sighed with emotion. Right beside him, his daughter, Ji Shuangxue, had a depressed expression on her face. When she heard that her father suddenly wanted to buy a house in China, she thought that he would buy one in Jiangnan's area since she studied at Jiangnan University. But little did she expect that her father would buy a house so far away from Jiangnan's area. The house was located in Wenzhou City. Has my father gone mad? Joseph's wife had likewise no idea what her husband's plans were. Since we are here, we better prepare a small gift and go to meet our new neighbors. Joseph was beaming with joy. New neighbors? Ji Shuangxue asked in puzzlement. Which new neighbors? My teacher's family, Joseph said with a smile. Teacher? Ji Shuangxue immediately had a bad premonition. Is it the family of fellow student Song Shuhang? Ahaha. Joseph laughed out loud, seemingly very satisfied. Even someone as gentle as Ji Shuangxue was about to lose her temper at this time. It's an opportunity that I obtained with great difficulty, Joseph said complacently. He vaguely remembered that he had once mentioned to his teacher, Song Shuhang, that he would move closer to his place, and his teacher had accepted his request, but there was a small problem. No matter how much he tried to recall it, he just couldn't remember when and where he had mentioned to his teacher that he would move next to him. Although the memories of the visitors were completely wiped out before they left the mysterious island, there were some deep impressions that would stay behind in their consciousness even after the memories were wiped out. It was precisely what had happened in Joseph's case. Anyway, regardless of where and when he had brought up this matter with his teacher, he was already Song Shuhang's neighbor at this time. From now on, he could ask his teacher to guide him in the learning process of the peerless martial technique whenever he wanted. Then, the delighted Joseph, the confused wife, and the depressed Ji Shuangxue arrived in front of Song Shuhang's house to pay a visit. Just as Joseph and his family arrived there to visit Song Shuhang's house, there was already another guest inside, Daoist priest Cloudy Mist. Daoist priest Cloudy Mist had visited Song Shuhang's house quite a lot recently, and he had become a close friend of Mama Song and Papa Song. As you might remember, Papa Song was preparing to open a fitness equipment manufacturing company with two of his friends in the near future. At first, he was thinking of waiting for Song Shuhang to graduate so as to avoid influencing his studies. Then, he would resign from his job at the State Grid Corporation of China without worries and open the company together with his companions since he didn't have too much experience in the matter. However, their plan couldn't keep up with the changes that were happening. This year, they chanced upon a very good opportunity. There was a fitness equipment manufacturing company here in Wenzhou City, and since the owner urgently needed money to treat his illness, he decided to sell the whole plant, as well as the equipment inside. If they could get their hands on the plant, Papa Song and his two friends would save a lot of time. In the living room, Daoist priest Cloudy Mist and Papa Song were discussing the matter about the fitness equipment. Although Daoist priest Cloudy Mist had heard about this modern fitness equipment just recently, he was still a fifth-stage golden core cultivator. The ideas and concepts that Daoist priest Cloudy Mist put forward while discussing the subject really enlightened Papa Song. Therefore, Papa Song's favorable impression of Daoist priest Cloudy Mist increased even further. Daoist priest Cloudy Mist took a sip of the spirit green tea and faintly sighed, taking out his mobile phone. Daoist priest Cloudy Mist had already abandoned the instant messaging program he was using while imprisoned by True Monarch Yellow Mountain. Now, he was using another instant messaging app for mobile phones with even more features. It was Papa Song that told him about this app. According to what he said, more than 60% of the people in China were using this instant messaging app. Daoist priest Cloudy Mist unlocked his phone and published a message on his wall. Title: I have been visiting the house of a little friend quite a lot lately. At first, I was thinking of getting a little bit of an advantage from him, but that little friend doesn't ever seem to be at home. I'm very sad. A few days ago, the little friend finally returned home, but I still managed to miss the opportunity to see him. It's a rather worrisome matter. I hope this little friend quickly returns home. I'm mentally exhausted right now. Attachments: Daoist priest Cloudy Mist's 2 selfies. However, the number of like was very low, and the number of friends was likewise low. After all, it wasn't the selfie of a cute girl. Therefore, not many people looked at it. This development made Daoist priest Cloudy Mist miss that instant messaging program he used back then while suppressed in Yellow Mountain Seal. No matter what kind of news he published back then, hundreds of people would pop out to leave comments and like his posts. Daoist priest Cloudy Mist really liked the feeling of so many people supporting him. Unfortunately, I can't use that instant messaging program again. Daoist priest Cloudy Mist sighed with emotion. He had realized that there was something wrong with that program. It was very likely that true monarch Yellow Mountain had tampered with it and that everything happening was part of his scheme. Therefore, Daoist priest Cloudy Mist made up his mind and decided to change the instant messaging program he was using. However, he was unable to quickly add new friends in this new instant messaging program, and the number of likes and comments was very low. It almost made Daoist priest Cloudy Mist feel as though he was playing a single-player game. Joseph's family of 3 arrived in front of Song Shuhang's house and rang the doorbell. After hearing the doorbell, Mama Song headed toward the door to see who had come to their house. Just as she opened the door, she saw a foreign man with blonde hair and blue eyes standing at the entrance with a foolish smile on his face. Next to the man was a Chinese woman with an embarrassed smile on her face. Behind them was a mixed girl with blonde hair. Mama Song asked, "Hello, might I know who you are?" The foreigner man opened his mouth and said, "Hello. Excuse me, is this Teacher Song?" But just as he was halfway through his speech, the mixed girl in the back quickly said, "Hello, Auntie. Is this fellow student Song Shuhang's house?" Mama Song blinked her eyes and said, Yes. We just moved here and heard that fellow student Song Shuhang's house was also in the area. Therefore, we decided to drop for a visit," the mixed girl said very politely. At the same time, the foreigner stretched out his hand and passed a big gift to Mama Song, saying, "It's just a small gift as a token of appreciation." The spoken Chinese of the foreigner wasn't half bad. Mama Song kept blinking her eyes. Were these people also Song Shuhang's friends? Soon after, she revealed a radiant smile and welcomed the 3 guests inside the house. "Please, come in. It's enough that you've come, what need there was to bring a gift?" Sigh. Why are people so courteous nowadays? After getting into the house, Joseph impatiently asked, "What about Teacher Song?" However, Ji Shuangxue stole the limelight before he could finish his sentence and said, "Auntie, is fellow student Song Shuhang at home?" Mama Song felt that both the father and the daughter were rather amusing. She replied, "In the past few days, Shuhang went on a trip with someone. He said that he would return after 1 month. Did you need something from him? I can give him a call and get in contact with him if necessary." Anyway, would Song Shuhang really receive the call if Mama Song was to call him from Earth? Moreover, what kind of phone bill would be charged if the call went through? It's fine. There is no need to call him, Auntie," Ji Shuangxue said with a smile. It was truly a wonderful news that Song Shuhang would return after a month. At that time, their university would have started already. On the other hand, Joseph's expression was one of disappointment. However, the disappointed look on Joseph's face didn't last for long, because he remembered about a certain matter. His teacher, Song Shuhang, once told him that the peerless martial technique he practiced was passed down from generation to generation. Since the technique was passed down from generation to generation, one amongst his father and mother should be an expert in the usage of the technique. According to China's tradition of passing down secret kung fu's techniques, it was very likely that teacher Song Shuhang's father was the expert in question. Such being the case, he could simply ask Papa Song to give him pointers about the peerless martial technique. After all, he was still Song Shuhang's disciple, wasn't he? After thinking up to this point, Joseph's passion for Chinese kung fu was set ablaze once again. If not for the fact that there was a stranger in the living room, Daoist priest Cloudy Mist, perhaps Joseph would have rushed in there and performed one set of the technique in front of Papa Song, asking him to give him a pointer or two. Just as Joseph's family was visiting Song Shuhang's house. Not far from Song Shuhang's place, two figures stealthily approached. "Is that house ahead stressed by a mountain of books residents?" one of the black-robed figures said in a low voice. This information directly comes from senior brother young Master Hai. "There is no mistake," the other black-robed figure said. At the same time, an excited expression flashed through his eyes. "If we can take the family members of that stressed by a mountain of books as hostages, we can bargain with him and Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue and have them release the kidnapped peak leaders of our limitless demon sect. It would be a great achievement on our part. Perhaps we can get the soul-devouring demonic gourd too during the process." The eyes of the black-robed man number 1 shone. "At that time, we would surely receive a big reward from the sect. Maybe this is our opportunity to advance to the 5th stage spiritual emperor and become peak leaders," the black-robed man number 2 said excitedly. These two black-robed men were the same two disciples of the limitless demon sect that Song Shuhang met just as he got into space. Back then, they thought of catching Song Shuhang and handing him over to senior brother young Master Hai to curry favor with him. But they didn't expect to meet that group of cultivators demanding their pay and have all their belongings stolen. Soon after, the black-robed man number 1 and the black-robed man number 2 started to observe Song Shuhang's house, trying to confirm the situation. That middle-aged married couple was very likely the parents of that stressed by a mountain of books. On the other hand, the foreign man, his wife, and the mixed daughter were either relatives or guests. They might kidnap them as well while they were at it. They might get some extra spirit stones from it. Lastly, there was another very common man inside the house. He was probably just another guest. Daoist priest Cloudy Mist hadn't used medicinal pills to boost his cultivation. He was a golden core spiritual emperor that had relied on his strength alone to condense his golden core and break through while suppressed by the 5 fingers mountain ceiling technique. As a result, his foundation was incredibly solid. Therefore, the two disciples of the limitless demon sect were completely unable to detect the level of his cultivation while Daoist priest Cloudy Mist was hiding his strength and ended up treating him as an ordinary guest. The two disciples of the limitless demon sect slowly approached Song Shuhang's house. Just as the disciples of the limitless demon sect were slowly approaching Song Shuhang's house, a figure hiding on a nearby tree happily smiled. The figure quietly took out its phone and sent a message. "I discovered 2 suspicious figures approaching Fellow Daoist Tyrannical Saber's house. I have confirmed that they are disciples of the limitless demon sect, and their strength is at the 4th stage innate realm. I request the permission to get into action and catch them. Report over." The message was sent to a certain Su Clan 7. Very soon, Su Clan 7 replied, "Permission to get into action and catch them granted. 5th Squad, get into action and don't leave behind any traces." Su Clan 7 was very happy. Since the day Song Shuhang took the blood god crystal from young Master Hai's hands, ruining part of his perfect plan, 7 was sure that the latter would surely take action against Song Shuhang. Therefore, he assigned a permanent duty to the Wenzhou City branch of the Spirit River Su clan. The duty consisted in watching over little friend Song Shuhang's house. If they could catch the members of the limitless demon sect plotting against Shuhang, they would receive a reward from 7. At first, given young Master Hai's meticulous nature, 7 thought that he would obtain results only after several years. But little did he expect that he would get good news only 1 month after the duty was issued. Jiangning area, inside Gao Mumu's house. Gao Mumu felt somewhat restless today. He felt a cold feeling all over his body just as he was writing the chapter. "Did I catch a cold today?" Gao Mumu muttered to himself. Inside Song Shuhang's house. In the living room, Daoist priest Cloudy Mist, who was currently chatting and drinking tea with Papa Song, slightly raised his head and looked outside. Is this the aura of two cultivators of the fourth stage? Why are they approaching this place? Daoist priest Cloudy Mist thought to himself and frowned. Is it possible that they came here for the Enlightenment Stone? Little friend Song Shuhang should be well aware of how precious the Enlightenment Stone is. Moreover, there was also that powerful senior together with him to advise him. Therefore, he shouldn't have been stupid enough to tell others about the Enlightenment Stone, right? If not for the Enlightenment Stone, why are those two cultivators of the fourth stage innate realm secretly approaching this place? They had better not come here for the Enlightenment Stone, otherwise. Well, there is no otherwise actually. The Enlightenment Stone isn't even here. But right at this time, the situation outside changed once again. Just as the black-robed man number 1 and the black-robed man number 2 were secretly approaching Song Shuhang's house, the former felt everything before his eyes going black and fell to the ground with a thump. Did someone sneak attack him? The black-robed man number 2 immediately became extremely cautious. A cultivator of the fourth stage realm wouldn't casually trip and fall unless distracted. Since his companion was surely not distracted, he was sneak-attacked by someone. Before they came here, young Master Hai repeatedly reminded them to be very careful while approaching the house of that stressed by a mountain of books. The reason was that there might be a powerful cultivator hiding in the surroundings. Therefore, the black-robed man number 1 and the black-robed man number 2 had both been extremely careful while coming here. But they didn't expect that someone would still manage to ambush them. At this time, the black-robed man number 2 was scared out of his wits. The people hidden in the dark seemed rather familiar with their style, or to be more precise, with the style of the limitless demon sect. They knew about the patterns they used to move, the characteristics of their cultivation techniques, their weaknesses, and even how to perform fatal attacks against them by exploiting their flaws. It felt as though they were fighting against their natural enemy. The black-robed man number 2 was very vigilant as he cautiously approached his companion, trying to see if he could wake him up. But just as the black-robed man number 2 was cautiously moving toward his companion, a glittering, thin metallic object suddenly attacked him from a dead angle, hitting the back of his head. The black-robed man number 2 immediately lost consciousness, just like his companion. Soon after, the 5 members of the Spirit River Sioux clan showed themselves. Amongst them, one was holding a blowpipe. It was the person that had knocked out the black-robed man number 1. Afterward, another person stretched out its hands and summoned back the metallic object. These 2 cultivators weren't part of the 5th squad that Sioux Clan 7 had appointed, they were members of the hunting squad specially trained by the Spirit River Sioux clan. They specialized in tracking and hunting the enemies of the Spirit River Sioux clan. These 2 members of the hunting squad knew the basic techniques of the limitless demon sect like the palms of their hands. Therefore, it wasn't exaggerated to say that they were the natural enemies of the ordinary disciples of the limitless demon sect. However, they hadn't come to this place to carry out Seven's mission. After all, such a small task wasn't even worth their time. The fact that they appeared in this place was a mere coincidence. After completing a mission yesterday, the members of the hunting squad were heading back to the Spirit River Sioux clan. On their way back, they just happened to pass through Wenzhou City. As coincidence would have it, they were friends with the members of the 5th squad, and decided to stop over to talk about the old times. Afterward, they decided to give them a hand as they heard that the members of the 5th squad had to catch 2 disciples of the limitless demon sect. After they got into action, it wasn't any different than professional players bullying newbies. Those 2 disciples of the limitless demon sect probably didn't read their horoscope carefully while leaving home, because their luck was simply awful. They met that group of cultivators demanding their pay while in space and the members of the hunting squad of the Spirit River Sioux clan while on Earth. It was truly a heartbreaking turn of events. The 3 members of the 5th squad faintly smiled and stepped forward, getting ready to tie up the 2 disciples of the limitless demon sect. The mission is complete. We'll invite you guys for a drink as soon as Brother 7 issues the reward, the 3 members of the 5th squad said with a smile. But just as they were laughing, the bodies of the tied-up disciples of the limitless demon sect turned into blood mist that scattered in all directions. The eyes of the 2 members of the hunting squad lit up as they exclaimed, "The menstruation evasion technique." The 3 members of the 5th squad simultaneously shouted, "The blood evasion technique." The blood evasion technique was also known as the menstruation evasion technique. The analogy seemed really fitting. The blood evasion technique was a rather tricky and wondrous technique. Just as the technique was used, the user would turn into a mass of bloody mist and scatter in all directions, fleeing from their original position. Finally, the blood mist would converge in one place, and the user would assume their original shape once more. Even if part of the blood mist was destroyed, the user would at most receive some wounds that would recover in a few days. If one was lucky, even part of the valuable items they were carrying with them would be engulfed in the blood mist and carried away. Once the blood evasion technique was practiced to perfection, the user would be able to survive and return to its previous state as long as a little wisp of blood mist managed to get away. The received injuries would recover in a few years, and the user would restore their strength without problems. It was precisely for this reason that the blood evasion technique was known as a technique that could allow one to get away even from a 6th-stage true monarch. After hearing this much, the technique seemed rather incredible, right? Yes, it was indeed incredible, and even the 2 members of the hunting squad were unable to block it. As soon as the blood evasion technique activated, the black-robed man number 1 and the black-robed man number 2 were safe and no longer in danger. But even if they couldn't block the blood evasion technique, the 2 members of the hunting squad knew how to deal with it and obtain some advantages from it. In the next moment, the members of the hunting squad stretched out their hands, quickly catching several wisps of blood mist and sealing them inside a special bottle. Losing a portion of the blood mist wasn't enough to prevent the 2 disciples of the limitless demon sect from escaping. However, after the 2 black-robed disciples of the limitless demon sect had gotten away and returned to their human form, the blood mist sealed inside the bottle would also assume its original shape. Part of the wisps of blood mist would turn into the treasures the black-robed man number 1 and the black-robed man number 2 were carrying with them. However, the majority of the blood mist would transform into pure energy in the shape of blood-red crystals. One couldn't directly absorb the energy within the blood-red crystals as they could do with spirit stones. Nevertheless, it was possible to put them inside puppets and formations, effectively replacing spirit stones. In addition, there was a chance that the blood mist would turn into silver-colored blood. The silver blood was the condensed form of the mental energy of the user of the blood evasion technique. A part of the person's memories would be concealed within the silver blood. The reason the members of the Spirit River Sioux clan wanted to capture the 2 disciples of the Limitless Demon sect was to interrogate them to get additional information about the Limitless Demon sect from their mouths. If the blood mist were to turn into silver blood, their mission would be considered as complete. The blood mist scattered in all directions, quickly disappearing. But the 2 members of the hunting squad of the Spirit River Sioux clan had managed to catch a large amount of the mass of bloody mist. In the meantime, in the Limitless Demon sect, beneath the Nine-Eyed Kama Hall, on the 69th peak, the Maharaga Peak. On the edge of the cliff shrouded in mist, young Master Hai's puppet clone slowly stood up. There were 2 talismans before him. But right at this time, both talismans suddenly burned to ashes. The talismans of the blood evasion technique the 2 junior brothers had with them suddenly activated, young Master Hai's puppet said while swaying amidst the wind. The talismans with the blood evasion technique the 2 disciples of the Limitless Demon sect had with them were something that young Master Hai had gifted them. After all, it was very likely that a powerful expert was hiding in the house of that, stressed by a mountain of books. Therefore, young Master Hai couldn't casually send 2 cultivators of the 4th stage there to die. Demon Monarch Anji's soul clone appeared and said, "It means that someone is still secretly protecting stressed by a mountain of books." Just as we expected. Young Master Hai said with a nod. The two junior brothers were used as pawns to probe into the situation. At this time, a purple bamboo drilled out from one side. The purple bamboo was Immortal Farming Sect's Zhengning's clone. I have some news. After the conclusion of the hand-guided tractor competition, stressed by a mountain of books exchanged the blood god crystal with another cultivator called Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman. This matter was hardly a secret. On the contrary, Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman himself had decided to make it public to help Song Shuhang. The meaning was, "Do you want the blood god crystal? Come and look for me." Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman? What is his cultivation level? Demon Monarch Anji asked. The purple bamboo replied, "He is currently at the peak of the 4th stage realm and should be about to break through to the 5th stage realm." He is only at the 4th stage realm? Such being the case, shouldn't we send someone to steal the blood god crystal from him? Even if we already have the blood sea jade, getting an extra blood god crystal should help us increase the chances of getting a good number of dragon patterns on our golden cores, Demon Monarch Anji said. But right at this time, young Master Hai's puppet clone gently shook his head and said, "If the Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman you mentioned is that Grandmaster specialized in manufacturing talismans, we can't make a move against him." Why? Demon Monarch Anji asked out of curiosity. Even if I dared to provoke the Spirit River Sioux clan, I absolutely don't dare to provoke the influence behind Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman. I like to take on dangerous challenges, but I don't like to take on challenges where I'm bound to die for sure, young Master Hai's puppet said with a smile. There weren't many people that knew about the influence behind Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman. But all the people that knew about it were unwilling to have it as an enemy. Demon Monarch Anji said disgruntledly, "In that case, are we supposed to let go of the blood god crystal? It's the only option for the time being, since the blood god crystal isn't stressed by a mountain of books possession anymore, we don't need to pay him as much as attention as before," young Master Hai said. As for the grudge with Song Shuhang, they would postpone it until after they had broken through the 5th stage and consolidated their realm. This matter wasn't going to end just like that. "Alright, there seems to be no other alternative for now," Zhengning said with a sigh. Soon after, he used the secret sound transmission and said, "Right. Did you manage to obtain information about the plan of the hall leader to save the captured 8 peak leaders? According to their own plan, it was better if only half of the peak leaders returned to the sect. With that, the 3 of them would have the opportunity to replace the missing ones and take over their already built peaks, allowing them to increase their status within the limitless demon sect in a very short amount of time." Young Master Hai faintly smiled and said via secret sound transmission, "Yes, I have. But it wasn't confidential information or anything." Demon Monarch Anji said via secret sound transmission, "Anyway, I've taken care of the matter on my side as well. My clone managed to find the traces of the descendant of the ancient witches, Elise." The name Elise wasn't really a Western name but the mere pronunciation of a word, it was a so-called phonetic name. The witches were ancient practitioners that lived throughout China before cultivators started to appear. Their power system was completely different from that of cultivators, but after training their abilities to the peak, they could likewise overturn the seas and the stars. But after an unknown amount of time, the heritage of the ancient witches had started to disappear, getting replaced with the heritage cultivators left behind. Slowly, the ancient witches started to disappear from the world. They didn't die or anything, but it became much more difficult to see them around. The phonetic name was something exclusive to the ancient witches. Ancient witches wouldn't easily tell their real names to others. After all, their real name possessed all sorts of mysterious powers. For this reason, they would take a special, phonetic name and use it to replace their real name. From this point of view, their phonetic name was somewhat similar to the Dao name of cultivators. However, ancient witches mostly used their phonetic name to cover up their real name. On the other hand, the Dao name of a cultivator was like a second name and was somewhat linked to their destiny. The name Demon Monarch Anji mentioned earlier, Elise, was precisely the phonetic name of a witch. Elise was a descendant of the ancient witches and her strength couldn't be measured up in the same way as cultivators. Nevertheless, her pure fighting capacity was comparable to that of a cultivator of the 6th stage. But if she made full use of her familiar, voodoo, witchcraft, and so on, her strength would far surpass that of a 6th stage true monarch. Young Master Hai and the others were looking for the witch Elise because they wanted to make use of her strength to complete their plan. The ancient witch Elise was a close friend of Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue. Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue had repeatedly saved her life, and Elise was looking for an opportunity to repay the favor. As a consequence, young Master Hai and the others decided to borrow the strength of the witch to have some of the peak leaders of the Limitless Demon sect stay behind in Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue's mine. It was a pretty good choice. Their plan consisted in bringing over the ancient witch while the hall leader of the Nine-Eyed Kama Hall was rescuing the 8 peak leaders, giving him time to save only 3 or 4 of them. As for the remaining peak leaders, they could happily keep mining in Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue's mine. The only problem was that ancient witches weren't that easy to use. Perhaps due to the special method they used to practice, all ancient witches were very moody, and their train of thought wasn't on the same page as normal people. For someone like young Master Hai that liked to have everything under his control and leave nothing to fate, it was rather annoying to rely on such a person. No one knew what this type of person would do in the next instant, because even the person in question didn't know what they would do next. Young Master Hai sighed and said, "Hopefully, everything will go according to the plan." At the same time, his puppet clone performed a hand seal. In the distant Wenzhou city, by Beijing Street where Song Shuhang's house was located. The tree leaves next to the place where the bodies of the 2 disciples of the Limitless Demon sect were lying before had wisps of blood mist on them that not even the members of the Spirit River Su clan noticed. After young Master Hai performed the hand seal, the small wisps of blood mist transformed into a button-sized metallic spider. At this time, the members of the Spirit River Su clan had already left the scene. The metallic spider quickly crawled toward Song Shuhang's house. It was something that young Master Hai had secretly concealed within the blood evasion technique. According to his plan, the metallic spider would quietly sneak into Song Shuhang's house and stay there for the time being. The metallic spider was part of young Master Hai's reserve plan. If the plan to bring over the ancient witch failed, he could activate the spider and put into practice his reserve plan, using the relationship between Song Shuhang and Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue to reach his own goal. However, it was better not to make use of this plan if possible. After all, Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue was very troublesome to deal with. Actually, each and every Venerable was very troublesome to deal with. Only death waited for those that were not careful enough. The small metallic spider quietly crawled into Song Shuhang's house. Everything proceeded without a hitch, and the spider wasn't stopped by any defensive barrier or discovered. Young Master Hai secretly heaved a sigh in relief. Soon after, he mobilized the small spider and had it climb the wall until reaching a lamp hanging from the ceiling, commanding it to hide inside. Afterward, young Master Hai transmitted another order to the small metallic spider and told it to lie low and temporarily cut off all connections with the external world so as to avoid the expert staying it stressed by a mountain of books placed discovering it. Now, he had taken care of his second plan as well. It was a pity that there wasn't enough time. Otherwise, someone with young Master Hai's disposition would have prepared a third or a fourth plan just to be safe. As young Master Hai cut off the connection between him and the small metallic spider, Daoist priest Cloudy Mist, who had his head lowered and had been drinking tea all along, faintly raised his head and glanced at the lamp where the small metallic spider was hiding. Daoist priest Cloudy Mist just gave it a casual look and didn't gaze at it a second time. Afterward, he kept drinking his tea and chatting with Papa Song. The nearby Joseph also quickly blended in and joined the conversation. While they were discussing, Daoist priest Cloudy Mist used his mental energy to pay close attention to the small metallic spider. Is that thing something similar to a hidden camera? What is the guy that placed the metallic spider there planning to do? After pondering for a short moment, Daoist priest Cloudy Mist decided not to destroy the spider for the time being so as to avoid alerting the enemy. He had to make sure whether or not that guy was after the Enlightenment Stone. However, he still had to take some safety measures. After all, he couldn't stay at Song Shuhang's place all day. He had to practice and go out to have fun as well. Therefore, after chatting with Papa Song and the others for about half an hour, Daoist priest Cloudy Mist decided to leave. As he left the room, he gently moved his right hand, and the spiritual energy above changed into thin threads. The emptying miracle hand was about to get into action. In the blink of an eye, Daoist priest Cloudy Mist cut off the 8 legs of the metallic spider, leaving behind only its legless body. After completing his duty, he left the house, perfectly satisfied. As soon as Daoist priest Cloudy Mist left, Joseph got excited. He was planning to get up and perform the times are calling in front of Papa Song and ask him for pointers. Right at this time, Joseph's wife and daughter, Ji Shuangxue, came over from the other room. "Dear, it's already late. We should also get going," Joseph's wife said with a smile. Ji Shuangxue added, "Father, the people from the moving company have arrived. We have so many things we need to move into the new house." Thereupon, Joseph could only regretfully leave Papa Song. But it didn't matter too much. Now that he and Song Shuhang were neighbors, he could come over to his house at any time. There is bound to be a day when I'll also become a martial arts expert and create explosions with my fist just like my teacher. Joseph thought to himself. From childhood all the way to adulthood, Joseph had dreamt about becoming an expert in Chinese Kung Fu. Now, he was one step away from realizing his dream. Oh, Chinese Kung Fu is truly the best. In the Jiangnan area, inside Gao Mumu's house. Gao Mumu felt very uneasy today. Whether he was sitting in front of the desktop computer, sitting on the floor with the laptop, lying on the bed with the tablet, or using other different positions to write, he felt as though there was something wrong. He had already thought of the plot of the story in his head, but his fingers would stiffen whenever he tried to type something, making him feel uneasy. "Is my sloth cancer flaring up again?" Gao Mumu muttered to himself. Each month, there would be a few days when he didn't feel like writing anything and would, therefore, take a break. Luckily, he was someone that always kept a stockpile in case of emergency, and whenever he didn't feel like writing a chapter, he could just publish one of the already written chapters. Otherwise, wouldn't the readers start to doubt his gender if he were to take a break for a few days each month? "Since my sloth cancer is acting up again, I might as well take a break," Gao Mumu said. Therefore, he closed the text file and opened the instant messaging program, logging into both his personal account and the account reserved for his activities as a writer. When he logged into his personal account, he saw that Li Yangda and Tubo had sent casual replies to the messages he sent earlier. It was summer vacation and there was hardly anything new or interesting to talk about. Therefore, he also sent some casual replies to Tubo and the others. Soon after, he opened the window of the conversation with Song Shuhang. Since he was bored yesterday, he sent Song Shuhang a very concise message, "Are you online?" This morning, Song Shuhang finally replied and said, "I'm online." Gao Mumu typed a few sentences, "Are you still there? Where did you run to have fun?" Song Shuhang quickly replied, "You would get a scare if I were to tell you. I'm currently floating in the middle of space, and there are only meteoroids around. I'm very bored." Song Shuhang was very bored at this time. After all, he was just aimlessly drifting about in space. Gao Mumu smiled and wrote, "Have you become an astronaut and decided to take a walk in space amongst the meteoroids? Aha, tell me the truth. What are you doing now? Are you on a date with a beauty or something? If you don't want to believe me, fine, but I'm telling the truth. Anyway, how are things on your end?" Song Shuhang asked. At the same time, he secretly thought to himself, wait until I'm done with my practice and manage to learn some incredible technique. At that time, I'll bring you for a stroll in space and scare you to death. I was planning to go on a trip with Yai. This time, I absolutely won't let you guys ruin it, waha. Therefore, whatever happens, don't look for me during the next 10 or so days. Even if the world comes to an end, I'll get through the calamity together with Yai. Gao Mumu said complacently. Just as he was chatting with Song Shuhang, Gao Mumu saw a notification pop up in the bottom right corner of the instant messaging program. It was the profile picture of the girl he added yesterday. Apparently, the name of the girl was Yu Jiaojiao. Song Shuhang wrote, "Sigh, one day, we'll really have to tie and beat you up. You goddamn winner in life. Aha, I truly enjoy seeing you guys writhe in envy in front of the handsome me that has managed to find a girlfriend." Gao Mumu wrote with a complacent look on his face. "I seem to have a certain charm. Just yesterday, another girl added me to her friend list. Are you jealous?" Song Shuhang. Gao Mumu wrote, "Unfortunately, I already have a girlfriend. Do you want this brother of yours to probe out the situation and see if the girl is cute? I can introduce her to you if she's cute. Her username is also quite pleasant to hear, Yu Jiaojiao. Just from the name, she seems a cute and beautiful girl. Are you interested?" In the faraway space. As soon as our little friend Shuhang saw this message that his friend Gao Mumu sent him, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Yu Jiaojiao? Is it just a coincidence that they have the same name? After all, the name Jiaojiao one really gives off a cute vibe, and many girls probably like to put it in their online usernames. Moreover, Gao Mumu doesn't seem like someone that writes web novels, right? However, Song Shuhang wasn't completely relieved and wrote, "Mumu, I have a question. You know about web novel authors, right?" Gao Mumu wrote, "What are you talking about? I certainly know about web novel authors. I'm not an alien or living in seclusion. I frequently read web novels, and I even made accounts on the various novel sites. I even cast a vote in the monthly ranking and subscribed to the authors I like." Song Shuhang forced a smile and wrote, "Mumu, such being the case, do you have any interest in writing novels?" After reading this message, Gao Mumu's heart skipped a beat, and his whole body stiffened. As previously mentioned, Gao Mumu was indeed interested in writing novels, however, he had never shown the stories he had written to the people he knew in real life. For Gao Mumu, writing novels was like writing a personal diary. Therefore, he was too embarrassed to make the people he was familiar with read them. As if that wasn't enough, his pen name was quite childish, and several of the novels he wrote gave off an extreme Chuyuni vibe. If someone that knew him in real life were to read them, it would be the end of his life. Why did Song Shuhang ask such a question? Is it possible that he knows about me writing novels in secret? Gao Mumu thought to himself. Impossible. I took many precautions, and I'm sure I didn't leave any traces behind. Even while stealthily writing in the dormitory, I quietly hid in my upper berth, away from the gazes of my roommates. They shouldn't have discovered me. After pondering for a moment, Gao Mumu wrote, "No, I don't have such an interest. Anyway, why the question? Shuhang, are you planning to start writing a novel?" "No, that's not it. I just thought of something and asked," Song Shuhang quickly wrote in reply. Since Gao Mumu doesn't seem someone interested in writing novels, the Yu Jiaojiao that added him should have nothing to do with the reversed mermaid Yu Jiaojiao I know, right? Maybe it's just a coincidence, and she is just another girl using Yu Jiaojiao as her nickname? After thinking up to his point, Shuhang had calmed down a little. Yu Jiaojiao was planning to catch a certain author and lock him inside a small black room, making him write 20,000 characters every day and not giving him food to eat if he couldn't finish the work in time. If the author she was going to catch was really Gao Momu, how was Shuhang supposed to face his friend? After all, Yu Jiaojiao was planning to have that very author write the plot of the small movie they were going to shoot. In that case, how was Shuhang, who was one of the investors and actors starring in the movie, supposed to face the author if he was his friend? Anyway, now that it was confirmed that the author wasn't Gao Momu, there was nothing to worry about. Shuhang, you always ask strange questions lately. Did you turn into a bookworm after reading too many books? Gao Momu teased him. Then, he wrote, anyway, see you later. Let me dally a bit with Miss Yu Jiaojiao. I'll try to convince her to send me a picture. If she's cute, I'll give you her account number so that you can try to win her over. After writing this much, Gao Momu didn't wait for Shuhang's reply and switched to Yu Jiaojiao's chat window. 3 minutes earlier, Miss Yu Jiaojiao had sent the following message: "Excuse me, are you Holy Paladin, the author of the asterisk novel?" Gao Momu wrote, "Yes, that's me. Holy Paladin, I've been following your book for quite a while. I have to say that it's really entertaining. Your pen name is also very interesting," Yu Jiaojiao wrote. Gao Momu wrote, "Miss Jiaojiao, your username is also very interesting. Holy Paladin, do you live in the Jiangnan area of China?" Yu Jiaojiao asked. Gao Momu wrote, yes. It's all written in my basic information anyway. What about you, Miss Jiaojiao? Yu Jiaojiao wrote, I live close to the East China Sea, hee. Close to the East China Sea. What a coincidence. I went on a trip to the East China Sea and returned just recently. Gao Momu skillfully typed on the keyboard. After a few sentences, Gao Momu had already started to get more familiar with Yu Jiaojiao. Of course, he had no intention of starting an online love affair. He already had a girlfriend, and he wasn't someone that would go around hitting on girls in real life. After all, he was very faithful to Yai, it should be clear from his actions on the mysterious island. In order to save his beloved girlfriend, he rushed ahead by disregarding his own safety and fell into the talons of the huge eagles. It was a pity that Gao Momu had lost memory of it. Anyway, since he couldn't flirt with girls in real life, he could only flirt with them online. Moreover, he wasn't using his personal account to flirt but the one reserved for his activities as an author. As the saying went, practice makes perfect. Unknowingly, Gao Momu's online flirting skills had reached a very high level. After a while, thanks to Gao Momu's skills, the two of them had started to happily chat as though they were a couple. Thereupon, Gao Momu seized the opportunity and asked Yu Jiaojiao to send him one of her pictures. Sure, just wait a moment. I'll flip through the photo album and send you a picture. Yu Jiaojiao's reply was very straightforward. Soon after, Yu Jiaojiao sent him the picture of an incredible beauty. The background of the picture was a beautiful pond located inside a courtyard. The sun was shining brightly, and a woman with black, wavy hair was sitting next to the small pond. Her exquisite facial features resembled that of an elf, and she gave off the faint impression of being an ethnically mixed person. She had light blue eyes and skin that was as white as jade. She was wearing a long skirt, the end of the skirt was immersed in the water of the pond. The beautiful woman was holding a small thing in her hand. But due to the distance, it wasn't clear what that thing was. Yu Jiaojiao indeed sent one of her pictures. However, the beautiful woman in the picture was Yu Jiaojiao's mother. Her mother was a fish of the 5th stage realm that could assume human form. She was extremely attractive, just like a mermaid. As for Yu Jiaojiao, she was that small thing that her mother was holding in her hand, hardly visible. After seeing the photo, Gao Momu was dazzled by the beauty of the woman. The girl in the picture was truly attractive. Is this the work of a godlike photographer? Or is the picture photoshopped? Gao Mumu copied the picture and sent it to Li Yangda. Gao Mumu, Yangda, are you online? Can you tell me if the girl in this picture was photoshopped? Li Yangda replied, wait a moment. 10 seconds later, Li Yangda wrote, it doesn't look photoshopped. However, it's true that the picture seems a little too beautiful. Either it was photoshopped so well that even I didn't notice, or the girl in the picture is really that beautiful, and it reached such a perfect result coupled with the godly skills of the photographer. Gao Mumu smiled and wrote, in other words, the picture is real. This girl is even more beautiful than the celebrities you see on the TV. I'll send the picture to Tubo and Shuhang as well. It's a girl that I just added as a friend online. Do you want me to introduce her to you? There is no need. I'm fine as long as I have my computer. Li Yangda sent a very straightforward message. Gao Mumu. Afterward, he sent the picture to Song Shuhang and Tubo, writing, Shuhang, this is the picture of that Yu Jiaojiao I told you about earlier. What do you think of her? She is beautiful, isn't she? Did she manage to move your heart? After receiving the picture, Song Shuhang looked at it for a while. The girl didn't seem to be the half-human and half-fish Yu Jiaojiao he knew. Such being the case, was it just a beautiful misunderstanding? At this time, Gao Mumu smiled and wrote, do you want this brother of yours to introduce you to so that you can know each other better? Song Shuhang gently smiled and replied, there is no need, but thanks for your kind intentions. At the moment, he really didn't have the time to fall in love. After the conversation with Gao Mumu was over, Song Shuhang thought of sending a private message to Yu Jiaojiao and asking what the appearance of the author she wanted to catch was, where they lived, and whether they were male or female. Although Gao Mumu himself assured him that he wasn't interested in writing web novels and even sent him the beautiful picture of her online friend, Yu Jiaojiao, the cautious Shuhang still decided to contact Yu Jiaojiao and confirm the situation to prepare for all possible eventualities. But just as he prepared to click on Yu Jiaojiao's conversation window and send her a message, a big red exclamation mark appeared on the interface of his instant messaging program, accompanied by the following message. The internet is not available in the most remote corners of the world. Please, check your network settings. What? The internet isn't working? Song Shuhang returned to the homepage of the phone and discovered that the mobile phone had no signal at this time. Now then, the fact that the mobile phone could get a signal in space was already something rather unscientific to begin with. But at the end of the day, it was a mobile phone that Senior White had modified personally. Even if it could suddenly transform into one of those lightsabers that the Jedi wielded, Song Shuhang wouldn't be too surprised. There is no signal in this place. It seems that I'm currently too far away from Earth. Even the mobile phone Senior White modified personally is unable to get a signal here, Song Shuhang said. Shuhang had no other option but to put the phone away. Now, he could only wait until he drifted to a place that was a little closer to Earth and ask Yu Jiaojiao those questions at that time. Nothing bad would happen in the meantime, right? Song Shuhang kept floating in the vast universe. In the nearby space capsule, Chu Chu was holding Li Yingzhu in her embrace and slightly shivering. The cold emanating from Li Yingzhu's body was getting stronger each day, and it was only a matter of time before her disease flared up again. The strength of the cold emanating from her body could injure even the ancestor of the Chu family who was a cultivator of the 5th stage realm, let alone a 2nd stage true master like Chu Chu. Can you hold on? Song Shuhang asked via secret sound transmission. Chu Chu didn't reply, but silently nodded. At this time, she was using all the true qi in her body to resist the cold emanating from Li Yingzhu's body. Therefore, she didn't have the luxury to divert her attention and use the secret sound transmission to communicate with Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang heaved a sigh. It seemed they had to look for a place to rest first. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, he saw a palace-like building located on a meteoroid several thousand meters away from him. A formation protected the building and only cultivators could see it. Shuhang pondered for a moment and decided to operate the formation on his spacesuit. He wanted to steer clear of that palace. When he saw that strange palace built on a meteoroid right in the middle of space, his sixth sense told him that it was going to be a rather troublesome place. He was currently in space, and he couldn't casually head toward that place before making sure whether the people there were friends or foes. Therefore, it was better to steer clear of that place for now and see how things evolved. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the front gate of the palace-like building suddenly opened. Afterward, a pair of male and female attendants came out of the palace. Both of them were very good-looking. They stood beside the gate of the palace and noticed Shuhang with but a glance. The pair of male and female attendants were very polite and greeted Shuhang from afar. Shuhang pondered for a moment and also greeted the pair of male and female attendants while still wearing his cumbersome spacesuit. The pair laughed in unison, and although they were standing very far away, their smiling faces were clearly visible. In the next moment, Shuhang felt his body getting attracted toward the palace-like building. He was simply unable to stop. Not good, did I fall into their trap the instant I greeted them? Is it possible that it's like that scene from Journey to the West with the golden red gourd? Monkey, I'll call your name, do you dare to reply? And if one replied, they would get sucked into the gourd? Is it possible that I activated the trap by returning their greetings, stimulating this particular feature of the palace that started to attract me over? Forget it. Since I'm being attracted to that place, I might as well go over and take a look. But I need to take precautions as well. Shuhang was only a cultivator of the second stage while the opposite party had such tricks at their disposal. Since he didn't have the strength to revolt and couldn't escape either, his only option was to go over and meet the opposite party face to face. But just as he was in deep thoughts, Shuhang suddenly felt that his eyelids had become incredibly heavy. July 31st, Wednesday. Today's Dao name was Daoist Priest Wood. Since Shuhang was currently in space, the weather on Earth was unknown. After Shuhang greeted that pair of male and female attendants yesterday, the gate of the palace suddenly attracted him over. Immediately after, just as Shuhang prepared to act according to the circumstances, a burst of sleepiness rushed to his head and made him lose consciousness. In the blink of an eye, it was already the next day. It was the last day of July, the 31st day. Just as he opened his eyes, Shuhang noticed that he was lying on a colossal arched bridge. There were 2 lampposts on each extremity of the arched bridge, illuminating it with their white light. Shuhang was currently lying in the center of the bridge. Here am I. Shuhang muttered as he looked all around. The arched bridge was comparable to the modern bridges used to cross the sea. It was very long, and Shuhang could only faintly see the lampposts at the 2 extremities. Then, he shot a glance at this body. He was still wearing the cumbersome spacesuit and Chu Chu and Li Yingzhu were still sleeping in the nearby space capsule. All the treasures he had with him were still there, he hadn't lost any of them. Shuhang took out his mobile phone and looked at the time. It had already been a day since he had come here. There was no signal at this time, and he couldn't get in contact with the outside world. Shuhang shot another look all around. However, he didn't manage to see that pair of male and female attendants he saw yesterday. It doesn't even feel as if I'm in space. Shuhang muttered to himself. Below the arched bridge was a boundless sea of clouds that seemed to have no end. When he raised his head and looked upward, he saw a blue sky with iridescent clouds spread all over. The sky was slightly dark at this time. After taking off the helmet of the spacesuit, Shuhang discovered that the surrounding area was filled with oxygen. The quality of the air was even better than the one on Earth. Pure spiritual energy entered his body after each mouthful of air he was inhaling, refreshing both his body and mind. The quality of the spiritual energy is incredibly high here. Is it possible that the entrance to the palace I saw yesterday was actually the entrance of an immortal cave? Hey, is there someone around? Song Shuhang called out. However, no one replied to his question. Song Shuhang pondered for a short while and decided to head toward one of the extremities of the arched bridge while carrying the space capsule on his shoulders. Since he was standing in the center of the bridge, he casually chose one side. After traveling for around 5,000 meters, Song Shuhang finally arrived at the end of one of the two extremities of the bridge. What appeared in front of him at the end of the road was a double-layered ancient Chinese-style pavilion. The pavilion was positioned at the end of the bridge and blocked the only road one could travel on, blocking Song Shuhang's way just as though it was the gate to a city. There was a signboard mounted on the pavilion with the following words written on it: Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion. The Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion? It sounds like the name of a school or a sect. Song Shuhang arrived in the front of the door of the pavilion and stretched out his hand to knock on it. Clang, but right at this time, the huge door of the pavilion opened, and the pair of male and female attendants Song Shuhang met yesterday appeared before his eyes. The female attendant blinked her eyes and said, "Fellow Daoist that has come here from afar, we have come to welcome you." The male attendant smiled and said, "I knew that there was fate between us, fellow Daoist. I was sure you would choose the road that would lead to the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion." The arched bridge was a small test to determine one's fate. The bridge had two extremities. One of them led toward the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion while the other one toward the exit. Fate? As soon as he heard this word, Song Shuhang felt as though he had something stuck in his throat. "I'm just an innocent passerby that got attracted for no reason by the gate of your palace. What does this have to do with fate?" What happened was no different than a person standing in front of their own house seeing a good-looking girl or guy passing by in the streets and ending up knocking them out with a stick and dragging them into the house. Right, then the person prepared two doors. One that led outside, and one that led to the bedroom. Afterward, if the unlucky guy or girl ended up getting into the bedroom of the person, they were suddenly fated to be together. They might as well get into some action while they were at it, right? Fate your sister. Song Shuhang didn't say any of this out loud, but that pair of male and female attendants seemed to have read his mind and realized what he was thinking at this time. "Fellow Daoist, it wasn't a coincidence that you drifted until the entrance of our Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion. Fellow Daoist, you were surely delivered here by someone," the male attendant said. The female attendant covered her mouth and gently smiled, saying, "We just prevented you from bumping into the outer gate of the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion. There are some copper nails on the gate outside, and it would have been rather painful to bump into them. For this reason, we decided to bring you to the arched bridge." The male attendant also added, "The choice you made afterward represent that there is fate between you and the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion." Can these guys read my mind? Song Shuhang kept under control his emotions and didn't indulge in flights of fancy. Moreover, if he didn't casually drift until the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion and was, on the contrary, delivered here by someone, who was this person that sent him here? Was it possible that it was Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue? Earlier, Song Shuhang was squeezed into the cannon barrel of the immortal boat and shot outside. Such being the case, did Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue deliberately fire him toward the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion? It seems that Fellow Daoist is wondering who might have sent you here, the male attendant said with a smile. Song Shuhang gently smiled and didn't reply. After all, what he was hearing was the one-sided story of the other party. Since he didn't know the intentions of the other party, he couldn't blindly believe their words, but had to take everything with a grain of salt. The female attendant continued, "Fellow Daoist, since there is fate between us, do you want to become part of our Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion, becoming one of its disciples? It has been several hundred years since our Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion has accepted a disciple," the male attendant said. Become a disciple of the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion? But, am I suitable? Shuhang took off the cumbersome spacesuit and said with a smile, I have already missed the best period to practice, and I don't have that innate true chi inside my body anymore. Moreover, my talent can be regarded as average at most when it comes to cultivation. He had reached the second stage so quickly because the seniors of the group were taking care of him. Another reason was Venerable White's incredible luck. We don't care about either of them while accepting someone as a disciple of the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion, the male attendant said while smiling. The female attendant added, talent and age don't really matter to us people of the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion. As long as you are willing to stay in the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion, we'll provide you with enough natural resources to cultivate. I have to stay in the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion. Ah, that's right. Staying in the school or sect is a basic requirement for disciples that have just joined. A disciple isn't allowed to easily leave the school unless they have reached a certain realm and can defend themselves. Of course, the disciples of the outer courtyard were an exception. After all, the disciples of the outer courtyard were only considered as preparatory disciples at most. Shuhang gently shook his head and said, Thank you for your kind intentions, but I'll have to refuse. Whether he would join a school or stay as a loose cultivator was something he had decided soon after joining the 9 Provinces No. 1 group. For the time being, he didn't want the rules of a school or sect to restrict him. Staying as a loose cultivator was currently the best option for him. Moreover, Shuhang didn't really need to rely on an organization. He was a member of the 9 Provinces No. 1 group. As long as he was willing to work hard enough, he could obtain rewards that weren't inferior to the ones that disciples of large sects or schools could get. Fellow Daoist, don't be so impatient to refuse our offer. How about taking a look at our Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion first? The male attendant said with a smile. Soon after, both he and the female attendant stood to the 2 sides of the pavilion and made a welcome gesture to Shuhang. Taking one step and stepping into a dreamland, this was Shuhang's first impression after seeing the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion. After stepping inside the pavilion, Shuhang felt as though he had stepped into a fairyland. He could hear the singing of birds and smell the fragrance of flowers. White jade had been used to pave the main road, and valuable raw materials were scattered everywhere. The water running in the rivers was also full of spiritual energy. Actually, the whole air surrounding the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion was full of spiritual energy. The spiritual energy in the area surrounding the pavilion was extremely rich. If one were to stay in the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion and only breathe the air there, without even bothering to painstakingly train, they could obtain effects similar to practicing and meditating diligently in the outside world. That pair of attendants guided Shuhang and led him to the innermost tower of the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion. That place was the dwelling of the master of the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion, Fairy Chu. Along the way, all the disciples of the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion regardless of their gender warmly greeted the attendants. The atmosphere really resembled that of a true family. There were no personal conflicts between the disciples there. Harmony and kindness reigned supreme, and the gentleness came directly from the hearts of the disciples of the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion. This place really resembled that paradise that was often mentioned in religions. However, a strange feeling welled up in Shuhang's heart. He could feel that the kindness of the disciples of the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion was genuine, but at the same time, he had the vague feeling that it was all false. It wasn't that there was something wrong with the kindness the disciples of the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion were showing to each other, however, he still felt that there was something strange about the whole Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion. Right in front of us is the Celestial Pavilion, the place where the master of the pavilion resides. The pavilion master is waiting for you in there, fellow Daoist. The pair of attendants stopped after leading Shuhang in the front of the high tower. At this time, Chu Chu, who was inside the space capsule, had also woken up. Shuhang opened the space capsule and took Li Yinzhu from Chu Chu's arms. Afterward, he asked, can I bring them together with me to meet the master of the pavilion? Of course. The pavilion master isn't waiting only for you, fellow Daoist. She is waiting for these two fairy maidens as well, the pair of male and female attendants said with a smile. Soon after, the male attendant opened the door of the tower. Song Shuhang held Li Yingzhu in his arms and entered the tower together with Chu Chu. After following the stairs that spiraled upward, they ultimately reached the topmost door. After pushing the door open, the trio entered a room full of mist. The room wasn't big, and the first thing that appeared before their eyes was a reclining chair made of wood. There was also a pill furnace made of metal in the middle of the room that was emitting smoke. It seemed that the smoke the pills emitted had turned into a dense mist, filling the whole room. Just as Song Shuhang and the others entered the room, the figure sitting on the reclining chair slowly stood up. It was a woman with black hair. Her hair was very long, and it was unknown how long it had been since the last time she cut it. Her hair was hanging loosely and covered the whole area surrounding the chair. The skin of the woman was very pale, to the point that it almost seemed transparent. Her eyes were half closed and half open, making her look rather sleepy. Moreover, she was emitting a dispirited aura from her whole body. But when the dispirited aura was coupled with the looks of the woman, it gave her the aura of an incredibly lazy beauty. After standing up, she carefully looked at Song Shuhang. "It's you." The woman yawned and continued, "What are you doing here? Have you come here to make fun of me?" Slow-witted Song. "Senior, do we know each other?" Song Shuhang asked. The half-closed and half-open eyes of the woman looked at Song Shuhang carefully. Afterward, she muttered, "Oh. I mistook you for someone else." She mistook me for someone else? A certain, slow-witted Song? It's already the third time that I'm mistaken for someone else. The first time was inside Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman's treasure house. Back then, the bamboo shoot mistook me for another person and ruthlessly hit me. The second time was when I was dreaming about my own experiences on the mysterious island. At that time, I saw a small white dragon in the underground chamber tomb that Senior Lightning Pig arranged. Later, the white dragon also ruthlessly hit me after mistaking me for someone else. Now, the master of the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion also mistook me for someone else. Song Shuhang looked at the lazy, black-haired woman in front of him and asked, "Senior, who is this slow-witted Song? Is it possible that I'm the reincarnation of some ancient cultivator?" Slow-witted Song, the black-haired woman raised her head and reclined against the wooden chair, seemingly thinking about something. "He's a fellow Daoist that I knew a long, long time ago. The relationship between the two of us was pretty good, I would say. But so much time has passed, and I have no idea if he's still alive. It's been quite a while since the last time I've seen him. Senior, is it possible that I'm his reincarnation?" Song Shuhang asked about the matter that concerned him the most. Although he didn't have experience in this subject, he knew that cultivators could really reincarnate. As long as the cultivator wasn't killed by the heavenly tribulation and both their body and soul weren't destroyed by an enemy, there was a chance that they would reincarnate. That should be impossible. The black-haired woman reclined against the chair even more and raised her head, looking at Song Shuhang. Afterward, she said lazily, "That slow-witted Song fellow doesn't have a next life ahead of him. If he wants to reincarnate, he can only take over the body of another person or that of a puppet. If he had taken over someone's body, Song Shuhang wouldn't be himself but the slow-witted Song that the black-haired woman mentioned. If he had taken over the body of a puppet, it was even more impossible that slow-witted Song had any relationship with Song Shuhang. But if this is the case and there isn't any relationship between me and this ancient cultivator, the black-haired woman mentioned just now, why do people keep mistaking me for him? Since I'm constantly mistaken for him, is there some karma between the two of us?" Song Shuhang asked once again, "Do this person and I look alike?" When Shuhang talked about looking alike, he didn't mean just their facial features, but something more profound. In this world, there weren't two completely identical tree leaves, and the same was also true for people. While judging a person, cultivators didn't rely on their facial features alone to make the judgment. However, the bamboo shoot, the white dragon, and the lazy black-haired woman before Shuhang's eyes all managed to mistake him for someone else. How can I explain it? If we consider your outward appearance, the two of you are only somewhat similar. But if we consider your soul and aura, it's very easy to confuse you guys. It's indeed strange. Are you perhaps his descendant? The lazy, black-haired woman looked upward and continued, I remember that he once had a woman, maybe you are his direct descendant. It's a possible explanation. Descendant? Shuhang shook his head in puzzlement. For various reasons, his family moved several times and the records about his family tree had been long lost, to the point that the oldest information available was the one about his grandfather's father. Suddenly, the black-haired woman got up from the chair. Her hair was both thick and long, draping over shoulders like a cloak and getting dragged on the ground as she moved forward. After getting up, she arrived in front of Shuhang and raised her head, gazing at him. As she came closer, Shuhang realized that the black-haired woman was actually quite short. While standing up, she reached to his chin at most. Now that I think about it, slow-witted Song left a certain thing in the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion back then, saying that he would come back one day to retrieve it. Unfortunately, I'm unable to return that thing to him now, because I've already used it. Waha! The black-haired woman laughed complacently. Shuhang. Then, the black-haired woman stretched out her hand and flicked it. Immediately after, Li Yinzhu, who was in Shuhang's embrace, was picked up by an invisible strength and sent to Chu Chu, who was standing at the entrance of the room. Afterward, Fairy Chu stretched out her hands again and gently caressed Shuhang's cheeks. Her hands were icy cold and gave off refreshing and cool feeling. Let me see. The cultivation technique you practice is the basic Buddhist fist technique, as well as the 33 Divine Beasts technique? Are you then a disciple of the 33 Divine Beasts sect? The black-haired woman asked. Only her fingers came in contact with Shuhang's body, and yet she could name the cultivation techniques Shuhang practiced as though she was extremely familiar with the subject. Both the strength and knowledge of this senior were immeasurably deep. At the same time, Shuhang felt a powerful oppressive aura coming from the body of the black-haired woman. This aura reminded him of Venerable White, Venerable Spirit Butterfly, Venerable Tornado, and Venerable Seventh Cultivator of True Virtue. The black-haired woman before his eyes was undoubtedly an existence of the Venerable rank. No, perhaps she was even stronger. Senior, I'm not really a disciple of the 33 Divine Beasts sect. Shuhang shook his head and said, the 33 Divine Beasts sect has already disappeared from the world. The 33 Divine Beasts technique I'm practicing is something that Senior White recovered and revised on my behalf. Afterward, I chanced upon the whale swallowing technique by luck and finally completed the technique. The 33 Divine Beasts sect has unexpectedly disappeared from the world? The black-haired woman was astonished. Back in those days, the 33 Divine Beasts sect was a large and influential sect, and there were several figures of the Venerable rank belonging to the sect. She didn't expect that such a sect would have been destroyed. The world is truly ever-changing, the black-haired woman said while holding Shuhang's face with both hands. Then, she slightly furrowed her brows, and the lazy expression on her face disappeared. Afterward, she dragged her long black hair on the floor and returned to the big reclining chair, lying on it. I'm tired, the black-haired woman said. Shuhang. I'm tired, and I'm sleepy as well. Therefore, I plan to sleep for a while. See you tomorrow. After saying this much, she took a quilt out of nowhere and used it to cover her body. Next, the reclining chair under her body started to transform just like a transformer's, turning into a big, comfortable bed in the blink of an eye. Good night. The black-haired woman waved at Song Shuhang and the others. Song Shuhang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Just what was happening? In the rear, the door of the room was pushed open and the pair of male and female attendants entered the chamber. They smiled apologetically at Song Shuhang and Chu Chu and made a "please, this way" gesture. Sure, senior. See you tomorrow. Song Shuhang had no choice but to leave the pavilion for the time being. After Song Shuhang, Chu Chu, and Li Yinzhu were gone, Fairy Chu opened her eyes. Her eyes slightly moved. Afterward, runes appeared and automatically formed several pictures in front of her. There was the picture of a blazing saber capable of burning the heavens. There was the picture of a thick, golden chain with 33 animals carved on it. There was the picture of an exquisite puppet. There were also the illusory pictures of a bamboo leaf and a white dragon. In addition, there were the pictures of a silver glove and a blood bone. Each of these objects was linked to a powerful cultivator. Even if we put that mysterious, scarlet heaven aside for now, what are the others trying to do? Fairy Chu muttered. After a short moment, Fairy Chu pulled the quilt toward her body and comfortably stretched herself. Anyway, it doesn't have anything to do with me. I'm so tired. Right, since he seems to be related to slow-witted Song, I might as well give him a hand. The Time City is a pretty good place. I'll bring them there tomorrow to make them relax, Fairy Chu said while sleep-talking. After leaving Fairy Chu's celestial pavilion, the pair of male and female attendants led Song Shuhang and the others to a lawn adjacent to the river. In that place, the kind-hearted disciples of the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion had already prepared a banquet to welcome Song Shuhang, Chu Chu, and Li Yinzhu. Song Shuhang just happened to be starving. After all, he hadn't eaten anything since yesterday when he fell unconscious up until now. During the banquet, the attendants, elders, and masters of the other branches of the pavilion asked Song Shuhang and Chu Chu about the matters that had occurred in the outside world, how society had developed, and so on. At the same time, they indirectly tried to convince Song Shuhang and Chu Chu to become their disciples. From a certain point of view, it almost seemed as though they were promoting themselves and trying to get the best disciple, even promising them all sorts of benefits. These propositions somewhat moved the nearby Chu Chu. After all, she would become a disciple of the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion as soon as she agreed, a direct-line disciple at that. Later, all the cultivation techniques and natural resources of the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion would be at her disposal. Although she had already signed the contract and offered herself as a candidate for the position of 8th Cultivator of True Virtue, it had nothing to do with becoming a disciple of the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion. The two weren't mutually exclusive. After the banquet, the pair of male and female attendants led Song Shuhang and the others toward the palace reserved for the guests to rest. Fellow Daoist Song, Fellow Daoist Chu Chu, you have now a better understanding of our Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion. Have you decided whether or not you want to join the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion as disciples? The pair of male and female attendants didn't forget to ask this question along the way. Chu Chu faintly nodded, her interest had been piqued. However, she still wanted to think about it properly. Song Shuhang asked out of curiosity, "Can I ask you two a question? Why do you want us to become disciples of the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion?" After all, the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion was also a powerful sect of cultivators. Were they really in such a hurry to recruit disciples? The pair of male and female attendants looked at each and smiled, saying, "Because it has been a long, long time since a new disciple joined our pavilion." Song Shuhang faintly nodded. However, this reason wasn't enough to convince him. From the looks of it, the pair wasn't planning to tell him the real reason. After Song Shuhang and the others entered the palace reserved for the guests, the pair of attendants smiled and left. Song Shuhang, Chu Chu, and Li Yinzhu each got a room. Even after lying in bed for a long time, Song Shuhang was unable to fall asleep. After all, he had woken up on that arched bridge not too long ago. Therefore, he wasn't sleepy at this time. Moreover, he felt that there was something wrong with each and every part of the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion. Only after midnight was Shuhang finally able to fall asleep, the next day, August 1st, Thursday. Early morning, 6:30 a.m. Shuhang opened his eyes. Today's Dao name should be Beijing Street's traveling sabersman. Shuhang took out his mobile phone and looked at the date. As before, the phone had no signal. Good morning, Beijing Street's traveling sabersman. Right at this time, a sleepy voice echoed in Shuhang's ears. Shuhang turned his head around and saw that the black-haired master of the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion was sitting not too far away from the bed. Her long black hair was spread all over the floor. It seemed as if she had been sitting there for a long time. Shuhang said, "Good morning, Senior Chu." Luckily, Shuhang didn't have the habit to sleep naked. Fellow Daoist Beijing Street's traveling sabersman, wash your face and rinse your mouth. I'll bring you to a good place after you are done eating breakfast. Pavilion Master Chu said. Morning, 7 a.m. Under Pavilion Master Chu's lead, Shuhang and Chu Chu headed toward the depths of the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion. At this time, Li Yingzhu's disease had flared up again and she entered into a hibernation-like state. It was unknown how long she would sleep this time. After walking for around 20 minutes, Pavilion Master Chu led Shuhang and the others and arrived in front of the walls of a city. We have arrived. This is the Time City, Pavilion Master Chu said. The Time City was the place she had created by using the treasure slow-witted Song had left behind. As the name suggested, the treasure left behind was a valuable item related to time. Under Pavilion Master Chu's control, the treasure brought into full play its wondrous effects. The Time City was divided into two portions, the Upper City and the Lower City. In the Upper City, one day was equivalent to 12 days in the outside world. The flow of time was accelerated. On the other hand, it was the exact opposite inside the Lower City. 12 days in the Lower City were equivalent to 1 day in the outside world. The flow of time was greatly slowed down. But whether it was the Upper City or the Lower City, a cultivator could stay in there only for 30 days the first time they entered the place. Pavilion Master Chu was planning to bring Shuhang and Chu Chu to the Lower City. 12 days in there would be equivalent to 1 day in the outside world. While others practiced for 1 day, the people in the lower portion of the Time City could practice for 12 days in the same amount of time. In the Jiangnan area, inside Gao Mumu's house. Shuhang has yet to reply. At this pace, he's going to end up all alone and stay as a virgin forever. Gao Mumu was lying on the chair, swinging back and forth. However, that Yu Jiaojiao girl from yesterday was gorgeous. But where did she live precisely, and did she already have a boyfriend? Gao Mumu was thinking of introducing her to Shuhang or Tubo if there was an opportunity. It would be a pretty good move, right? Just as he was in deep thoughts, Gao Mumu's phone suddenly rang. It was an unknown number. Who might it be? Who is calling me so early in the morning? Is it possible that it's a scammer or one of those salesmen? Gao Mumu straightened himself and took a sip of the tea. Gao Mumu and Tubo loved to chatter away with scammers and salesmen. If the opposite party was a girl, their fighting capacity increased by 3 times. Thereupon, Gao Mumu picked the phone up and said, "Hello, hello. May I ask if you are Mr. Gao Mumu?" The pleasant-sounding voice of a girl was transmitted from the other end. It was a girl. Gao Mumu replied, "Yes, it's me. Is something the matter? I'm from the Blue Sea Express Delivery. I request you to come downstairs to retrieve your express delivery," the girl said gently. Is it a swindler? Gao Mumu had no other choice but to wear his night clothes and go downstairs. Now then, he didn't remember buying anything on the internet in the past few days. Was it possible that Yai, Song Shuhang, or another of his roommates had sent him a gift? After going downstairs, Gao Momu quickly found the far-off vehicle of the Blue Sea Express delivery. It was a 7-passenger minivan. Gao Momu arrived next to the express delivery vehicle and knocked on the window, saying, "I'm Gao Momu, what about the express delivery?" In the next moment, the door of the van slid to one side, and the first thing that appeared before Gao Momu's eyes was a pair of white thighs. Immediately after, a monstrous claw appeared out of nowhere and caught Gao Momu. Ah! Gao Momu was dumbfounded. In the next moment, he felt an incredible strength dragging him inside the minivan. Gao Momu called out pitifully. Is this an abduction? Am I really being kidnapped? What was that monstrous claw that I saw earlier? Hello, Mr. Gao Momu. We finally meet face to face. The gentle voice from earlier belonged to the owner of the two beautiful legs. Gao Momu looked at the girl. She was wearing a hoodie and big flu mask. We finally meet face to face. Who are you? Let me introduce myself. I'm Yu Jiaojiao. The girl kept smiling and said, I'm precisely that fan of yours, Yu Jiaojiao. Gao Momu. Gao Momu was currently dumbstruck. Yu Jiaojiao? How the hell did she find where I live? Moreover, why did she use the pretext of the express delivery to get me downstairs and ultimately drag me inside the minivan? What she did isn't any different than kidnapping. Gao Momu was somewhat scared at this time. Therefore, he tried to probe the situation. Jiaojiao, why did you come all the way here to my house? Do you want my signature or something? Yu Jiaojiao shook her head and said, to tell you the truth, I thought of looking for you quite some time ago, but I managed to get an opportunity only today. Now then, Holy Paladin, we need to talk about your release speed. I feel that it was a little too slow recently. The speed of my releases was too slow? What's happening? Did a fan visit me to urge me to write faster? Gao Momu wanted to cry but had no tears. Readers like these were truly scary. No, wait a moment. The speed of my releases was pretty good recently. Even if he was stranded on that island of natives in the East China Sea for some time, the releases of his web novel didn't stop since he had prepared a stockpile beforehand. Moreover, as soon as he returned home, he prepared even more chapters. At this time, he had already prepared all the chapters that had to be released by the end of the month. I think it would be pretty hard to find another kind-hearted author such as myself in the entire circle of web novel authors, wouldn't it? Gao Momu felt that he was a true saint compared to those authors that updated once every day, once every 3 or 4 days, or once every month. Yu Jiaojiao seemed to have realized what Gao Momu was thinking after seeing the expression on his face. You usually release 5,000 or 6,000 characters every day, but that's simply too little. Exclamation point. Gao Momu. Releasing 5,000 or 6,000 characters every day is too little now. How much do I need to write to be qualified? If you don't write from 10,000 to 20,000 characters every day, how do you think to survive in this super competitive field? Yu Jiaojiao's voice was out of control. Could Gao Momu really consider himself a web novel author if he wasn't even writing 10,000 to 20,000 characters every day? Just as she was speaking, the door of the minivan was locked, and the vehicle slowly started moving forward. Wait a moment. Yu Jiaojiao, where are we going? Gao Momu called out. At the same time, he grabbed the door of the van and thought of getting down. But right at this time, the man in a formal suit standing next to Yu Jiaojiao stretched his hands out and tightly hugged Gao Momu, not allowing him to move in the slightest. Don't worry, Holy Paladin. We don't want to hurt you, Yu Jiaojiao said with a smile. We'll bring you to a good place where you can write chapters in peace. Gao Momu. She wants to bring me to a good place so that I can write chapters in peace. Visiting the home of an author and telling him to write faster is already quite scary, but directly grabbing him and forcing him to write, this is what criminals would do. That's a crime, guys. There is another thing I need to tell you, Holy Paladin. Before I came here, I talked to your parents and reached an agreement with them. They also approve of my actions, Yu Jiaojiao said with a smile. It was unknown what kind of method or excuse she had used to convince Gao Mumu's parents. Gao Mumu turned his head around and saw through the window of the minivan his mother standing on the balcony, happily waving her hand at him. How is this possible? What kind of method did Yu Jiaojiao use that even my mother is so relieved while seeing her son getting carried away? Then, Yu Jiaojiao said, therefore, obediently follow me and prepare to write lots of chapters, alright? Ahaha. No, no, no. I refuse. I have some matters to attend to in the next days. Right, Yu Jiaojiao. I still have many chapters in my stockpile. I can give all of them to you. Gao Mumu called out. He had to go on a date with Yai in the next days. The two of them were getting ready to go on a trip again. The duo was planning to enjoy their vacation without any third wheel bothering them. What would happen to the date with Yai if he was kidnapped and forced to write chapters? It was regrettable that Gao Mumu's refusal was of no use. In the end, he was still carried away by Yu Jiaojiao. To make him write an interesting plot for Song Shuhang and Venerable White's movie, Yu Jiaojiao had already prepared an adorable, small black room with a supercomputer inside. The goal was to make him write from 10,000 to 20,000 characters every day. She wouldn't give him any meals if he didn't write. Moreover, the earlier he could finish writing the agreed number of characters, the earlier he could take a break. But if he couldn't finish them in time, he would have to stay up all night to finish them. Yu Jiaojiao had already prepared several things for Gao Mumu's usage, such as spirit green tea, eye-opening pills, energizing medicinal liquid, and so on. The average man could also take medicinal pills and drink medicinal liquid. With all these gadgets, she was sure that Gao, Holy Paladin, Mumu could stay full of energy 24h a day and write without breaks. Let alone writing 20,000 characters every day, with such wonderful conditions, it wasn't impossible to reach the dreamlike goal of 30,000 or 40,000 characters every day. In the meantime, in the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion. In the end, the black-haired woman brought Song Shuhang and Chu Chu to the lower portion of the Time City. It was an underground world made of several passages. This is the lower city of the Time City. The flow of time in this place is different from the outside world. 12 days here are equivalent to only 1 day in the outside world. Incredible, isn't it? The black-haired woman said lazily. It was obviously something worth showing off, but her tone while introducing the Time City was still dispirited. Is this the good place that Pavilion Master Chu mentioned back then? Song Shuhang asked. Yes, this place is very good for practicing. Other than having a flow of time that is different from the outside world, it's the place with the highest concentration of spiritual qi in the entire Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion. One can obtain twice the results with half the effort while practicing here. It's a very good place if one wants to close up for a short amount of time. Pavilion Master Chu rubbed her eyes and continued, if your luck is good, you might learn a little bit about the principles of time. You guys should practice here in the Time City for today. By today I mean the today in the outside world. Therefore, it's 12 days in the lower city. After the time is up, I'll return here to bring you back. After saying this much, Pavilion Master Chu waved her hand at Song Shuhang and Chu Chu, leaving just like that. Song Shuhang and Chu Chu were still standing in place, staring blankly. After entering the strange Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion, they met the strange Pavilion Master Chu and were brought to the strange Time City. Something like the Time City would be surely a forbidden area in other sects. But Pavilion Master Chu brought two strangers like them here and wasn't worried in the least. Was it because there was fate between them? Shuhang was completely unable to understand Pavilion Master Chu's train of thought. But with things the way they are, we might as well make the best use of our time. This place is indeed really good for practicing. Therefore, we better practice here for a while since we have the opportunity, Shuhang said with a sigh. Chu Chu nodded. A training place like the Time City was everything she could wish for. For her, getting into the Time City could be regarded as a fortuitous encounter itself. It was like a meat pie falling from the sky, there was no reason to refuse it. After leaving the Time City, Pavilion Master Chu sleepwalked until reaching the city walls of the Time City. Then, she suddenly stopped and stood in place without moving in the slightest. It seemed she had fallen asleep. It was an innate skill that could allow her to sleep everywhere and at any time. It wasn't something one could learn in a mere 1 or 2 days. Around an hour later, Pavilion Master Chu suddenly woke up and stretched herself while yawning. Next, she rubbed her eyes with a confused expression on her face. What I'm doing next to the Time City? Pavilion Master Chu blurted out. Afterward, a pensive expression replaced the confused one. From what she remembered, she had slept for a long, long time. Then, while she was in a half-awake and half-asleep state, she vaguely remembered that some of her acquaintances had come over to see her. Afterward, well, there was no afterward. She was too lazy and sleepy to think about what happened later. She didn't remember what she had done or what she had discussed with her acquaintances. It was the same as someone soundly sleeping receiving a sudden call. The person would pick up the phone and talk to the person on the other end in a daze. But upon waking up, they would find it very hard to remember what they had talked about. In other words, Pavilion Master Chu's memories about meeting Shuhang and making him enter the Time City were extremely vague. She had forgotten about Shuhang and Chu Chu existences even though she met them only 1 hour ago. There were quite a few problems with Pavilion Master Chu's current state. Whatever. If I can't remember it, I won't force myself. After all, those matters don't have any relation with me if I don't remember anything about them, Pavilion Master Chu muttered to herself. In the next moment, she spread her divine sense out and covered the whole Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion. The disciples of the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion were diligently practicing as before. Each of them was filled with infinite energy and quickly progressing. The elders and attendants were either practicing, discussing profound principles, playing chess, or happily chatting with each other. Inside one of the rooms of the palace reserved for the guests, the pair of male and female attendants was changing the quilt of an adorable little girl with white hair that was sleeping over to her place. There is a guest in the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion? It seems she came here with one of my acquaintances, but where has that acquaintance of mine gone? I can't remember anyway, it doesn't matter. Since it's one of my acquaintances, there won't be any problems. Even today, the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion is as peaceful as always. Pavilion Master Chu happily smiled. Afterward, she dragged her long hair along and quickly left the Time City, returning to her celestial pavilion. This time, I feel really, really tired. Therefore, I want to sleep for a little longer. Pavilion Master Chu muttered as she returned to her bed and found a good place to curl up into. Very soon, she fell asleep and sunk into the world of dreams. This time, it was different from the past several days. Because this time, she had thoroughly fallen asleep. In the same instant Pavilion Master Chu fell asleep, the whole Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion outside stopped in its tracks. It almost felt as if time itself had stopped. That pair of male and female attendants that was changing Li Yingzhu's quilt was frozen in the same position as before, with none of them moving in the slightest. The ordinary disciples of the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion that were practicing outside were also frozen in time, keeping the postures they had before Fairy Chu went to sleep. Even the attendants, vice palace masters, and elders were frozen in their original positions. Some of them were drinking tea while others were playing chess, discussing profound principles, or chatting. Not only the cultivators of the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion, but even the running water of rivers and fountains, the birds in the sky, and the animals and insects on the ground had stopped in their tracks. The whole Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion was frozen in time. The only person unaffected was Li Yinzhu, who was soundly sleeping on the sickbed after her disease had flared up. Li Yinzhu was breathing steadily, but the cold air inside her body changed into a white mist whenever she breathed out through her mouth or nose. Without even noticing it, the whole room had been filled with cold air. Li Yinzhu's eyelashes slightly trembled. It was unknown whether she was going to wake up or if she would be sealed by the ice once more, in the lower portion of the Time City. Song Shuhang and Chu Chu passed through a very long passage and finally entered a wide hall. Except for the portrait of an ancestor of the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion, there wasn't any other object in the hall. The amount of spiritual qi in the wide hall was 3 times higher than in the world on the other side of the passage. Thereupon, Song Shuhang and Chu Chu started practicing in the lower city. The two of them immediately displayed their respective techniques. What Chu Chu practiced was the mysterious sword technique of the Chu family. It was a cultivation technique that could allow one to directly reach the 5th stage realm. After that, she also practiced a set of basic saber techniques. She had obtained this set of basic saber techniques from Miss 6th Cultivator of True Virtue after she signed the contract to become the 8th Cultivator of True Virtue candidate. After inheriting the name of 8th Cultivator of True Virtue, one would also inherit the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber. Since she would perhaps inherit the Phoenix Saber, Chu Chu needed to learn saber techniques as well. On the other hand, Song Shuhang was mainly practicing the immovable body of the Buddha and the steel hands technique he had obtained from Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue. His objective was to increase the strength of his constitution as much as possible. If one used numbers to describe the situation, the strength of Song Shuhang's current constitution was around 245 points. In other words, it wasn't much inferior to Chu Chu's, who was a cultivator of the 2nd stage 4th Dantian realm. Song Shuhang's aim was to quickly strengthen his constitution until it reached 250 points. With that, he could finally try to break through to the 3rd Dantian, the Dragon Claw Dantian, without worries. After opening the Dragon Claw Dantian, Song Shuhang could finally try to eat raw spirit beast crystals and practice the 33 divine beasts technique again. Song Shuhang's immovable body of the Buddha had already reached the master level. Therefore, he could practice this supplementary body tempering technique without moving in the slightest. In comparison, the steel hands technique was more difficult to practice. Song Shuhang had been practicing this technique for blacksmiths for the past few days. Whenever Song Shuhang operated the steel hands technique with all his might, only the fingertips of his 10 fingers would be coated with a metallic color. Let alone taking head-on magical treasures of the 2nd stage rank with his bare hands and obtaining a superhuman strength, the current level of his steel hands technique wasn't even enough to take head-on a normal pointed weapon. This situation really makes me miss a certain senior. Song Shuhang sighed. The nearby Chu Chu, who had just finished practicing her sword technique, asked, "Are you talking about Venerable White?" Chu Chu really envied the fact that Song Shuhang had a senior of the Venerable rank by his side to direct his training every day. "It's not Venerable White. It's another cool senior with a very powerful CPU," Song Shuhang said with a smile. Although Venerable White was also an excellent teacher and could explain magical techniques and martial skills using simple words and methods, the person Song Shuhang missed the most was senior young Master Phoenix Slayer. What was the best way to properly grasp cultivation techniques? Training hard? No, it was to look for young Master Phoenix Slayer. One only needed to borrow his CPU for a while and increase the level of their skills. After the grinding process was complete and one had returned to their body, they needed to use the skill a few times to familiarize oneself with it and reach the master, if not above, level. Although I'm not sure what fellow Daoist Shuhang is talking about, that senior must be pretty good, Chu Chu said. He's indeed excellent. Song Shuhang gave the thumbs up and said, right, Miss Chu Chu. I saw that you were practicing basic saber techniques earlier. Do you need any help? Song Shuhang's comprehension of basic saber technique was very good. Back then, he was almost tortured to death by that young man wearing green clothes in Venerable White's illusory reality, ending up learning the foundations of saber techniques. Afterward, when he borrowed young Master Phoenix Slayer's CPU to practice the inverted scale saber technique, his comprehension of basic saber techniques increased even further and reached a very high level. Of course, Chu Chu wouldn't refuse the help of a cultivator that had reached the master level in the field of saber techniques. Although he had cheated to increase his skills, Song Shuhang's comprehension of saber techniques had indeed reached the master level. Thereupon, Song Shuhang began to teach Chu Chu about the foundations of saber techniques. The methods he used were the same as that young man wearing green clothes he met in Venerable White's illusory reality, simple and crude. At first, he explained to Chu Chu how to use all sorts of saber techniques. Then, he picked up his treasured saber-broken tyrant and decided to let Chu Chu experience the charm of saber technique with her body. The only problem was that Chu Chu didn't have a saber with her at this time. Therefore, she had no choice but to use her sword to execute saber techniques, increasing the difficulty of the training. However, Chu Chu's comprehension abilities were very strong, and she could easily learn after following the examples. This was what it meant to have true talent. Miss Chu Chu wasn't just limited to swords or sabers. The first day in the lower city passed with Song Shuhang and Chu Chu practicing. In the evening, the two of them separately sat in meditation. The duo had enough fasting pills and didn't need to worry about food. During the second day in the lower city, Song Shuhang and Chu Chu tried to leave the wide hall by traveling through the passageways of the lower city. After traveling for half an hour, they arrived in a new, wide hall. In the wide hall, there were more than 30 huge copper tubs with black crystals below in there. The copper tubs were something that cultivators could use to take medicinal baths. In the nearby area were also placed several weapons such as sabers, spears, staffs, and so on. It was the same as timely getting what one needed because everything the two of them required had suddenly come their way. Song Shuhang just lacked a tub to take the medicinal bath, while Miss Chu Chu lacked a saber for her training. Thereupon, Song Shuhang decided to happily take a bath. The black crystals below the copper tubs were something akin to firewood. A small spark was enough to ignite them. After correctly allocating the raw materials and throwing them into the copper tub, Song Shuhang filled the tub with water. Afterward, he comfortably sighed while bathing inside the medicinal liquid. Unfortunately, the effects of the medicinal bath weren't as awesome as the one Song Shuhang experienced in Miss Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue's golden coffin. While he was taking the medicinal bath inside the golden coffin, the strength of his constitution was increasing by 0.1 points every 3 minutes. But now, it was increasing by 0.1 points every 10 minutes. After 2 hours, the strength of his constitution had increased by only 1.2 points. Well, still better than nothing, right? Moreover, he could bathe in the medicinal liquid 2 times in a day for a total increase of constitution by 2.4 points. In the meantime, Miss Chu Chu casually picked up a saber and started to practice saber techniques. After she was done practicing saber techniques, she chose a copper tub far away from Song Shuhang's and arranged a curtain before filling it with water. When she entered the medicinal tub, she lowered her head and looked at her chest. After she was almost hugged to death the last time, she was lucky to get help from that skilled doctor friend of Song Shuhang. Thanks to him, her wounds had already recovered. However, her chest had yet to recover its original shape. She didn't even know if it would ever return to how it was before. But even if it could recover its previous shape, would it be still as bouncy and elastic as it once was? After all, breasts were like a second face for girls. She couldn't neglect this aspect. During the third day in the lower city. Upon waking up, Miss Chu Chu sat cross-legged and started her practice. Then, she started breaking through a small realm. After seeing that Chu Chu had started breaking through, Shuhang moved closer and acted as her protector. The job of a protector wasn't only to stop the outside world from influencing the person that was breaking through, but also to give them a hand if something unexpected happened during the breaking through process, such as feeding them a medicinal pill to increase their true qi when needed and prevent them from succumbing to their inner demon. 2 hours later. Chu Chu opened her eyes. She had successfully managed to open her fifth dantian, the dragon palm dantian. At this time, an almost complete true dragon had condensed behind her back, only the neck and head were missing. Huff! Chu Chu spat out a mouthful of bad air. This time, it took her less time to advance in realm than the past. She felt that the entire process had been very natural and smooth. After all, she had been almost killed not too long ago. The benefits she had obtained from that experience between life and death were enormous. Besides, she followed Shuhang to space a few days ago and was suppressed by the Mount Tai seal. Afterward, she practiced inside Venerable's 7th Cultivator of True Virtues underground room with increased gravity, obtained a reward inside the grave of Venerable's 6th Cultivator of True Virtue, and also managed to practice inside the Time City. In the past, she experienced only one fortuitous encounter within several years. But now, fortuitous encounters had come her way like a flowing river and she was basically experiencing a new fortuitous encounter every day. Therefore, it wasn't unexpected that her strength increased so quickly. After Chu Chu managed to break through, Shuhang started his own practice. When he operated the steel hands technique at this time, both palms of his hands were covered by a metallic color, just as though he was wearing a pair of iron gloves. Practicing the steel hands technique could also increase the strength of Shuhang's constitution. Today, he had already successfully increased the strength of his constitution until reaching 250 points. Therefore, he could already try to break through to the third dantian, the Dragon Claw dantian. But Shuhang wasn't in a hurry and didn't plan to break through today. He was planning to use today's day to nourish and warm up the true qi inside his dantian as well as adjust his mental energy to reach an optimal condition. "I'll try to break through tomorrow," Shuhang said softly. During the 4th day in the lower city, Shuhang adjusted his state and was now in optimal condition. Afterward, he asked Chu Chu to tell him about her own experience while she broke through the Dragon Claw dantian. The last time, he almost failed to break through to the Dragon Tail dantian due to being inexperienced. Luckily, there was a good-hearted anonymous senior that helped him while he was breaking through and guided him step by step during the whole process. Speaking of which, who was that kind senior that helped him the last time? Apparently it wasn't one of the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group that helped him back then. After Chu Chu told him about her own experience, Shuhang started to break through to the Dragon Claw dantian. At the same time, Chu Chu sat next to him and acted as a protector. The Dragon Claw dantian also didn't stop at only one layer. One had to break through the several checkpoints in order to complete the breakthrough process. Anyway, it didn't take Shuhang much effort to break through to this small realm. At this time, he had a huge quantity of true qi inside his body. He, who was at the 2nd stage 2nd dantian realm, had a quantity of true qi that wasn't inferior to that of a cultivator of the 2nd stage 4th dantian realm. The checkpoints of the Dragon Claw dantian were like mud walls and were destroyed layer after layer under the strength of Shuhang's raging true qi. Around half an hour later, Shuhang had successfully broken through the Dragon Claw dantian and entered the nourishing stage that came after the opening of the dantian. In the rear, for some unknown reason, Chu Chu felt a little bit depressed. Time flew by. Very soon, the 12 days they had to stay in the lower city had come to an end. During these 12 days, Shuhang had already used all the raw materials he bought from Miss Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue back then. At this time, even his realm after breaking through to the third Dantian, the Dragon Claw Dantian, had thoroughly consolidated. Now that he had an additional Dantian to bear the pressure of his true chi, Shuhang didn't have to worry about suddenly exploding. Technically speaking, Shuhang could already start eating spirit beast crystals again. However, he decided to wait a bit and strengthen his constitution some more so as to avoid ending up in a state where his body could explode once more. At the same time, he had practiced the steel hands technique until making it reach the beginner level. With that, the strength of Shuhang's constitution increased again, reaching 265 points. If he could increase the strength of his constitution a bit more, he would end up having a constitution of the third stage rank while being in the second stage realm, a case similar to that of Dharma King creations. After a cultivator reached the third stage Battle King realm, their true chi would liquefy. Moreover, its quality was much superior when compared to the true chi of a cultivator of the second stage realm. In addition, cultivators of the third stage had another special characteristic. They could burn the liquid true chi inside their bodies and bring forth the body of the Battle King, obtaining a large increase in fighting power within a short period of time. The 12 days are almost over. Chu Chu held a sword in her left hand and a saber in the right one. She was truly a talented cultivator. She had completely mastered the foundations of saber techniques within these 12 days. In the future, she would perhaps become an outstanding cultivator specialized both in the way of the sword and the saber. Chu Chu was somewhat unwilling to leave this place. While training in the lower portion of the Time City, the practicing speed was from 5 to 6 times faster than the outside world. In there, she was obtaining the same effects she would if she was continually taking valuable medicinal pills to aid her training. Therefore, she was a bit unwilling to leave this wondrous place. Not too far away from her, Shuhang was grasping with both hands a large sword. In the next moment, he jumped up and a blinding light was emitted from the strange sword. At the same time, Shuhang recited a strange incantation. Holy light, that wicked one seems worth fighting. Evil slashing holy light sword. It was that technique that had been adapted from a Western-style sword technique. Although its raw power wasn't bad, the chant of the technique was just too embarrassing. However, Shuhang was still very happy. After all, it was a sword technique. A real sword technique. Although the sword was somewhat big and could be wielded only with 2 hands, it was still a sword, right? At last, he, too, could practice a sword technique. Beyond that, the evil slashing holy light sword seemed to have a pretty good raw power. Earlier, Chu Chu tried to cross swords with him. When she faced head-on the evil slashing holy light sword, Chu Chu had to burst forth with 21 ordinary swords attacks in one go to ward off the attack of Shuhang's sword. Moreover, when Shuhang used the sword technique, the sword light released holy flames too. The holy flames were rather interesting. Although they didn't cause much damage, they would stick to the enemy. In addition, if one was hungry, they could use them to cook as well. Since their days in the lower city of the Time City were almost over, Shuhang and Chu Chu didn't waste their time and practiced until the early hours of the morning. Now, we only need to wait for Pavilion Master Chu to bring us out, Shuhang said while holding the large sword with both hands. He looked incredibly tired at this time. Chu Chu was sitting cross-legged next to him while wearing women's clothing made from a curtain stitched together. She looked at the Time City behind them, somewhat unwilling to part with it. It was such a good place. How wonderful would it be if she could stay here for a few more days. However, the two of them waited for a long time. They waited for more than half a day, but Pavilion Master Chu, who should have come to pick them up, never came. Chu Chu furrowed her brows and said, what happened? It should be already time for us to leave the Time City. Shuhang pondered for a moment and said, perhaps. Pavilion Master Chu is still sleeping? She was in a strange state the last time, and seemed very tired. Perhaps she just overslept. After all, the flow of time in this place is different than the outside world. One day in the outside world is equivalent to 12 days in the lower city. If she oversleeps for just a few hours in the outside world, several days will pass in this place. A happy expression flashed through Chu Chu's eyes as she said, in that case, shouldn't we keep practicing for a few more days? Shuhang was somewhat worried about Lianzhu. However, they couldn't get out of the Time City without Pavilion Master Chu's help. Since they couldn't do anything about the matter, the best course of action was to follow Chu Chu's advice and keep practicing. After all, practicing in the lower portion of the Time City was very effective. Therefore, the duo returned to the Time City and kept practicing. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Very soon, another 12 days passed. However, Pavilion Master Chu didn't come to find them. Shuhang had started to wonder whether Fairy Chu had actually forgotten about them. Chu Chu was very happy to be able to practice in the Time City every day. She felt that she was getting stronger and stronger with each day of practice, and was extremely pleased about it. Chu Chu was a simple girl, and it was rather easy to satisfy her. Shuhang had practiced the steel hands technique until reaching the intermediate level, and even the whole set of the Holy Light Sword technique had reached the beginner level. Although he had already finished the raw materials necessary for the medicinal bath, Shuhang had managed to increase the strength of his constitution until reaching 275 points by relying on the continuous use of the steel hands technique within these 12 days. In addition, he finally found the time to research a certain thing within these days, the human puppet inside his size-reducing purse. Then he discovered that the damnable thing could eat spirit stones. The previous time, when he bought the medicinal materials from Miss Sixth Cultivator of True Virtue and received those 3 spirit stones of the 3rd stage back, he put them in the size-reducing purse, but now, those spirit stones had disappeared without traces. Shuhang felt his heart twitching in pain. After all, those were 3 spirit stones of the 3rd stage. It was something he would obtain after working for more than half a day in the mines. Why did those spirit stones he put in the size-reducing purse suddenly disappear? Shuhang got curious and picked the last 2 spirit stones of the 4th stage he had left. Then, he threw that half-used spirit stone into the size-reducing purse. Next, he shook the purse a bit and finally discovered the culprit. It was that human puppet. That thing could eat spirit stones. My heart is truly in pain at this time. During the experiment, Shuhang even lost that half-used spirit stone of the 4th stage. With how things were, Shuhang didn't dare to place any other spirit stone in the size-reducing purse. In addition, he studied the small human puppet every day after practice. Unfortunately, without enough energy to power it up, the human puppet wasn't any different from an ordinary little toy. Besides, Shuhang wasn't an expert when it came to puppets. Therefore, he didn't obtain any useful information after studying the puppet. Maybe I should wait until I return to Venerable White's side and give him the puppet so that he can study it? Shuhang muttered to himself. After all, Senior White was extremely adept at disassembling things. It was regrettable that he wasn't as much adept at assembling them back, and even if he could assemble them back, those things could explode at any time. Whatever, it's not like this thing belongs to me. I don't really care even if Senior White ruins it. It's settled then. I'll give it to Senior White the next time I see him so that he can disassemble it. Shuhang had made up his mind. Even today, Pavilion Master Chu didn't come to pick us up, Chu Chu said. She and Shuhang had stayed in the lower city of the Time City of 24 days already. But Fairy Chu still hadn't come to look for them. Yeah, and it has already been 2 days in the outside world, Shuhang replied. It would be wonderful if the phone had a signal at this time. In that case, they could simply call Fairy Chu and tell her to come to the Time City to pick them up. Chu Chu pondered for a moment and said, "Fellow Daoist Shuhang, should we return to the lower city of the Time City and explore its depths? Perhaps we will find a way out." Even if she wanted to stay in this place and keep practicing, looking for an exit wasn't a bad idea. With that, they would have a way out in case there was an emergency. Even after all the delay, Pavilion Master Chu didn't come over to the Time City to pick Song Shuhang and Chu Chu up. Thereupon, Song Shuhang and Chu Chu explored the various passageways in the Time City, as well as the rooms, caves, and halls inside, after their daily training. They wanted to see if they could find a way to leave the Time City. When Song Shuhang and Chu Chu entered the Time City, it was Pavilion Master Chu that brought them there. At that time, the restrictions and the maze of passages surrounding the Time City were in an inactive state. As such, it was going to be quite difficult if they wanted to get out of the lower city of the Time City without Pavilion Master Chu's help. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days passed. Within these 2 days, Song Shuhang and Chu Chu explored nearly 70 rooms, halls, and caves, but they were still unable to find a way out of the Time City. At this time, the duo was in a predicament because not all the halls of the Time City could be regarded as safe. Song Shuhang and Chu Chu had entered an underground arena with a lot of bronze statues inside a few minutes ago. There were 108 bronze statues in the underground arena, and all of them had the strength of the second stage rank. Had it been a 1 versus 1 match, Song Shuhang and Chu Chu wouldn't have been scared of the statues. But as soon as they entered the underground arena, the 108 bronze statues were activated all together and arranged themselves according to a special formation, completely surrounding Song Shuhang and Chu Chu. Even by joining their forces, Song Shuhang and Chu Chu were able to barely resist against the attacks of the 108 bronze statues. Chu Chu's sword light flashed through the air and got rid of the 3 bronze statues before her eyes. "Fellow Daoist Shuhang, let's quickly get out of this place. These bronze statues don't seem to suffer from fatigue. We won't have any strength left if we keep fighting them." Song Shuhang used his fist of steel and sent flying the bronze statue in front of him, saying, "Miss Chu Chu, try to get me some time, 2 breaths are enough. I'll operate the inverted scale saber technique, dragon dance style at full strength and hold the bronze statues back. We can use the opportunity to get away from here." The inverted scale saber technique didn't have any attack power, but its defensive abilities were very good. "Sure, no problem," Chu Chu replied. At the same time, she reduced the range of her sword chi and formed a circle, encompassing Song Shuhang and protecting him. Song Shuhang took a deep breath and operated the true chi inside his body. Afterward, he used the 33 Divine Beasts technique in conjunction with the inverted scale saber technique, bringing his power into full play. Immediately after, he shouted, "Dragon dance style." In the next moment, the true chi turned into a lifelike dragon made of saber light that wrapped Song Shuhang's body, forming a tight defense around him that repelled the bronze statues trying to come over. Even Chu Chu was forced to take 2 steps backward due to the saber light of the dragon dance style. Song Shuhang immediately controlled the defensive ring of the dragon dance style and temporarily opened a gap in the place Chu Chu was standing. The dragon-shaped true chi continuously danced in the air as the range of its defense expanded, heading toward the exit. "Now is the chance. Miss Chu Chu, quickly enter the range of the defense of my dragon dance style and let's get out of here together," Song Shuhang called out. Chu Chu immediately took back her ring of sword chi and jumped toward the gap Song Shuhang had opened inside the dragon dance style, getting inside the defensive barrier. "Success, let's get going." "Ahaha." Song Shuhang laughed out loud. But right at this time, a wooden box automatically drilled out of Song Shuhang's size-reducing purse, starting to float next to him. In the next moment, the wooden box opened on its own and revealed a magical rune inside. It was precisely Venerable White's 10,000-mile flying escape technique. Song Shuhang had already stayed inside the lower portion of the Time City for 26 days. In addition, he had already spent another 4 days visiting Venerable's 7th Cultivator of True Virtue's immortal cave, exploring the grave of Venerable's 6th Cultivator of True Virtue and visiting the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion. Therefore, it had been 30 days in total since he had come to space. Venerable White's 10,000-mile flying escape technique was supposed to automatically activate after 30 days. The countdown started as soon as Song Shuhang was launched into space. Now that the time was over, the 10,000-mile flying escape technique that Venerable White had prepared finally activated. The runes turned into a ring of light particles that surrounded Song Shuhang. Not even 0.01 seconds passed since the time the wooden box came out of the size-reducing purse to when the 10,000-mile flying escape technique was activated. Neither Song Shuhang nor Chu Chu had the time to react. The light of the 10,000-mile flying escape technique shrouded Song Shuhang and made him fly upward. "No! This is too sudden," Song Shuhang called out. It wasn't only him, even the saber chi of the dragon dance style was picked up and brought upward. Afterward, Song Shuhang whizzed out of the underground arena with the 108 bronze statues inside. Song Shuhang suddenly left, just like that. Everything had been so sudden that Miss Chu Chu was still standing in her original position with a dumbfounded look on her face. She was looking at Shuhang pewing away with an unbelievable expression on her face. Chu Chu had just taken back her ring of sword chi and was preparing to rely on the defense provided by Song Shuhang's dragon dance style to run away from the encirclement of those 108 bronze statues. But now, Song Shuhang had suddenly flown away together with the saber chi of the dragon dance style, leaving Chu Chu without defenses and completely exposed to the attacks of the bronze statues. "Isn't that the same as backstabbing your teammate?" Chu Chu wanted to cry but had no tears. At this time, tens of bronze statues had formed a circle around her, attacking her simultaneously. In the meantime, the remaining 90 or so statues formed a big battle formation and surrounded Chu Chu to stop her from escaping. The 108 bronze statues versus Chu Chu, second round, start. Even with Song Shuhang's help, Chu Chu could barely hold on against the formation of the 108 bronze statues. Now that she was alone, she really had no hope of resisting them. Song Shuhang could only helplessly wave at the distant Chu Chu. As soon as the 10,000-mile flying escape technique activated, he entered the spectator mode, and was unable to control the flying technique. He had no alternative but to send a message to Chu Chu via secret sound transmission. "Chu Chu, try to follow behind me once you manage to break through the formation of the bronze statues." There was the possibility that the 10,000-mile flying escape technique could allow him to leave the lower portion of the Time City. Then, just in this fashion, Song Shuhang was shrouded in a layer of light and forced to shuttle back and forth at high speed within the passageways of the lower city. Nevertheless, the current version of the 10,000-mile flying escape technique seemed to have been improved. Song Shuhang remembered that he bumped into all kinds of obstacles back when Venerable White gave him that tattoo of the Calabash brothers with the 10,000-mile flying escape technique engraved on it. Back then, he bumped into the back of Cold Flame Sword, a member of the Penniless Thief sect, and was forced to travel alongside him for a long time. But now, it felt as though the 10,000-mile flying escape technique had a certain intelligence. Whenever something appeared in front of it, it would quickly dodge it. As long as nothing unexpected happened, he should be able to leave the Time City. The layer of light was like an experienced driver and would timely turn left and right whenever there was a need to. In the end, it thrust into a jet-black passageway. All the passageways in the lower portion of the Time City were brightly illuminated, but this jet-black tunnel seemed different from the others. Was it possible that it was the exit? Song Shuhang's mood got much better. The jet-black passageway was very long, and even after flying inside for more than 10 minutes with the incredibly high speed of the layer of light, he was still unable to see the end. Afterward, as the layer of light traveled for around half an hour, a bright light suddenly appeared before Shuhang's eyes. He was about to get out. Since the end coordinates of 10,000-mile flying escape technique were set on Venerable White's body, it was very likely that Song Shuhang would directly leave the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion and return to Earth. Such being the case, he wouldn't have the opportunity to say goodbye to Pavilion Master Chu. Actually, it was pretty embarrassing for a guest to sneakily leave without even saying goodbye. There was also Li Yinzhu. Song Shuhang was likewise unable to pick her up. Therefore, he could only hope that Chu Chu would take care of her after she managed to get out of the Time City. Although Li Yinzhu wasn't his daughter, Song Shuhang had been deeply influenced by the memories of the loose cultivator Li Tiansu he'd experienced back then. For this reason, he felt very close to Li Yinzhu and really cared about her. Just as he was in deep thoughts, the layer of light had already barged into that light ahead of them. Immediately after, Song Shuhang felt as though he had bumped into a soft barrier. Then, his whole body was forcefully thrust into the barrier due to the strength of the impact caused by the 10,000-mile flying escape technique. I'm finally out. Huh. Wait a moment, what the hell is this place? Song Shuhang stared at the space before his eyes. What appeared before his eyes wasn't the scenery outside the Time City or the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion, it was instead a huge hollow tree. Inside the tree hollow was a huge jellyfish with a luminous body. There were tens of thousands of tentacles made of light linked to its luminous body, spreading out and covering the whole tree hollow. If it's not the exit, what is this place? Just as Song Shuhang saw the big, dazzling jellyfish, his hair stood on end. As though it had reacted to the presence of the intruder, the countless tentacles of the luminous jellyfish rushed toward Song Shuhang. Even the agile 10,000-mile flying escape technique was unable to dodge this attack that literally filled all the surrounding space. Even if it was 10 times more agile, it wouldn't stand a chance against this AoE attack that covered all the space within the tree hollow. However, the tentacles of the jellyfish didn't directly attack Song Shuhang's body. They arranged themselves in a radius of 2 meters with Song Shuhang as the center, tightly wrapping him up. It was the same as a silkworm spinning a cocoon. At this time, the tentacles had formed a thick cocoon around Song Shuhang. After the cocoon was spun, something akin to suckers appeared on each tentacle. The suckers contracted and pasted themselves onto the layer of light generated from the 10,000-mile flying escape technique. In the next moment, the layer of light that the 10,000-mile flying escape technique had generated was transformed into pure spiritual energy and absorbed by the tentacles. It unexpectedly ate the 10,000-mile flying escape technique? Song Shuhang sighed faintly, such bad luck. It seemed he had used up all the luck he had saved up during the past few days. Now, it was time for his unlucky life to begin. As soon as the layer of light of the 10,000-mile flying escape technique disappeared, Song Shuhang felt like suffocating, because there was unexpectedly no air within the tree hollow. There wasn't any gravity, either. Therefore, Song Shuhang was floating in midair while entrapped by the cocoon made of tentacles. After swallowing down the 10,000-mile flying escape technique, the countless tentacles of light started to wriggle. In the next moment, the tips of the tentacle headed toward Song Shuhang. Inverted scale saber technique, dragon dance style. Song Shuhang wielded the treasured saber Broken Tyrant and his true chi burst forth, changing into a true dragon dancing in the air. The saber chi had transformed into a lifelike dragon. But just as the dragon dance style took shape and transformed into a dragon, the suckers on the various tentacles quickly pasted on it. Then, the suckers contracted, and the dragon-shaped saber chi of the dragon dance style was completely absorbed. It was swallowed down by the suckers just like the 10,000-mile flying escape technique earlier. It can absorb true qi and spiritual energy even if they are not in their pure energy form. Just what is this jellyfish? Song Shuhang had a very bad premonition. Whether it was the layer of light of Venerable White's 10,000-mile flying escape technique or the saber qi of his own dragon dance style, they were easily transformed into pure energy and absorbed by the jellyfish. The luminous jellyfish seemed to be the natural enemy of cultivators. Song Shuhang grabbed the treasured saber broken tyrant. After eating the true qi of the dragon dance style, the luminous jellyfish seemed to have eaten its fill. It didn't try to invade Song Shuhang with its tentacles, but still maintained the cocoon around his body, keeping him trapped inside. Is it not planning to attack me on its own volition? Song Shuhang operated his true qi and drew the rune of the turtle breathing technique in the center of each palm. Afterward, he joined his palms together and activated the runes of the technique with his mental energy, displaying the turtle breathing technique. The most important thing to do inside the tree hollow devoid of air was to find a way not to suffocate. But just as Song Shuhang joined his palms together and activated the runes of the technique, one of the tentacles forming the cocoon stretched out at lightning speed and bumped into his palm. In the next moment, the runes of the turtle breathing technique were transformed into pure energy and absorbed by the tentacles of the luminous jellyfish. Song Shuhang. It seemed that the luminous jellyfish didn't attack him, because it was waiting for him to use his true qi to display magical or saber techniques so that it could absorb it. But if this keeps going on, I'll die due to the lack of air. Song Shuhang grabbed the treasured saber broken tyrant and put his strength in both hands. If true qi and spiritual energy were useless, he could only rely on pure, physical strength. Shuhang started to ruthlessly slash after grabbing the saber. He didn't use any true qi, just pure physical strength. Ding, 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 a series of sparks flew out. But each and every one of those soft-looking tentacles was harder than a godly weapon. Although the treasured saber broken tyrant could cut the physical body of a cultivator of the fourth stage, it didn't leave so much as a scratch on the tentacles. As expected, physical attacks were also useless. After all, the jellyfish had easily taken care of the 10,000-mile flying escape technique that Venerable White had prepared. Even if it wasn't an existence of the Venerable rank, it was surely an existence of the 6th stage True Monarch rank. Song Shuhang couldn't use saber qi, and magical techniques were likewise useless. Such being the case, he could only give that a try. Song Shuhang put away the treasured saber broken tyrant and took out a huge two-handed sword. Holy Light Sword Technique, Evil Slashing Holy Light Sword. The raw power of this sword technique was pretty good, but it was nowhere near enough to break the tentacles of the jellyfish. Song Shuhang's true aim was to summon the holy flames that appeared whenever the sword technique was used. Although the power of the holy flames wasn't that high, they were ravenous, sticky, and very difficult to extinguish. Moreover, could the jellyfish eat this stuff imported from the West as well? The evil slashing holy light sword bumped into the tentacles of the jellyfish. Another jingling sound was heard, but the tentacles of the jellyfish were still undamaged. But the holy flames were now stuck to the tentacles of the jellyfish and had started to burn them up. The holy flames had very low lethality, and they wouldn't be able to harm the jellyfish even if they kept burning for another 100 years. The suckers on the tentacles of the jellyfish activated once more and transformed a large amount of the holy flames into pure energy, starting to absorb it. It's not over yet. Song Shuhang displayed another small magical technique, the fire controlling art. The fire controlling art could manipulate the holy flames as well. Song Shuhang had confirmed this point 14 days ago when he was practicing together with Chu Chu. Right at this time, the holy flames happened to be attached to the tentacles of the jellyfish. Under the effects of the fire controlling art, the holy flames started to burn frantically. The aim wasn't to injure the opposite party, but to increase the area where the flames were burning. The bigger the area where the holy flames were burning, the bigger the probability that the jellyfish would move its tentacles away to put out the fire, giving Song Shuhang a small opportunity to escape. In the end, the tentacles indeed moved. 30 or so tentacles behind Song Shuhang twisted and combined into a large stick that headed toward him. Bang! The surprise attack of the tentacles that had twisted and transformed into a stick failed. A small golden shield had managed to block the attack. The ghost spirit had been hiding inside Song Shuhang's heart aperture all along and had used its unique senses as a ghost spirit to help its master monitor the situation around him. Just as the tentacles tried to hit Shuhang, the ghost spirit automatically used its innate skill and blocked the attack with its golden shield. But in the next moment, up to 100 suckers appeared on the surface of that stick made of tentacles. The suckers firmly attached themselves to the small golden shield and activated. Immediately after, even the small golden shield of the ghost spirit was transformed into pure energy and absorbed by the luminous jellyfish. Even an innate skill such as the golden shield was transformed into pure energy and absorbed. I'm not afraid of you making a move, because I'm more afraid of you not making a move. Fire controlling art, make the fire burn at maximum intensity. Song Shuhang clenched his teeth and operated the fire controlling art with all his might, making the holy flames burn with even more strength. Hopefully, he would be able to induce the jellyfish to move some more and get the opportunity to escape. Buzz, buzz. Right at this time, the luminous jellyfish emitted a strange sound. Then, after it was done absorbing the energy of the small golden shield of the ghost spirit, it withdrew its tentacles and maintained the cocoon around Song Shuhang. Afterward, it didn't move in the slightest and allowed the holy flames to burn on its tentacles. A little bit later, it activated its suckers and started to slowly transform the holy flames into pure energy, absorbing them. Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang had no alternative but to stop using the fire-controlling art. Increasing the area and intensity of the holy flames only created additional energy for the opposite party. It was just a waste of time. Next, Song Shuhang didn't move in the slightest and tried to find a way out of the situation. Since he wasn't moving, the tentacles of the jellyfish weren't moving either. But just as Song was unable to resist and tried to use the turtle breathing technique, the tentacles quickly stretched out and transformed the runes on Song Shuhang's palms into pure energy, absorbing it. If he couldn't think of anything, Song Shuhang would suffocate for real and die in that place. It's bad. I'm at my limit without the turtle breathing technique. Song Shuhang thought to himself. But right at this time, the cocoon that was tightly wrapping him up started to wriggle. Then, a small mouth that started to emit white mist appeared on each of the internal tentacles of the cocoon. Was it possible that they were releasing air? At first, the luminous jellyfish kept interrupting Song Shuhang's turtle breathing technique, but now, it was giving him air on own initiative? What was it planning to do? Was it possible that there was something wrong with the air? Who knew? Perhaps it was poisoned. However, Song Shuhang had really no choice at this time and was at a dead end. Of course, he wasn't planning to casually inhale the air without taking any precautions. Song Shuhang took the Gentle Dao Pill 5th Star Edition that Senior Ancient Lake Temple had gifted him out of his size-reducing purse. It was a medicinal pill that one could take orally to treat and heal their wounds. In addition, it also had a certain detoxifying effect. Song Shuhang put the Gentle Dao pill in his mouth and cautiously took a breath of air. If there was something wrong with the air the luminous jellyfish had released, he would immediately swallow down the Gentle Dao pill to counter its negative effects. Song Shuhang spat the bad air in his lungs out and took a deep breath. The fresh air entered his body and soothed his lungs that were on the verge of exploding. In the next moment, a feeling of happiness welled up in Song Shuhang's heart. The air was very clean, and there wasn't any trace of poison inside. But just to be safe, whether there actually was poison in the air and regardless if the medicinal pill could stop it, Song Shuhang still swallowed down the Gentle Dao pill. Suddenly, just as Song Shuhang swallowed down the Gentle Dao pill, he felt a burst of dizziness rush up to his head. Immediately after, his mind became blank, and everything around him started spinning. In the next moment, he collapsed and lost consciousness. Buzz, buzz. The luminous jellyfish made another strange sound. It almost felt as though it was evilly laughing. Soon after, it dragged Song Shuhang toward its body while maintaining the cocoon around him. Next, a mouth suddenly appeared on the body of the jellyfish and swallowed Song Shuhang down. After an unknown amount of time, Song Shuhang finally regained his senses. I actually fainted after eating the medicinal pill. That's the opposite of what should have actually happened. After opening his eyes, he looked all around. After a quick look, he discovered that he was in a strange place. There were many mirrors all around him, and countless Song Shuhangs were reflected inside these mirrors. There were both gravity and air inside this room full of mirrors. In addition, there was a faintly discernible black sphere with an irregular surface 3 meters away from him. The black sphere was emitting a faint radiance, illuminating the strange room full of mirrors. What is this place? Song Shuhang muttered to himself. He turned his head around and shot a look at the surrounding area. At the same time, his image reflected in the several mirrors also turned its head around and looked at the surroundings. In the whole room, there was nothing else aside from mirrors. The only exception was that shining black sphere. Was I brought here by the luminous jellyfish? Song Shuhang pondered for a moment and took out the treasured saber broken tyrant, poking at the black sphere in front of him. Then, just as though it was an illusion, the tip of the treasured saber broken tyrant directly passed through the black sphere as it poked at it. Is this thing an illusion? Song Shuhang furrowed his brows and prepared to take the saber back. But right at this time, the black sphere actually followed the saber back and quickly rolled in Song Shuhang's direction. The black sphere wasn't an illusory object. Although Song Shuhang couldn't touch it, the black sphere could come in contact with both Song Shuhang and the saber. The black sphere rolled toward him very fast. Song Shuhang didn't even have the time to let go of the saber when the sphere had already touched his fingers. In the next moment, countless things poured into Song Shuhang's head from the black sphere. Immediately after, 88,888 voices echoed in Song Shuhang's head in unison, talking about topics that Shuhang didn't understand in the least. The number of the voices was simply too high, and after the voices overlapped, everything turned into a buzzing sound. Song Shuhang was unable to differentiate between the voices or understand what they were trying to say. He felt as though his head was going to explode. Even listening to Dharma King Creation's song from close range didn't have such an impact on him. But the most absurd thing was that he knew the exact number of the voices. He knew that there were 88,888 voices altogether. Not one less, not one more. Is this some kind of deathly trap? Song Shuhang held his head with both hands. At this time, the only thing missing was someone popping out of nowhere and saying, "You're already dead," with Song Shuhang's head deforming and exploding. If it was really a trap, the one that had arranged it must have been affected by an obsessive-compulsive disorder. They decided to place exactly 88,888 voices inside such a perfectly balanced trap. Damn it. It feels as though my head is going to explode. If all the voices keep speaking at the same time, I'm really going to turn insane. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand and prepared to punch himself in the head. He wanted to see whether he could knock himself out. But just as this thought flashed through his mind, the 88,888 voices in his head became even louder, and the speed at which they were talking increased by 3 times. The CPU of Song Shuhang's brain was overloaded and his whole body crashed. At this time, he felt as though he had been struck by an immobilizing technique and was thus completely unable to move. The 88,888 voices continued to reverberate in Song Shuhang's head, filling his head with all kinds of mysterious information. While he was in this state, Song Shuhang's brain lost the ability to think. He had no choice but to passively listen to the 88,888 voices with a stupid look on his face. In the world of cultivators, some magical or cultivation techniques possessed the power of the natural laws or of the great truth. Therefore, it was impossible to write these peerless cultivation techniques or extraordinary magical techniques down with something as simple as words, and even if one were to forcefully use letters to write them down, the letters would be destroyed by the power of the principle of the world. As a consequence, it was extremely difficult to pass down these peerless cultivation techniques or extraordinary magical techniques. Cultivation techniques that possessed not too much of the power of the natural laws or of the great truth could be passed down to the younger generation through jade strips or similar materials. But cultivation techniques that possessed the complete power of the natural laws or of the great truth were impossible to write down on those jade strips that were usually used to pass down techniques. Even the creator of the cultivation or magical technique found it very difficult to pass it down to the disciples through the mere usage of words. For this very reason, many valuable magical techniques and peerless cultivation techniques had been lost forever due to the inability to pass them down. One could say that ancient cultivators really racked their brains to think of methods to pass down their peerless cultivation techniques and extraordinary magical techniques. Time slowly passed by. In the end, after a full 45 hours and almost 2 days' worth of time, the 88,888 voices in Song Shuhang's head were about to stop with their mumbling. At last, the voices shouted in unison, and the buzzing sound that had continued for a full 45 hours stopped. Song Shuhang weakly lay on the ground. In the next moment, fresh blood started to flow out of his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth. 1 day later, Song Shuhang finally regained his senses. His head was aching, and he felt as if it was going to split into two. On the other hand, a cool and refreshing feeling was transmitted from the place between his eyebrows. Song Shuhang propped himself up. At the same time, a rumbling sound was transmitted from his hungry stomach. Hence, he quickly opened his size-reducing purse and took out a fasting pill, swallowing it down. Fasting pills also had different effects according to their different qualities. If the average man was to take an ordinary fasting pill, they wouldn't need to eat for 1 month. If it was a cultivator of the first stage, they wouldn't need to eat for 10 days. But if it was a cultivator of the second stage, the effects would last only for 4 or 5 days. The fasting pills Song Shuhang had with him were a gift from Su Clan's 16. One fasting pill was enough to keep a cultivator of the first stage sated for more than 2 months, and even a cultivator of the second stage didn't need to eat for around 1 month. Su Clan's 16 wanted to give him fasting pills of an even higher quality, but Song Shuhang's cultivation level was too low back then. If the quality of the fasting pills was too high, the pills would fill him to the point of bursting. But even after Song Shuhang swallowed the fasting pill down, he still felt very hungry. Therefore, he put another fasting pill in his mouth and swallowed it down. Then, another one, and another one. After eating 8 consecutive fasting pills, he felt that his belly was only 70% full. For how long have I been unconscious, to the point that I became so hungry? Song Shuhang muttered to himself. At the same time, he raised his head and looked in the mirror on the side. His face reflected in the mirror was deathly pale, and it felt as though he didn't have any vitality. Moreover, there were traces of dried-up blood around his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. But what piqued his interest was the area between his eyebrows. A bronze-colored radiance was frequently emitted from that place. The presence of the bronze light signified that his mental energy had increased once again. The quantitative change had triggered a qualitative change as well, carrying out a strange mutation. The amount of mental energy he possessed right now was already something that didn't belong to the realm of a cultivator of the second stage. Recently, Song Shuhang had carefully looked up the info concerning the constitution and mental energy of cultivators. Therefore, he knew that the bronze light implied that his mental energy had reached the 3rd stage rank. I'm in big trouble. Shuhang grimaced. As it was circulating in the area between his eyebrows, his mental energy was intermittently emitting a cool and refreshing aura. Then, as the cool and refreshing aura accumulated and reached a certain degree, it changed into a dazzling bronze light emitting from Shuhang's glabella. At this time, Shuhang felt that the area between his eyebrows was slightly swelled and aching. The pain implied that his constitution was unable to keep up with the sudden increase of mental energy. Besides, the feeling of pain would become more and more intense as time passed by. Technically speaking, one could condense and materialize the originally invisible mental energy only after reaching the third stage. The bronze-colored light implied that his mental energy had transformed and entered an embryonic stage. In this stage, the mental energy was the same as an infant, and although it was rather weak while attacking directly, it still had many wondrous uses. Then, after strengthening itself along with the cultivator, the color of the mental energy would also change and become bright silver. The silver color implied that the mental energy had matured. It also meant that the cultivator had enough mental energy to practice sword riding techniques and fly in the sky. After incessantly speaking inside Shuhang's mind for 2 days and 2 nights, the 88,888 voices had pushed his mental energy directly to the third stage rank. Shuhang had just managed to increase the strength of his constitution with much difficulty, but now, his mental energy had suddenly increased and his body was once again unable to keep up with it. At this time, the level of his mental energy had far exceeded the amount his body could withstand. The disparity between the two was so big that it was impossible for Shuhang to close the gap by practicing a body tempering technique such as the steel hands technique. What a headache, although it's a good thing, it's still very troubling. I need to find another way to quickly increase the strength of my constitution, Shuhang muttered to himself. Apparently, no matter how much he strengthened his constitution, it was still not enough. Should he follow Dharma King Creation's example and learn a body tempering cultivation technique? At the end of the day, Dharma King Creation's warring Buddha's true body was rather cool. Whenever the technique was displayed, he would turn into a Super Saiyan, a bald Super Saiyan. After wiping the traces of blood from his face, Shuhang rested a bit. Afterward, he shot a look all around. He was still inside that room full of mirrors, but the only source of light in the room, the black sphere, had disappeared. After losing its only source of light, the room had, on the contrary, become brighter. Each of the mirrors was emitting light at this time. Now then, what was the deal with those 88,888 voices? Shuhang rubbed his temples and tried to recall those 88,888 voices that had nearly driven him insane by continuously talking for almost 2 days and 2 nights. Damn it, my head hurts too much. As soon as he tried to recall the 88,888 voices, Shuhang's complexion became pale and his body lost its strength. Therefore, he stretched out his hand and leaned against the nearby mirror, gasping for breath. Buzz! Suddenly, a buzzing sound was transmitted beside his ear. At the same time, he felt as though the right hand he had used to lean against the mirror had been pushed into a meat grinder. He felt a piercing pain transmit from the hand to the rest of the body and huge beads of sweat started to slide down from his forehead. What happened? Shuhang took his hand back. Immediately after, he saw that hundreds of wounds had appeared on his right hand. The wounds weren't too deep, and he could easily heal them within a few minutes by relying on the current strength of his constitution, but the pain he was feeling was absolutely excruciating. It felt as though the nerves controlling his sense of pain had magnified the sensation by hundreds of times. Strange. I'm pretty sure no one attacked me just now. Shuhang muttered to himself. After all, he had only used his hand to lean against the mirror. Why had so many wounds suddenly appeared on his left hand? Shuhang shot a glance at the mirror he leaned against earlier. Was it possible that there was something wrong with the mirror? At this time, Song Shuhang's picture was reflected upside down inside that mirror. As he gazed at the mirror, the he in the mirror also gazed back at him. After a short moment, Song Shuhang discovered that there was something wrong with the he in the mirror. To be precise, there was something wrong with the eyes. At this time, numerous runes had appeared in the eyes of the Song Shuhang reflected in the mirror. Then, after the runes completely filled his eyes, they unexpectedly came out of his eye sockets and darted ahead. It's not the me in the mirror that has some problems, the problem lies in my eyes. Immediately after, the runes in Song Shuhang's eyes fell on the mirror and formed the indistinct picture of a clock. The hands of the clock started to quickly move counterclockwise, instantly completing hundreds of cycles. Next, the runes that formed the picture of the clock scattered, leaving the mirror and returning to Song Shuhang's eyes. As soon as the runes returned to his eyes, Song Shuhang unconsciously muttered, "It's ordinary glass that was strengthened with the usage of a magical technique. It's harder than steel, but it's unknown when it was manufactured or who manufactured it. Fairy Chu carried it here while building the Time City. Afterward, she put all the mirrors together and cast a lighting technique on them." After saying this much, Song Shuhang paused. Why did I suddenly start to speak? When he returned to his senses, he discovered that he was telling the story of the mirror in front of him. Apparently, the mirror was made of ordinary glass and was strengthened by an expert with the usage of a magical technique. Afterward, Fairy Chu moved it here while she was building the room of mirrors. In other words, the room of mirrors is Fairy Chu's work? Such being the case, is the luminous jellyfish also related to Fairy Chu? Song Shuhang rubbed his brows to alleviate the pain he was feeling and tried to put his thoughts in order. Did I unknowingly use a magical technique earlier? Moreover, the magical technique I used seemed to be something similar to an appraisal technique. Of course, it wasn't something as simple as an ordinary appraisal technique. Earlier, Song Shuhang saw that the runes flashing through his eyes fell on the mirror and formed the picture of a clock. Such being the case, is it possible that it's a magical technique related to time? Anyway, how does it work, and how do I use it? Clang, clang, clang. Just as he was in deep thoughts, the two mirrors in front of Song Shuhang automatically opened, revealing a passage that brought out of the room of mirrors. It was quite obvious that someone had been paying attention to him all this time. Then, after making sure that he had accepted the inheritance and learned the secret technique, they opened the exit for him. Is it possible that it was the luminous jellyfish that opened the exit? After all, it's very likely that it was the one that brought me here. Song Shuhang grasped the treasured saber-broken tyrant and moved toward the passage with large strides. At the same time, he was wondering what the luminous jellyfish was planning to do. The tunnel wasn't very long. After 5 minutes, Song Shuhang was already out of the tunnel. But what appeared before his eyes wasn't the tree hollow where the luminous jellyfish was residing. As soon as he got out, he found himself in one of the passageways of the lower portion of the Time City. In front of him was precisely that wide hall that he and Chu Chu entered, and they arrived in the lower portion of the Time City together with Fairy Chu. The wide hall was completely empty, and the only thing inside was the portrait of the ancestor of the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion hanging on the wall. Song Shuhang turned his head around and discovered that the tunnel he came out of was nowhere to be seen. If not for the fact that the area between his eyebrows was faintly swelled and aching, he would wonder if he had just been sleepwalking all along. I should look for Chu Chu first, Song Shuhang said after pondering for a moment. The hundreds of wounds on his hand had almost healed. The only problem was the stabbing pain, which was still there. Speaking of which, when the 10,000-mile flying escape technique activated the last time, it suddenly dragged him away, leaving Chu Chu all alone to fight against the great formation of the 108 bronze statues. How was she doing at this time? The 108 statues didn't beat her until she started crying, right? Hopefully, she is safe and sound. If she already left the Time City, even better. Looking for Chu Chu wasn't difficult. Song Shuhang only needed to follow the scent of her body to find her. After all, the nose of a cultivator of the second stage was really sensitive. Of course, having a keen sense of smell was also a cause of worry for cultivators of the second stage. For example, if someone were to throw at Song Shuhang a stinking pill, now that he was still unable to freely control his sense of smell, he would feel nauseated and throw everything up. Thereupon, Song Shuhang followed the scent Chu Chu had left behind in the Time City and started to run through the various passageways of the lower city. At the same time, he recalled the scene of himself displaying the strange appraisal technique earlier. Even though the technique wasn't something as simple as an ordinary appraisal technique, Song Shuhang had decided to call it that way for the time being. Anyway, when he unintentionally used the appraisal technique back then, he was recalling the content of the speech of those 88,888 voices. At the same time, he unwittingly put his right hand on the mirror. Afterward, he felt a stabbing pain transmit from his hand, and magical runes came out of his eyes, falling on the mirror. Then, just as those runes returned to his eyes, he somehow obtained the information related to the mirror. Maybe I should give it another try? Song Shuhang muttered to himself. Said and done. Song Shuhang tried to recall the buzzing sound that the 88,888 voices were emitting back then. However, recalling the scene was like a form of self-torture. It was a terrible experience altogether. Well then, what was he going to appraise this time? Song Shuhang looked all around while running. Very soon, he found a suitable target. While he was passing through one of the passageways of the lower city, he saw a place with strange rocks. The rocks there seemed very interesting. Thereupon, Song Shuhang headed toward the place and picked up a fist-sized rock with his left hand, staring at it. Around 2 breaths later, Song Shuhang felt a burning hot feeling transmit from his left hand. After the searing pain, he discovered that the skin of his palm had been burned and was now charred black. The scene was similar to when hundreds of wounds had suddenly appeared on his right hand. Although Song Shuhang didn't suffer any attack, his left hand was injured. Song Shuhang clenched his teeth and muttered, as expected, the strange injuries and the sharp pain are both related to the appraisal technique. Is this the price to use the technique? Song Shuhang tried to endure the searing pain and stared at the stone. Then, things went just as he had predicted. Several runes appeared in his eyes and then fell on the surface of the rock, forming the picture of a clock. Afterward, the hands of the clock quickly turned counterclockwise. After 100 or so cycles, the runes returned to Song Shuhang's eyes. At the same time, they carried back some of the information related to the strange rock. It's a 1 billion years old rock. It's just an ordinary rock, and its only strong point is that it's very hard. It was a very succinct description. Song Shuhang. After all, not everything that had existed for a very long time was a treasure. Rocks weren't like ginseng, they wouldn't become more valuable as time passed by. Therefore, a billion-years-old ordinary rock was still an ordinary rock. To obtain this, useless, piece of information, Song Shuhang had experienced that searing pain and suffered a painful injury on his left hand. Song Shuhang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He threw the rock back to where he found it and kept following Chu Chu's smell in the hope of finding her trail. At the same time, he thought of another matter. There was a mysterious puppet inside his size-reducing purse. If he were to appraise the puppet with the new secret technique he had learned, would he obtain some information on it? In the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion. A luminous jellyfish was heading toward Fairy Chu's celestial pavilion, and all the plants, people, animals, and rivers it met while crossing the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion were frozen in time. The luminous jellyfish didn't pay attention to the time-frozen disciples of the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion and directly passed above their heads. The jellyfish seemed very familiar with the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion and thus quickly arrived at Fairy Chu's celestial pavilion. The Celestial Pavilion was Fairy Chu's resting place, and it was full of defensive barriers and mechanism that could let Fairy Chu wake up at the slightest sign of trouble. But when the luminous jellyfish drifted through the place, none of the secret mechanisms or defensive barriers activated. It was because Fairy Chu's mechanisms and barriers weren't programmed to guard against it. It meant that Fairy Chu had absolute trust in the jellyfish. The luminous jellyfish quietly fluttered until arriving next to Fairy Chu. "Sigh, she is in a deep sleep," the luminous jellyfish said with a sigh. The jellyfish spoke in a human language and had a girlish and pleasant-sounding voice. Fairy Chu was still into a deep slumber at this time and wasn't showing any sign of waking up. "I know you are sleeping, but I won't wait for you to wake up. Therefore, you can listen to the words I'm about to say through the surveillance system after you wake up." After pausing for a moment, the luminous jellyfish continued, "Just as per our agreement, I've been quietly cultivating in the lower city since the day the Time City was constructed up until now. Simultaneously, I've been guarding the magical technique slow-witted song left behind in the lower city. During this whole time, 17 cultivators were lucky enough to barge into the tree hollow I was guarding. It's regrettable that not even one of the previous 16 cultivators was able to inherit the magical technique that slow-witted song left behind in that place. But today, the 17th cultivator, a young boy, was able to successfully inherit it after getting in there. Hence, as per our agreement, I'll leave the Time City this very day. In addition, I'll take with me the dark night-time ring, slow-witted song left behind to pass down the technique. As per our agreement, it has to be turned over to me after the duty was completed." After saying this much, the luminous jellyfish swayed its tentacles and revealed a fluorescent black sphere. It was precisely that black sphere with the 88,888 voices inside that almost tortured Song Shuhang to death. After it was done with its speech, the luminous jellyfish stretched out several of its tentacles and molded them into the form of a human palm, gently patting Fairy Chu's face. "In that case, let us meet again, Chu," the luminous jellyfish said gently. "I wish you to quickly wake up from this never-ending dreamland, my dear friend." After saying this much, the luminous jellyfish left a small tentacle next to Fairy Chu's body. The small tentacle would protect her and pass on the jellyfish's message after Fairy Chu had woken up. After completing its duty, the jellyfish wrapped up the dark night-time ring and fluttered out of the celestial pavilion. Then, its body flickered several times and instantly left the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion. "Now then, which place should I visit first? Or should I check which of my old friends are still alive?" After saying this much, the body of the luminous jellyfish flickered again, disappearing in the vast universe. How did it feel to be hacked into pieces by 1,000 blades? Our Song Shuhang was now aware of the answer. At this time, he was painfully rolling all over the ground while shedding some not very manly tears. These tears were just a natural reaction of the body. For example, tears would automatically start to flow if one was punched in the nose. 30 seconds earlier, after getting a gist of how the appraisal technique worked, Song Shuhang took the human puppet out of his size-reducing purse. All of this while still following the scent Chu Chu left behind in the Time City. Then, he silently recalled the content of the 88,888 voices and grabbed the waist of the human puppet with both hands, closely staring at it. He was really curious as to what the background of the human puppet was. In the next moment, something like 10,000 wounds suddenly appeared on his body, making him trip and fall to the ground. He literally felt as though thousands of blades were slicing him up. At this time, there was hardly any place on his body that wasn't wounded. His whole body was dyed with blood, and he was rolling on the ground in pain. He wasn't even able to sit or stand, because his butt and the soles of his feet were covered with wounds as well. Luckily, although the pain was absolutely unbearable, the wounds weren't too deep. They were similar to the wounds that opened on his left hand earlier. They would heal on their own after a few minutes. The strange injuries that had appeared on his body out of nowhere were one of the prices Shuhang had to pay for the usage of the appraisal technique. The higher the quality of the object, the higher was the price he had to pay to appraise it. Besides, Shuhang was basically ignorant as to how the appraisal technique worked. Only after he had completely recalled the content of the 88,888 voices would he attain the beginner level in regards to this particular secret technique. After experiencing the excruciating pain, Shuhang got some small information about the human puppet. A tailor-made, high-quality puppet manufactured for one of the VIP clients of the ancient Jet Black sect. It has many wondrous uses and needs 50,000 spirit stones of the 8th stage to be activated. 50,000 spirit stones of the 8th stage? What kind of nonsense is that? Even if Shuhang were to sell himself 10 million times, he wouldn't be able to gather 50,000 spirit stones of the 8th stage. For Shuhang, 50,000 spirit stones of 8th stage were a sky-high and unaffordable price. As if that wasn't enough, the puppet was a tailor-made object for one of the VIP clients. The fact that it was a tailor-made item implied that it possessed unique properties. Perhaps there was some unusual way to control it and only its rightful owner could make use of it. Such being the case, there was a chance that he might not be able to use it even after spending the 50,000 spirit stones of the 8th stage necessary to activate it. I'll seal up this damn thing forever. Shuhang clenched his teeth and threw the human puppet back into the size-reducing purse. He wouldn't let that thing come in contact with his spirit stones ever again. 50,000 spirit stones of the 8th stage were just too much of a scam. Around 5 minutes later, the wounds on Shuhang's body finally cicatrized, allowing him to reluctantly move again. The only problem was the buzzing sound reverberating in his head. It should be the after-effect of using the appraisal technique several times in a row within a short period of time. If possible, it's better not to use this masochist secret technique at all. Shuhang still had a lingering fear at this time. He had to experience the pain of being cut into thousands of pieces just to obtain some small information about the human puppet. His whole body was covered with wounds as a result. If he were to chance upon something of the same level as the 9 Virtues Phoenix Saber and were to appraise it in a fit of retardation, wouldn't he directly lose his life? Once he slightly recovered from his wounds, Shuhang kept looking for Chu Chu. After half an hour, Shuhang finally managed to find Chu Chu. Miss Chu Chu was currently sitting cross-legged inside a Daoist temple, meditating. After hearing the sound of the approaching footsteps, Chu Chu immediately opened her eyes. Immediately after, she saw Shuhang, whose whole body had been dyed with blood. Needless to say, our Shuhang looked extremely pitiful at this time. At first, Chu Chu was still a little angry. After all, Shuhang suddenly disappeared after the activation of the 10,000-mile flying escape technique while they were in the lower city a few days ago, leaving her to fight against the 108 bronze statues all alone. That day, the bronze statues bullied her until making her miserable, and she had to use 2 precious talismans in order to get away from their encirclement. Therefore, Chu Chu was planning to complain to Shuhang as soon as he saw him. But after seeing Shuhang's blood-soaked figure, who looked like someone that had just come out of hell, the anger in Chu Chu's heart vanished without a trace. From the looks of it, Shuhang suffered even more than her during the past few days. As a result, Miss Chu Chu's heart became peaceful once again. Chu Chu stood up and approached Shuhang, asking, "Fellow Daoist Shuhang, are you all right?" "I'm fine. The wounds I received aren't too deep." Shuhang clenched his teeth and said, "Right. Miss Chu Chu, did you obtain any clue about the exit during the past few days?" Chu Chu shook her head. Shuhang forced a smile and said, "It seems we'll have to keep looking for an exit until Pavilion Master Chu finally remembers about us and comes to pick us up." "Yes, we should try our best." Chu Chu faintly smiled and nodded. This coincidentally conformed to her wishes. After all, she really wanted to keep practicing inside the lower city for a few more days. Thereupon, the two stretched out their arms and gently shook their hands with an understanding smile on their faces. But just as Shuhang shook hands with Chu Chu, 30 or so wounds appeared on his right hand, and fresh blood spurted out. The blood spurted out vigorously, and even Chu Chu's hand was completely dyed with blood. F***ck, what's happening? I didn't even use the secret appraisal technique, why did these wounds suddenly appear on my hand? Shuhang was likewise dumbfounded. Next followed an intense pain that made Shuhang clench his teeth. The number of wounds was much inferior to when he accidentally appraised the mirror, but the 30 or so wounds that had opened just now were both deeper and painful. The quantity of blood that had spurted out was also higher. Fellow Daoist Shuhang, your wounds opened again. Chu Chu quickly took out a bandage from behind her body and dressed the wound for him. Just as Chu Chu was dressing his wound, runes flowed out of Shuhang's eyes and fell onto Chu Chu's back, forming the picture of a clock. The hands of the clock turned counterclockwise once again. After a few breaths, the clock had managed to successfully collect the information related to Chu Chu's life and background. Immediately after, the runes returned to Shuhang's eyes as though they were the running water of a river. During the whole process, Chu Chu didn't react one bit to the changes that were happening. She didn't notice the runes flowing out of Shuhang's eyes or forming of the picture of a clock on her back. Ultimately, pieces of information related to Chu Chu were transmitted to Shuhang's mind. It's a young female cultivator. Age, 28. Cultivation level, 2nd stage 5th Dantian, Dragon Palm Dantian, Realm. Height, 1.68 centimeters, weight, 48 kilograms. Her potential is huge, and her innate talent is also pretty good. Shuhang felt that he had been scammed. He already knew all of this. As if that wasn't enough, he knew way more than that. After all, he once experienced Chu Chu's life while dreaming. One could say that he was one of the people that understood Chu Chu the most in this world. He understood her even more than her own mother. However, this wasn't the problem. The problem was that he clearly hadn't activated the appraisal technique, neither he tried to recall the 88,888 voices. Why did blood suddenly spurt out of my body? Is it possible that the secret technique is out of control? That's bad. If it's really out of control, I might die. Even a cultivator of the 2nd stage will end up dead if they lose too much blood. Shuhang was particularly aggrieved at this time. Earlier, he had been rather lucky that the target of the appraisal technique was Miss Chu Chu. Therefore, the price he had to pay was just some blood spurting out of his right hand. But if the secret technique was really out of control and was automatically appraising everything he was touching, Shuhang wouldn't survive even if he had a blood bank at his disposal. As long as it was something like a rock or a plant, it wasn't such a big deal. But if he was careless and ended up falling on the floor, accidentally appraising the ground below, wouldn't he appraise the meteoroid on which the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion was built? If an ordinary rock billion years old was capable of causing harm to his body, wouldn't he directly lose all his blood and die if he were to appraise a huge meteoroid that was only God knew how old? Just as he was in deep thoughts, Shuhang felt a burning pain transmit from his finger to the rest of the body through his nerves. Several wounds opened on his finger, and the wounds on one's fingers just happened to be particularly painful again. What is it this time? Runes flashed through Shuhang's eyes, rushing out of his eye sockets and falling onto the bandages covering his hand. Ultimately, they formed the picture of a clock. Next, as the runes returned to his eyes, Shuhang got a new piece of information. It's an ordinary bandage for medical use. It's sold in all big pharmacies and can stop bleeding. The disciples of the Chu family always carry it with them in order to prepare for all possible contingencies. Shuhang. What's the point of giving me this type of information? The nearby Chu Chu furrowed her brows. She noticed that several other wounds had appeared on Song Shuhang's finger. There was definitely something wrong with what was happening because she clearly remembered that there wasn't any wound there earlier. The wounds on Song Shuhang's body had basically appeared out of nowhere. Fellow Daoist Shuhang, were you affected by something similar to a magical curse? Chu Chu asked. There were indeed some curse-like magical techniques that could cause strange injuries such as these. It should be something of the sort. Song Shuhang faintly sighed. After much difficulty, he could somehow make use of the appraisal technique, but how could he switch it off now? After saying this much, Song Shuhang stretched out his shivering hand and took the gentle Dao pill out of his size-reducing purse to treat his wounds. Just as he took the medicinal pill out, his innocent arm was caught in the crossfire. 30 or so circular wounds appeared on his arm as blood started to flow out incessantly. Afterward, runes flew out of his eyes and formed the picture of a clock. This time, the target of the appraisal technique was the Gentle Dao Pill. It's the Gentle Dao Pill 5th Star Edition. It's a wound-treating medicinal pill that can be taken orally. It can counter poisons, treat wounds, and help one recover their energy. Produced by the ancient Lake Temple. It's a medicine with gentle properties. Song Shuhang. Shuhang was speechless and didn't know what he was supposed to say at this time. Was the technique planning to appraise all the items he had with him? From the looks of it, everything that was coming in contact with his hands was going to be appraised. It's over. Should I consider writing a will just in case? But, will the technique appraise the pen and the paper as well if I decide to write a will? As soon as he imagined the tragic scene, Song Shuhang felt his eyes tearing up. Chu Chu said, Fellow Daoist Shuhang, let's try to find a way to quickly get rid of the magical curse affecting your body. She noticed that new wounds were continuously appearing on Song Shuhang's body, with blood spurting out vigorously. It seemed he was going through a very painful experience. Song Shuhang swallowed down the Gentle Dao Pill 5th Star Edition and clenched his teeth, saying, Miss Chu Chu, knock me out. Perhaps it's the only way to prevent me from continuously losing blood. Song Shuhang believed that the appraisal technique would stop working if he was unconscious. Good. Chu Chu quickly moved and arrived in front of Song Shuhang. Then, she stretched out her finger, poking at him. Song Shuhang lowered his guard and didn't try to stop her. Chu Chu used her finger to poke at his neck, operating her true chi at the same time. In the next moment, Song Shuhang loudly fell to the ground, quickly losing his consciousness. The effects of the Gentle Dao Pill 5th Star Edition were superb. The wounds on Song Shuhang's body quickly healed under the effect of the medicinal pill. After he was knocked out, the runes flashing through his eyes finally stopped and disappeared. As expected, asking Chu Chu to knock him out had turned out to be quite effective. However, the 88,888 voices started to talk over inside Song Shuhang's head as soon as he lost consciousness, talking about things he didn't understand in the least. These 88,888 voices wouldn't stop with their mumbling until Song Shuhang had thoroughly grasped the magical technique. Chu Chu carried on her shoulder the fainted Song Shuhang, dragging him and placing him in the corner of the Daoist temple. Then, she secretly sighed after looking at the blood-soaked Song Shuhang. The lower city of the Time City was more troublesome than what she had originally expected. Aside from that fearsome formation with the 108 bronze statues, weird curses were also lying around. She and Song Shuhang were going to have a difficult time while looking for a way out of the lower city. Anyway, it's better to rest inside this Daoist temple for some time, Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion, inside the palace reserved for the guests. Li Yinzhu opened her eyes and finally woke up from her hibernation-like state. So cold, she muttered. At this time, the whole room was full of white and icy air, somewhat resembling a freezer. The cold inside her body had flared up while she was sleeping. As a consequence, the cold air inside her was released outside while she was fast asleep, filling the whole room. "Where am I?" Li Yinzhu muttered to herself. Very soon, she noticed a pair of male and female attendants standing next to the bed. The pair of male and female attendants was still holding the quilt in their hands, seemingly trying to cover her up. However, they were standing still at this time and weren't moving in the slightest. Li Yinzhu couldn't even feel the aura of life come from the bodies of the two attendants. At this time, there was absolutely no difference between them and two statues carved out of stone. Li Yinzhu furrowed her brows and jumped down from the bed. Then, she approached the body of the female attendant and stretched out her hand, touching her. Her body was icy cold and hard. Li Yinzhu tried to put more strength into her hand, but the bodies of that pair of male and female attendants were like glued to the floor and didn't budge. What is this place? What happened earlier? And where are Chu Chu and Shuhang? So cold. Li Yinzhu tightly hugged the magical clothes she was wearing and stopped paying attention to the pair of male and female attendants, directly leaving the palace reserved for the guests. But as soon as she got out of the palace, Li Yinzhu discovered that the whole world was frozen in time. The disciples strolling through the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion, the birds in the sky, the spirit beast on the ground, the trees, and the water in the rivers, had all stopped in their tracks. Time has stopped? Li Yinzhu said in puzzlement. After strolling along the periphery of the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion for a while, she discovered that all things, without exception, were frozen in time. At this time, the whole Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion was shrouded in a deathly silence. Li Yinzhu started to look for Chu Chu and Song Shuhang's trail. But even after looking through more than half of the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion, she was still unable to find them. Li Yinzhu started to panic, and her small hands aimlessly grabbed at the air in front of her in the hope of grasping something. I can't panic. I mustn't panic. I can sense his presence in this place. Li Yinzhu rubbed her eyes and finally headed toward the highest building in the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion. It was the Celestial Pavilion, the place where Pavilion Master Chu was sleeping. All sorts of defenses and traps were arranged around the Celestial Pavilion. The reason the luminous jellyfish could freely move through the barriers and restrictions was that it had Pavilion Master Chu's complete trust. However, Li Yinzhu didn't have such privileges. Therefore, she activated something akin to an alarm as soon as she approached the Celestial Pavilion. In the depths of the Celestial Pavilion, the eyelashes of the fast-asleep Pavilion Master Chu slightly trembled. As soon as the alarm-like formation woke Pavilion Master Chu up, the time stop applied to the whole Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion was lifted, and the place slowly started to move again. The water of the river started to flow again, and the birds in the sky also started to flap their wings. The disciples of the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion continued with their practice, etc. The Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion slowly returned to life. In the meantime, in the proximity of the moon, on a hollowed-out meteoroid drifting in the void. Inside the hollowed-out meteoroid, a white-haired old man stood up after completing his daily session of meditation. He's still not here? Where has that little friend Song gone? The white-haired old man took out a smartphone and swiped on the screen to unlock it. Soon after, he opened the photo gallery. In the photo gallery, there was unexpectedly a picture of Song Shuhang. The old man was a loose cultivator, and his Dao name was Sobbing Old Man. The man was a powerful fifth-stage spiritual emperor. Moreover, the old man practiced a weird cultivation technique that was passed down in ancient times, the Tome of Never-Ending Tears. As the name suggested, the Tome of Never-Ending Tears was an unusual cultivation technique that forced both the practitioner and the enemies into a state of endless sorrow, without any possibility of escaping it. When he was young, the sobbing old man entered some ancient ruins related to the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion, obtaining the Tome of Never-Ending Tears. By relying on this tome, he slowly became a powerful fifth-stage spiritual emperor. After looking at Song Shuhang's picture, for some unknown reason, a sad feeling welled up in the heart of the sobbing old man, making him unable to resist the urge of shedding some tears. Sob, 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 the sobbing old man wept bitterly. The more he was crying, the more he looked aggrieved. If someone unaware of the truth were to witness this scene, they would surely think that the white-haired old man was mourning the death of a loved one. Little friend Song, where are you? Even after all these days, you haven't appeared. How am I supposed to explain things to Senior White? The sobbing old man wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. Even his eye sockets had become red. The sobbing old man ended up owing Venerable White a very big favor 500 years ago, and just like true monarch White Crane, he had been looking for an opportunity to return the favor all along. A short time ago, the sobbing old man discovered through his personal channels that Venerable White was planning to send a cultivator of the younger generation into space and arrange a few trials for him there. As soon as he got a hold of this information, the sobbing old man knew that the time to repay his debt to Venerable White had come. Thereupon, he seized the opportunity and contacted Venerable White on his own initiative, taking the task of arranging a few trials in space and welcoming the young cultivator surnamed Song. Venerable White agreed to his request and sent him a picture of Song Shuhang, as well as a talisman capable of locking Song Shuhang's coordinates. Thereupon, the sobbing old man prepared a very good trial in the proximity of the moon. Everything was ready. Now, he only had to wait for little friend Song Shuhang to come over and enjoy the exciting trial he had prepared for him, allowing him to strengthen himself. But little friend Song Shuhang never came. Some time later, the sobbing old man discovered that Song Shuhang had gone to explore an ancient grave together with Venerable 7th Cultivator of True Virtue. But according to the time, he should have already returned from that place. Sob, 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 fine, fine, it seems I'll have to look for little friend Song Shuhang on my own, although this might end up reducing the enjoyment of the trial, the sobbing old man said while wiping his tears. Since he had with him a talisman that could lock Song Shuhang's coordinates, he would personally look for him and bring him back here. The sobbing old man activated the talisman Venerable White had provided him to lock onto Song Shuhang's coordinates. Soon after, 2 dots appeared in the mind of the sobbing old man. One of the dots was green, it showed the position of the sobbing old man. The other dot, which was red in color, was very far away and indicated Song Shuhang's approximate location. It's worthy of being a talisman Senior White manufactured, it works wonders. Sob, 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 I'm really touched. The sobbing old man cried out loud once again. He was moved for a rather weird reason. After getting all emotional and crying, the sobbing old man meticulously covered up the trial he had prepared for Song Shuhang so as to avoid strangers barging in by mistake and ruining his setup. Afterward, he headed in the direction of the red dot. He wanted to get a hold of little friend Song and bring him back here so that he could happily enjoy the trial he had prepared for him to repay Senior White. The sobbing old man flew through space for a long time, directly until evening. At last, he arrived at the coordinates where Song Shuhang was supposed to be according to Senior White's talisman. But what appeared before his eyes was a huge meteoroid. Moreover, a palace-like building was built on it. The only problem was that the whole construction was concealed with a magical technique and its true appearance wasn't clearly discernible. Only the huge gate of the palace, which was covered with copper nails, was clearly visible to the sobbing old man. The sobbing old man was currently dumbstruck and didn't even have the time to cry. He just quietly sized up the palace gate before his eyes. Soon after, he raised his head and gazed at the space above the gate. In there were engraved 3 twisted words. It was unknown in which language the 3 words were written, but the sobbing old man knew their meaning. Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion. When he was young, the sobbing old man entered some ancient ruins related to the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion, obtaining the Tome of Never-Ending Tears inside. Thanks to this cultivation technique, he managed to condense a golden core and become a powerful loose cultivator of the 5th stage. Such being the case, although he was from a different generation, the sobbing old man was somehow an inheritor of the teachings of the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion. Therefore, he had some understanding of the matters related to the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion. There is no mistake. The picture of the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion I saw in the ancient ruins was very similar to this construction. The sobbing old man jumped down from his meteor-like magical treasure and arrived in front of the gate of the palace, gently stretching out his hand and caressing the copper nails on the main gate. But why had the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion appeared in this place, right in the middle of space? After all, wasn't the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion involved in a war against a powerful sect of Cultivator a long time ago and destroyed in the process? From what the sobbing old man remembered, the ancient Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion had been completely destroyed after a fierce battle against another sect of cultivators. Was it possible that the later generations of the lucky survivors of the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion had decided to rebuild it? The hand of the sobbing old man faintly trembled. Next, tears copiously flowed out of his eyes without any sign of stopping. Sob, sob, sob. The sobbing old man looked especially aggrieved while crying. But this time, he was crying tears of joy. The tome of never-ending tears he obtained back then wasn't complete. After practicing until the 5th stage realm, he had reached a dead end and needed the remaining part of the cultivation technique to keep practicing. But the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion had been destroyed, and the Tome of Never-Ending Tears just happened to be a cultivation technique that exclusively belonged to the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion. It was such a heartbreaking matter, right? If the sobbing old man wanted to advance further on the path of cultivation, he had to either change the cultivation technique he was practicing or find the complete version of the Tome of Never-Ending Tears. Hence, the sobbing old man had been looking for the complete version of the Tome of Never-Ending Tears all along. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to obtain any good result in his endeavor. But if the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion had really survived the calamity back then, there was a chance he might be able to obtain the complete version of the Tome of Never-Ending Tears. No matter how low the probability of obtaining the technique was, it was still better than having no chance at all. At this time, the sobbing old man was gently caressing the gate of the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion, just as though it was his little darling. After all, the only hope he had to advance to the 6th stage true monarch realm lay on the other side of the gate. However, the sobbing old man started to get a bit anxious at this time. He felt as if he was about to visit his native place after many years of absence. After a long time, he made up his mind and knocked on the gate. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking sound resembled that of a doorbell and was transmitted very far away. A formation protected the meteoroid. Therefore, there was air inside the place that could allow the sound to travel. After knocking on the gate, the sobbing old man anxiously waited for a reply for quite some time. But the front gate of the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion showed no sign of opening. The sobbing old man mustered his courage and knocked on the gate once more. Knock, knock, knock. However, the gate still didn't budge. There is no one around? Or is it possible that they don't want to open the gate on purpose? Should I just try to barge in? The sobbing old man muttered to himself. However, he quickly cast aside this thought. If he were to randomly barge into the place, the opposite party would surely regard him as an enemy. At that time, there was no way the opposite party would give him the complete version of the Tome of Never-Ending Tears even if they had it. No, it was more likely that they would kill him directly if he were to forcefully barge into the palace. Thereupon, the sobbing old man retained his cool and kept knocking on the gate. The sobbing old man was a very patient man. When he was young, he once thought of visiting a senior loose cultivator to study under his guidance. In the end, the sobbing old man ended up kneeling in the front of the immortal cave of the senior cultivator for 5 days and 5 nights. Such being the case, it was now time to bring his patience into full play. In the meantime, in the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion. As soon as Li Yinzhu approached the celestial pavilion Fairy Chu was residing in, she activated an alarm-type formation arranged next to the place. Thereupon, Pavilion Master Chu also woke from her deep slumber. Simultaneously, the defense system of the Celestial Pavilion also activated, and a crystal tower supported by stone columns rose from the ground next to the Celestial Pavilion. Li Yingzhu immediately realized that she had barged into a restricted area. Therefore, her small feet stamped on the ground, and a sword orb flew about her mouth, changing into a sword light that rushed beneath her feet. She wanted to get away from the Celestial Pavilion as soon as possible. However, it was too late. The defense system of the Celestial Pavilion was something that Pavilion Master Chu had set up personally. Just as Li Yingzhu rode her flying sword and rushed upward, a huge net came down from the sky and wrapped her up. Next, 10 chains popped out of nowhere and tied her up like the character, making her dangle in front of the entrance of the Celestial Pavilion. It felt rather embarrassing to dangle in the air like that. At this time, Li Yingzhu wanted to cry but had no tears. With her strength of the 4th stage realm, she was unable to free herself from the chains. The more she was struggling, the more the binding of the chains was getting tighter. "Help! Please, set me free. I came here by mistake," Li Yingzhu shouted. At the same, Song Shuhang's figure appeared in her mind. In the Celestial Pavilion. After making sure that the trespasser had been taken care of, Pavilion Master Chu fell asleep once more. Perhaps because she had already slept for 2 days, she didn't enter a deep slumber this time. Thereupon, the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion didn't completely stop in its track as before. The cultivators in the sect continued with their actions. The disciples running along the road continued running. The disciples that were practicing kept practicing. The elders that were either playing chess or drinking tea also continued with their actions, enjoying their carefree life. They were completely unaware that everything was frozen in time just a moment ago. Only the pair of male and female attendants in the palace reserved for the guests was grabbing the quilt with confused expressions on their faces. From what they remembered, they had brought an unconscious guest to this room. But now, the whole room was full of cold air, and the little guest was nowhere to be seen. The pair quickly started to look for the guest that had suddenly disappeared. At the same time, at the entrance of the Time City, a female disciple of the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion entered the Time City while holding a thick book in her hands, heading toward the lower city. The entrance she used to get into the Time City wasn't the same as the one Pavilion Master Chu used when she brought Song Shuhang and Chu Chu there. No disciples were guarding the entrance Pavilion Master Chu used back then. It was quite obvious that Fairy Chu used a secret shortcut while leading Song Shuhang and Chu Chu to the Time City. One of the disciples in charge of guarding the Time City said with a smile, "Senior Sister Yi, it seems you also plan to enter the lower city to practice." "Yes, I'm planning to practice in there for a month." The female disciple called Senior Sister Yi turned her head around and smiled. When she said a month, she referred to 1 month in the outside world and thus close to 1 year in the lower city. At this time, she was hugging a thick book in her bosom and wearing a light purple skirt. She had long brown hair that was carefully braided into pigtails, and her long bangs faintly covered her eyes. When she turned her head around and smiled at the disciples, it turned out that her eye sockets were very red, and there were still tear stains visible. It seemed she had just finished crying. The girl was like a hyacinth, delicate and attractive. After faintly smiling, she tightly held the thick book in her bosom and jogged toward the lower city, leaving behind the faint fragrance of book ink. Once the hyacinth-like girl was far away, the 2 disciples in charge of guarding the entrance of the Time City both sighed with emotion. Did Senior Sister Yi just cry? It had increased her charm by 100 points. The saying, "A woman looks even more beautiful while crying," was extremely well suited while talking about Senior Sister Yi. The sobbing beauty, Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion's miracle tears, names such as these were fairly popular in the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion. In the lower city of the Time City, Song Shuhang finally returned to his senses. Just as he woke up, Shuhang discovered that he was inside the room he had used to take the medicinal bath back then. Did Chu Chu move him to this room? Did you finally wake up? At this time, Chu Chu was wearing a new dress made out of a curtain stitched together. For how long was I unconscious? Song Shuhang rubbed his temples. The 88,888 voices kept torturing him even while he was unconscious. They had kept talking over in his mind for the whole time. You have been unconscious for 3 days and 3 nights, Chu Chu replied. At this time, it had already been 34 days since Chu Chu and Song Shuhang had come to the Time City. Therefore, around 3 days had passed in the outside world. I slept for a long time. Song Shuhang forced a smile. Then, he cautiously stretched out his hand and grabbed one of the nearby copper tubs used to take medicinal baths. He wanted to see whether or not the appraisal technique was still active. After he grabbed the copper tub, runes didn't appear in his eyes, and neither did the wounds on his body. Song Shuhang was immediately delighted. Wonderful. The effects of the appraisal technique seemed to be finally over. Now, he didn't have to worry about casually touching something and unknowingly activating the appraisal technique, causing his body to rupture and spurt blood everywhere. From the looks of it, knocking him out was enough to put a stop to the appraisal technique. After seeing Song Shuhang's happy expression, Chu Chu asked, "Have the effects of the curse on your body disappeared?" "Yes, they seem to have disappeared. Now, I won't have to worry about randomly losing blood. Such being the case, we might as well keep looking for the exit." Song Shuhang stood up from the ground with a jump and moved around his body a bit. After all, he hadn't moved for 3 days and 3 nights. Just as he got up, his body emitted the same crackling sound as firecrackers. Along with the crackling noises of his bones, Song Shuhang discovered that his constitution had unexpectedly gotten a little stronger. However, the increase in strength was still very small. It wasn't only his constitution, because even his height seemed to have increased a little. While he was unconscious during the past few days, not only his body didn't weaken, but it strengthened instead. Is this the doing of the appraisal technique? Did my body get stronger while I continuously lost blood back then? However, he would rather not have to go through the experience again if the benefits were so low. There was just too much difference between the price he had to pay and the benefits he received in return. It was like running a business at a loss. You slept for a few days in a row. Therefore, I carried you along with me to every room I went during the past several days, the nearby Chu Chu said. After saying this much, she took some fasting pills out of a small package and handed them over to Song Shuhang, saying, "Do you want some? I have several fasting pills with different flavors here with me. You slept for such a long time. You must be hungry, right? You have fasting pills with different tastes?" Song Shuhang asked out of curiosity. The fasting pills Su Clan 16 gifted him were all flavorless. Therefore, he thought that all fasting pills were the same and didn't have any flavor. Chu Chu explained, "Yes, amongst the fasting pills I have here with me there are fruit-flavored, roasted meat-flavored, tomato-flavored, chicken-flavored, and so on. Can you let me have a try of the chicken-flavored ones?" Song Shuhang asked. He and Chu Chu had stayed in the Time City for around a month and had eaten fasting pills during the whole time. Therefore, recalling the flavor of chicken was enough to make Song Shuhang's mouth water. Chu Chu handed him a light yellow-colored fasting pill. After taking the pill in his hands, Song Shuhang smelled it. To his surprise, it really had the faint smell of roasted chicken. His mouth started to water as he said, "It smells really good. Where are such fasting pills sold? And there are unexpectedly so many different types available." As soon as he finished speaking, Song Shuhang's complexion changed. In the next moment, 20 or so knife wounds of different depth abruptly appeared on the arm holding the fasting pill. Afterward, blood violently spurted out. Again? This damned appraisal technique hadn't actually switched off. Damn it, I'm not a blood bank. The quantity of blood I've lost in the past few days is more than I've lost during my whole life. Chu Chu said, that's bad. Fellow Daoist Shuhang, you are losing blood again. Yeah, this indeed seems to be the case. Shuhang stared at the wounds on his arm. So much of his blood had been wasted just in this fashion. Given the current situation, shouldn't Shuhang consider raising a vampire-like pet and always keep it close to him so as to avoid wasting all the precious blood he was losing? From what he knew, vampires and the likes really existed in this world. However, he was unaware if they were like the ones he had seen in movies, with each male and female being handsome and beautiful. Chu Chu said, the blood's showing no sign of stopping. It will stop after a while. I feel that I'm somehow getting used to it, Shuhang said indifferently. There seemed to be a lot of blood, but it was mainly due to the high number of wounds that opened on his body. Most of the injuries were shallow, and Shuhang only needed a little bit of time to heal them. However, due to the wounds opening, recovering, and opening again, there were now a lot of scars all over his body. Some said that a man had to wear his scars like medals. Shuhang felt that his whole body would be decorated with medals a month later if this kept going on. Chu Chu asked, is the curse still in effect? Yeah, it seems it wasn't fully eradicated earlier. Shuhang heaved a sigh. However, the situation had improved a bit. Earlier, the mysterious appraisal technique was activating whenever he was touching something. But now, it was just activating randomly just as he was speaking. The runes gushed out of his eyes as though they were a stream of water and fell on the fasting pill, forming the picture of a clock. Then, the hands of the clock quickly turned counterclockwise. After a short moment, the runes returned to Shuhang's eyes. It's a chicken-flavored fasting pill, very crisp. It can satiate a cultivator of the first stage for 1 month. It was manufactured in April 2018. Shelf life, 20 years. Place of origin, Southern China, Immortal Food Cave. 1 spirit stone of the second stage is enough to buy 20 such fasting pills. It's possible to obtain it at discounted price if one is planning to buy them in large quantities. Shuhang. Is the appraisal technique trying advertise the Immortal Food Cave and their products now? Did the Immortal Food Cave invest in such a business? Wait a moment. When I took the fasting pill in my hand, didn't I unconsciously ask Chu Chu, where are such fasting pills sold? Immediately after, the appraisal technique activated and appraised the fasting pill. Moreover, it didn't only appraise its effects, but it also told me in details about the place of origin. Such being the case, did the appraisal technique activate because I was wondering where the fasting pill was being sold? Shuhang was in deep thoughts at this time. If his guess was correct, it meant that he had understood how the appraisal technique worked. By the way, how can you get used to wounds suddenly appearing on your body? Chu Chu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Afterward, she took some other bandages out and started to dress the wound on Shuhang's arm. At this time, both his hands were wrapped up in bandages, making him resemble those guys practicing mixed martial arts. After looking at his hands, Shuhang muttered to himself, perhaps I should give it another try. Chu Chu asked, give it a try. Try what? Shuhang looked around, and his gaze lastly fell on the new bandages wrapped around his hands. If he were to appraise the bandages, only a few wounds on his fingers would appear. Such being the case, it was better to test the technique on them. Shuhang took a deep breath and said, where were these bandages manufactured? Without waiting for Shuhang's appraisal technique to activate, the nearby Chu Chu replied, our Chu family produced them. Our Chu family founded a company that produces goods for medical use in China. The goal is to supply the needed goods to the disciples during their practice. After all, cultivators frequently get injured while tempering their body. Miss Chu Chu had dashingly raced to be the first one to reply. Song Shuhang. Perhaps because Chu Chu replied first, the appraisal technique didn't activate this time. After Song Shuhang regained his senses, the appraisal technique had slightly changed and was now more flexible. Forget it. I'll look for something in my purse to appraise. It's better if I find something that requires a small price for the appraisal. Thereupon, Song Shuhang took out his size-reducing purse. Then, he suddenly thought of something. Wait a moment, the last time, when I took the gentle Dao pill out of the size-reducing purse, didn't I touch the purse first and only later the pill? Back then, the out-of-control appraisal technique decided to appraise the gentle Dao pill instead of the size-reducing purse, and this had allowed Song Shuhang to unknowingly dodge a calamity. Even if one were to use their feet instead of their head to think, they would realize that the background of the mysterious size-reducing purse was surely more troublesome than that of the gentle Dao pill 5th star edition from the ancient lake temple. Due to the fact that he had lost the memories related to the mysterious island, Song Shuhang had no idea how he had gotten his hands on the size-reducing purse. If not for the small piece of paper inside the purse that cleared things up, he might have already gifted the cute rabbit-shaped purse to someone else or directly thrown it away. Now then, how did I exactly get my hands on this size-reducing purse during my trip to the mysterious island? Since he had lost his memories, he was unable to recall what had happened in there. Damn it. sh*t, sh*t, sh*t. That thought just now was very dangerous. I quickly need to cast aside these foolish thoughts. A calm heart allows one to keep their head cool and believe in their strength. With no desires and no demands, I need to empty my mind. Equality, fairness, lawfulness, patriotism, professionalism, honesty, friendliness, democracy, civilization, kindness, blah, blah, blah. Protect my body. Song Shuhang tried his best to empty his mind. However, it was too late. The human brain really worked in strange ways sometimes. The more one didn't want to recall a certain matter, the more that matter would pop up in their mind and not go away. Song Shuhang could already feel the stabbing pain he was about to experience. I'm done for, I'm going to die. Rip, rip, rip. In the next moment, several thousand wounds of different severity appeared on Song Shuhang's body, with blood spurting out as though there was no tomorrow. Song Shuhang was completely dyed with blood once more. Aia, painful, painful, painful. I'm dying, I'm dying, I'm dying. Manly men didn't easily shed tears, but they, too, would cry when the pain was too much to bear. Therefore, Song Shuhang shed his manly tears again. However, he didn't cry due to the pain, but because of his stupid mistake. These were tears of deep regret. Fellow Daoist Shuhang, the nearby Chu Chu, called out in alarm, unsure what to do. Song Shuhang gritted his teeth and gave Chu Chu the thumbs up while in extreme pain. It's fine. It's just a small wound. Well, the number is actually way higher than 1, but I'm fine. There is no way this can be regarded as a small wound. You are losing blood from all over the body. Chu Chu quickly took out a few more bandages. However, she didn't know where to start to patch him up. Song Shuhang was losing blood from everywhere. If she started dressing all his wounds, Shuhang would turn into a mummy. But the problem was that she didn't have so many bandages with her. Song Shuhang said, "It's all right. Wounds of this degree should recover in a few minutes. No matter how I look at you, you don't seem all right to me. What's the deal with this curse affecting your body? How did you end up with this curse in the first place? We should quickly try to find a way to get rid of it," Chu Chu said hastily. With Song Shuhang continuously losing blood due to the curse, they were unable to do anything. Song Shuhang clenched his teeth and said, "Don't worry. I've already discovered the cause of the loss of blood." At the same time, runes flashed through his eyes and rushed out of his eye sockets like a stream of water, falling on the size-reducing purse. Afterward, they formed the picture of a clock and returned to Song Shuhang's eyes. It's a cute rabbit-shaped size-reducing purse manufactured from the snakeskin of the little finger snake. The creator of the purse is a ninth-stage tribulation transcender that loves rabbits. It's something she manufactured personally and gifted to fellow Daoist Song Shuhang. The asterisks implied that part of the information was censored. That should have been either the Dao name or personal name of the ninth-stage tribulation transcender that loved rabbits. It seemed that the ninth-stage tribulation transcender had taken some precautions and concealed information about her past, present, and future. Therefore, even Song Shuhang's appraisal technique was unable to discover her Dao name or personal name. However, it was a good thing that the powerful senior on the mysterious island had concealed her personal information, because if Song Shuhang were to appraise the information related to a ninth-stage tribulation transcender, the price to pay wouldn't be as simple as some blood spurting out of his body. Perhaps all his blood vessels would rupture at that point, making him die. I unexpectedly met a ninth-stage tribulation transcender during my stay on the mysterious island. Song Shuhang thought to himself. But after recalling that time he experienced part of his own life while he was on the mysterious island in the dreamland, he remembered that he had met Miss Nine Lanterns, as well as that small white dragon in the chamber tomb, on that island. It seems that the mysterious island is far from being a simple place. Chapter 553, A hard-to-come-by kindred soul. One day later. At this time, Song Shuhang was walking in one of the underground passages of the Time City all alone. Yesterday, after he appraised the size-reducing purse by mistake and lost a lot of blood, he and Chu Chu were forced to stop for an additional day. As such, the duo teamed up early this morning and decided to keep exploring the lower city in order to find an exit. Song Shuhang and Chu Chu decided to explore the lower city together. The lower city was, after all, a place full of dangers. That great formation of 108 bronze statues, the wounding curse that Chu Chu believed had affected Song Shuhang's body, and so on were all incredibly dangerous for them. Since the surrounding environment was so dangerous, it was wise for the duo to move together and help each other in case of need. Song Shuhang and Chu Chu didn't intend to follow the plot of those movies where the people that had teamed up with the main character would all split up after reaching a dangerous place. However, Shuhang hadn't expected that he would be still separated from Chu Chu in the end. Back then, Chu Chu was leading the way in one of the passages, but after she turned the corner, she suddenly disappeared. Of course, Song Shuhang quickly followed behind her. But when he turned the corner, he suddenly lost sight of Chu Chu. Instead, he felt something akin to zero-gravity feeling, just as though he was inside an elevator. Song Shuhang immediately guessed what had happened. It seemed that the various passageways inside the lower city could actually move. It was such a cheap move. After separating from Chu Chu, Song Shuhang had no choice but to travel all alone while looking for both the exit and Chu Chu. As such, he decided to leave a different mark in each room he visited. Unknowingly, another day had passed. As before, Song Shuhang still had to find traces of Chu Chu. I have no idea according to what pattern the passageways of the lower city are moving, and I can't rely on my sense of smell either. It seems I can only rely on my luck to find Chu Chu this time, Song Shuhang muttered to himself. Speaking of which, his luck had been awful recently. Just as he was in deep thoughts, Song Shuhang noticed a brightly lit room at the end of the passageway. Moreover, there was a human figure moving inside. There is someone in there. Is that Chu Chu, or is it a disciple of the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion? Regardless of who it is, it's good news for me. I finally got lucky, huh? Song Shuhang said. Song Shuhang picked up the pace and quickly headed toward the room at the end of the passageway. After getting into the room, Song Shuhang discovered that it was a huge library. Or at least, it should be a library. The room that appeared before his eyes was full of books. There were books all over the place, probably more than 100,000. It was literally an ocean of books. However, the books weren't orderly put on the bookshelves. Instead, they were piled up on the ground, and the room looked very messy. At this time, a hyacinth-like girl was squatting down in the middle of the ocean of books. She wore a purple skirt, and her long brown hair was carefully braided into pigtails. Her long bangs faintly covered her eyes. At this moment, she was holding a thick book in her hands and reading it with great interest. After a short moment, she said softly, "No place can compare to the lower city of the Time City. Here, I can read books for 12 days while only 1 day has passed in the outside world. I'm so happy." She spoke in a low voice, but Shuhang was still able to hear her words thanks to his great hearing. "Girl, if you use the time-related abilities of the lower city for things such as these, you're going to make Pavilion Master Chu cry." At the same time, Shuhang's favorable impression of the girl increased by 20 points. He felt that he had met a kindred soul. Just like him, the girl liked squatting down and read while surrounded by books. As long as she had a book in her hands, she was in heaven. Sob, 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 but right at this time, the girl suddenly started crying while reading. Tears copiously flowed out of her eyes and streamed down her delicate cheeks, soaking the book she was holding in her hands. The girl panicked and quickly stretched her hand out, wiping the tears away from the book. But due to the tears continuously flowing, the water drops falling on the book were continually increasing even if she was wiping them off. Very soon, the entire page of the book was soaked. Did she start crying after reading about a very sad plot development in the book? It seems she's an emotional and well-read girl. Shuhang's favorable impression of the girl increased by another 20 points. After witnessing this scene, he was even sure that he had met a kindred soul. Should I go inside and greet her? She should be a disciple of the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion. Such being the case, she must know the way to leave the Time City, right? Thereupon, Shuhang called out, "Excuse me, may I disturb you for a moment?" At this time, the book-loving girl noticed that a person was coming over. She quickly hid the book she was reading behind her back and carefully looked at Shuhang. In the meanwhile, tears were still copiously flowing out of her eyes. Her misty and teary eyes increased her charm even further, making her look even more beautiful. Somewhat embarrassed, Shuhang waved his hand and said, "Hello. Hello." Sob, 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 the girl nodded and started crying even more loudly. After seeing that she was still crying, Shuhang felt a bit awkward. Just as though she had sensed Shuhang's embarrassment, the hyacinth-like girl gently waved her hand and said, "Please, don't mind me, sob, sob, sob. Once I start crying, sob, 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 I won't be able to stop anytime soon. Anyway, junior brother, which branch of the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion do you belong to?" "Sob, sob, sob, I don't think I've seen you around before." "Hi, I'm not a disciple of the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion. I got by chance into the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion a few days ago and managed to meet Pavilion Master Chu. Afterward, Pavilion Master Chu led both me and my companion here to the Time City," Shuhang replied. "I see, sob, 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 so you are a guest of our Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion." The girl didn't doubt Shuhang's words. After all, the Time City was a very special place that was related to the concept of time. Therefore, someone that didn't have Pavilion Master Chu's permission to get into the city being there was impossible. "Sob, sob, sob, I'm part of the generation of disciples of the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion surnamed Yi. Therefore, my Dao name is Yi Si." Sob, 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 the well-read girl wiped away her tears and continued, "Moreover, since I like reading books and ponder over matters, my junior and senior sisters, and other people as well, often call me Pensive Yi. As for Sobbing Beauty and Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion's Miracles Tears, she absolutely wouldn't acknowledge such names." Shuhang blinked his eyes. Why was this senior sister telling him her nicknames after meeting him for the first time? However, he still politely replied, "Hello, senior sister Yi. My name is Song Shuhang. As for my Dao name, today should be either Wednesday or Thursday in the outside world. Alright, it's Wednesday. Therefore, my Dao name is Path-Seeking Scholar." Path-Seeking Scholar? Do you also like reading books? Senior sister Ye's eyes lit up. At this time, she had stopped crying and was only sobbing from time to time. "Indeed, I quite like reading books," Song Shuhang replied firmly. After all, reading books was one of his biggest hobbies. Senior sister Yi shot a glance at Song Shuhang. As soon as she saw him, she felt as though she had met a kindred soul that liked reading books as much as her. Since they shared a common interest, the two of them quickly engaged in conversation. "Anyway, what were you reading earlier, senior sister Yi?" Song Shuhang asked out of curiosity. What kind of book made senior sister Yi cry so much? "Actually, it's just a book I casually picked up." Senior sister Yi showed Song Shuhang the book she was hiding behind her back. Song Shuhang took the book in his hands and looked at it. Theories on how cultivators can save up true qi or spiritual energy while riding a flying sword. I have to stay calm, I have to stay calm. After seeing the title of the book, Song Shuhang tried his best to keep his calm and not let his thoughts wander so as to avoid accidentally triggering the appraisal technique and spurting out blood in front of senior sister Yi. Immediately after, Song Shuhang glanced again at the serious-looking title of the book. But even after looking at it a second time, he just couldn't imagine which part of the book could have made senior sister Yi burst into tears. Is it possible that the content of the book is more complex than what the title suggests? For example, although the title is serious-sounding and seemingly about academical discussions, the actual content of the book is that of a tragic love story. In the past, Song Shuhang, too, had bumped into the so-called clickbait titles. Thereupon, Song Shuhang started to quickly flip through the book called Theories on How Cultivators Can Save Up True Qi or Spiritual Energy While Riding a Flying Sword, and deliberately arrived at the page that was soaked in senior sister Ye's tears. But what appeared before his eyes was a series of mathematical equations. He quickly shot a glance at the content and flipped through several pages, but the only things he saw in there were boring theories about how cultivators could save up true qi or spiritual energy while riding a flying sword. He was unable to find anything remotely related to a tragedy or something of the sort. F***ck, just what kind of reader is she? Did senior sister Yi start crying after reading about these boring theories? Is it possible that she is one of those readers with a very, very wild imagination? For example, some readers might start treating a manga where there was a hot-blooded battle amongst robots with the following lines flying around, "Look at my dazzling explosion, eat my light beam, have a taste of my metallic rod, I'm going to break through your impenetrable defense." As a mecha porn story. But even if senior sister Yi was one of those readers with a very wild imagination, how did she exactly end up treating those complex theories and mathematical equations as a tragic love story? Is it possible that Rune X is the male lead, Rune Y is the female lead, and Rune Z is another man, and their sudden combination led to a heartbreaking plot development? Song Shuhang silently returned the theories on how cultivators can save up true qi or spiritual energy while riding a flying sword to senior sister Yi. It seems I'm still unable to understand the world of a well-read girl. Does it mean that I've not advanced far enough on the road of literature? Junior brother path-seeking scholar, I feel that you're thinking about something quite inappropriate at this time, senior sister Yi said disgruntledly, both her eyes very red. Song Shuhang quickly waved his hand and denied, "No, I did no such thing. After seeing your guilty conscience, I'm even sure that you were thinking about something inappropriate." Senior sister Yi sobbed a few times and covered her face with both hands. Water drops incessantly streamed down her cheeks as she burst out in tears again, looking very aggrieved. Song Shuhang. I'm sorry. I didn't start crying because of you, sob, sob, sob. It's just that I suddenly felt very sad and couldn't help but burst out in tears. Sob, sob, sob. I'm telling the truth, it doesn't have anything to do with you. Don't misunderstand, please. Senior Sister Yi aggrievedly cried while waving her hand at Song Shuhang, comforting him. Song Shuhang. Senior Sister Yi was crying for the strangest reasons. However, she looked rather cute when she was trying to comfort others while crying aggrievedly. At last, with much difficulty, Senior Sister Yi managed to stop crying. I showed junior brother path-seeking scholar a rather embarrassing sight. Senior Sister Yi was still sobbing from time to time. Song Shuhang gave her a tissue. It wasn't that he was carrying tissues around with him. It was just that there were many of them placed next to Senior Sister Yi and he simply picked up one. Senior Sister Yi wiped away her tears and tried to awkwardly shift the topic of conversation. Junior brother path-seeking scholar, what kinds of books do you like reading? Song Shuhang pondered for a moment and replied, I like all kinds of books. You can say that I'm just someone that simply likes reading. Whether it was a book about boring theories, a textbook, a novel, a manga, a science thesis, or ancient poetry, in short, as long as it was something with text written on it, Song Shuhang could lose himself in it and read it for the whole afternoon, if not longer, without breaks. You like all of them? Senior Sister Yi asked out of curiosity. Song Shuhang nodded. You and I are the same. I also like reading all kinds of books. Although I'm unable to understand the content of many difficult books properly, as long as it's book, I'll definitely like it. It's for this reason that I like staying in the lower city of the Time City. Because I can read even more books here. Senior Sister Yi said happily. The two of them were really similar from this point of view. The duo looked into each other's eyes. Song Shuhang felt he and Senior Sister Yi were like kindred souls. Senior Sister Yi asked at this time, what kinds of books do you usually read the most? The books I read the most are probably school books and the likes. Since I'm still a student, I usually get in contact with these types of books the most, Song Shuhang recalled and continued, but aside from that, the ones I read the most are probably novels and manga. These two types are really good for relaxing. Then, in the third place, I would say famous literary masterpieces and poetry. Like historical romance novels and picture albums. I'm also really interested in those two types of works. Do you have any historical novel or picture album to recommend? Senior Sister Yi said happily. When the two bookworms discussed, the topic of conversation could but revolve around books. It was a common topic they could talk about forever. Thereupon, Song Shuhang told her about some of the novels he liked. Since the range of the works was very broad and went from famous pieces of literature to classic martial arts novels, and again to modern web novels, there were several works that he liked and thus wanted to recommend. After hearing the name Song Shuhang mentioned, Senior Sister Yi sighed with emotion and said, I haven't heard about any of the works you mentioned just now. Were all these works produced in the last several hundred years? Song Shuhang nodded and said, yes, that's indeed the case. Time was truly a marvelous thing. Several hundred years of time could pass since a cultivator went into secluded meditation to when they came out. Sometimes, the entire world would have changed by the time they came out. In that case, how about giving me a brief introduction of these interesting works you mentioned? I'm very interested in them. Senior Sister Yi said expectantly. Sure. I can briefly describe to Senior Sister Yi the interesting parts and general plot of those works. If Senior Sister Yi is really interested in them, I can bring them to you if I have another opportunity to visit the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion in the future, Song Shuhang said with a smile. His memory had become pretty good since he had become a cultivator. Therefore, it wasn't a problem to remember most of the plot of a novel after reading it once. Right, Senior Sister Yi. Earlier, while I was in one of the passages of the lower city, I accidentally separated from my companion. Do you have any method to find her? Shuhang asked. Aside from Chu Chu's whereabouts, he had to seize the opportunity and ask Senior Sister Yi about the exit of the lower city as well. Hehe, it seems you guys happened to enter the area of the time city that was about to shift. In order to lighten the effects of the erosion of time, the internal structure of the time city would change from time to time, Senior Sister Yi explained. Do you have any item with you that has the aura of your companion? Give it to me if you have it, I'll use it to look for your companion. Can bandages work? Shuhang took off the bandages on his arm. Chu Chu had used those bandages to dress his wounds and her aura was still on them. Yes, bandages are also fine. Senior Sister Yi smiled and took the bandages in Shuhang's hands. When she took the bandages from Shuhang's hands, her finger touched Shuhang's. The two of them could feel the temperature of each other's fingertips. When their fingertips touched, Shuhang's complexion quickly changed. It's bad. I can feel it, it's coming. Shuhang muttered to himself. What he felt was coming was the peculiar feeling of the appraisal technique activating. Senior Sister Yi blinked her eyes and looked in puzzlement at the convulsing Shuhang. Senior Sister Yi, quickly dodge. Shuhang shouted. But without waiting for Senior Sister Yi to move to one side, Shuhang's body spurted out blood like a fountain. As if that wasn't enough, the blood spurted out even more violently than before. Senior Sister Yi gently waved her hand, and an invisible barrier blocked all the blood heading in her direction. Damn it! So painful. Shuhang said as he suppressed his voice so as to avoid screaming in pain. But in the next moment, blood spurted out of his mouth as well. Bleck, although wounds appeared all over his body earlier too, it was his first time vomiting blood. Just what kind of secret was Senior Sister Yi hiding? The wounds Shuhang received when he appraised her were even more serious than the ones he received while appraising the human puppet and the size-reducing purse back then. Shuhang gritted his teeth and activated the healing technique on his ancient bronze ring. The wounds he received the previous times were all superficial and he could recover from them within a few minutes, but the ones he received this time were somewhat serious. Such being the case, he decided to use the healing technique engraved on the ancient bronze ring, something he could use only a limit number of times each day. The radiance of the healing technique covered Shuhang's body and started to heal his wounds. However, the wounds on his body were quickly splitting open soon after healing. As if that wasn't enough, more and more new wounds were continuously appearing. The price to appraise Senior Sister Yi had been incredibly high. In addition, the appraisal technique had activated all of a sudden. Shuhang hadn't wondered about Senior Sister Yi's background or identity, neither he had considered appraising her. Such being the case, why had the appraisal technique suddenly activated on its own? Shuhang had vomited a lot of blood. In his current state, he wasn't even able to take a medicinal pill to treat his wounds. Very soon, he started becoming dizzy due to the excessive loss of blood and his eyelids got very heavy. Senior Sister Yi was temporarily at a loss. But just as she returned to her senses, she quickly performed a hand seal and used a healing technique on Shuhang's body. The level of the healing technique she used was way higher than the one on Shuhang's ancient bronze ring. Under the effects of the healing technique, the condition of Shuhang's body quickly stabilized. The wounds started to recover slowly and weren't reopening. Senior Sister Yi asked, "Do you feel a little better now?" "Yes, I feel much better now." "Thank you, Senior Sister Yi," Shuhang said. Earlier, he really felt as though he was at death's door. Just as he was speaking, runes flashed through his eyes and gushed out of his eye sockets like running water, dashing toward the well-read girl in front of him. Under normal circumstances, the runes would fall on Senior Sister Yi's body and form the picture of a clock. Afterward, the hands of the clock would turn counterclockwise. But what happened this time was somewhat different. When the runes gushed out of his eyes and fell on Senior Sister Ye's body, they directly entered her body, and only at that time did they transform into a clock. During the whole process, Senior Sister Yi was completely unaware of the changes happening right next to her. After a short moment, the runes finally returned to Song Shuhang's eyes. All the information related to Senior Sister Ye's appraisal were directly delivered to Song Shuhang's mind. The master of the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion, Fairy Chu, only this piece of information was conveyed to Song Shuhang's mind. The following series of asterisks implied that the appraisal wasn't too successful. The master of the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion, Fairy Chu? What kind of relationship is there between Senior Sister Yi and Fairy Chu? And what's the deal with the censored part of the appraisal? Song Shuhang gasped for breath, and in the next moment, everything before his eyes turned black. Immediately after, Song Shuhang fell loudly to the ground and lost consciousness. Just an instant before fainting, several pieces of information were transmitted to his brain in rapid succession. It was the text after the long series of asterisks. Fairy Yi Si. She is also known as the sobbing beauty and miracle tears of the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion. She treats others kindly and loves reading books. She is also known as the living library of the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion. She perished unfortunately, the following piece of information was cut off due to Song Shuhang losing consciousness. Bleck. After he fainted, Song Shuhang spat out another mouthful of blood. Along with his consciousness fading, the appraisal technique also switched off. After the massive loss of blood earlier, without anyone noticing, a small part of Song Shuhang's blood had converged into his pocket. In there, the Enlightenment Stone and Lady Onion's root were soaked in his blood, the latter slowly starting to grow up as though she had received some kind of tonic. Around 2 hours later, Song Shuhang finally regained consciousness. Of course, he was able to wake up this quickly only thanks to Senior Sister Ye's magical technique. Fellow Daoist path-seeking scholar, what happened earlier? Why did you start spraying blood from all over your body? Moreover, so many wounds suddenly appeared. Senior Sister Yi asked in puzzlement. Song Shuhang forced a smile and said, "How can I explain it? You can regard it as the backlash of a magical technique or something like a curse activating." He himself was not sure how the appraisal technique worked. Therefore, he found it quite difficult to explain it to others. The backlash caused you to spurt blood from all over your body? Just what type of magical technique is this? Senior Sister Yi asked in puzzlement. If you want, you can describe to me the technique a little. After all, I've read many books about magical techniques. Therefore, I can perhaps find a way to resolve your problem. Senior Sister Yi had read many books about magical techniques and accumulated a vast amount of knowledge that could perhaps come in handy. In addition, for unknown reasons, she had knowledge of several magical techniques that she herself had never heard of before. Of course, if it's a special or secret technique, you shouldn't casually reveal it to others. That's common knowledge, Senior Sister Yi also added. Song Shuhang slightly nodded. It was a secret technique he'd obtained somewhere in the Time City. Moreover, even he himself was not clear how to describe its functions to others. But since Fairy Yi Si was a kind-hearted person and was also known as the living library of the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion, perhaps it was worth it to give it a try and explain the situation to her. I'm not sure how to properly explain things either, but it's a skill that can appraise items. The only problem is that it makes me spurt blood from all over the body as a price for the appraisal. Moreover, it has been out of control since the first time I've used it. Song Shuhang vaguely described the effects of the magical technique to Senior Sister Yi. Senior Sister Yi pondered for a moment, but even she who was known as the living library of the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion had never heard or read about similar symptoms. Things such as appraisal techniques existed in the world of cultivators. For example, some ocular techniques could observe the goods in details and be even more effective than microscopes or similar items. There were also magical techniques that could allow one to determine the age of an item through the appraisal of the chemical elements, as well as other several techniques of this genre. But there wasn't any appraisal technique amongst the ones Senior Sister Yi knew that would make the user violently spurt out blood whenever it was used. Senior Sister Yi shook her head and said, "I haven't heard of a magical technique with such SWMP, But right at this time, she had a sudden enlightenment. She had actually heard of a magical technique with similar effects somewhere. But the problem was that she couldn't recall where. Given the powerful memory of cultivators, it should be normally impossible for such a thing to happen. In that case, was it possible that she had only quickly glimpsed at the content of the book describing those symptoms? Wait a moment, I think I've read about similar symptoms somewhere. Senior Sister Yi rubbed her brows and, somewhat uncertain, said, "The only problem is that I can't temporarily recall in which book I've read this information." Actually, she was unsure whether she had read about it in a book. The knowledge about these symptoms had appeared in her mind very suddenly, just as though it wasn't originally part of her memory. "Really?" Song Shuhang said happily. "Fellow Daoist path-seeking scholar, if you don't mind, how about looking for that piece of knowledge together? I've brought several books with me as I came to the room in this passageway. Many of them contain information about theoretical knowledge and use of magical techniques. Therefore, we can look through the material and try to see whether we can find a case that is similar to yours," Senior Sister Yi said. "Thank you, Senior Sister Yi. But can I really read the books you have here?" Song Shuhang asked. After all, the content of all the books here present was related to cultivation. In the outside world, even ordinary and widespread techniques such as the flaming saber technique were worth several spirit stones of the third stage, and the content of the book Senior Sister Yi brought here was surely more valuable than something like the flaming saber technique. Senior Sister Yi nodded and said, "Now that I think about it, it's indeed a problem." Thereupon, Senior Sister Yi started to rummage through the ocean of books all alone. "Right, I've already found your companion through a magical technique related to the shifting passageways of the Time City. I used the aura on the bandages to lock her position. It will take just a little bit to lead her here where we are," Senior Sister Yi said while quickly flipping the pages of the book she was holding. "Thank you, Senior Sister Yi," Song Shuhang said gratefully. Now that Chu Chu was also safe, he could be at ease. Afterward, he squatted on one side, really itching to take a look at the book Senior Sister Yi was flipping through. Senior Sister Yi looked really happy while sitting amidst the ocean of books and flipping through the various books. He would have really liked to squat next to her and rummage through that huge amount of books, but it was a pity that he didn't have the qualifications to read the books present here. Senior Sister Yi rummaged through the ocean of books for a long time. Then, she suddenly asked, "Fellow Daoist path-seeking scholar, to which sect do you belong to?" "I don't belong to any sect or school. I'm a loose cultivator," Song Shuhang said with a smile. A loose cultivator? Senior Sister Yi couldn't help but glance at Song Shuhang. Cultivators had their own methods to determine the age of a person. Therefore, she could easily tell that Song Shuhang wasn't even 20 years old yet. Nevertheless, he had already reached the second stage third Dantian, Dragon Claw Dantian, realm. Moreover, the color of his mental energy was bronze. It was a sign that the strength of this mental energy had reached the third stage realm already. "Fellow Daoist path-seeking scholar, how about joining the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion then?" Senior Sister Ye's eyes lit up as she asked this question. "I thank Senior Sister Yi for her kind intentions, but I'm afraid I won't be able to join any sect or school in the near future," Song Shuhang politely refused. "Ah, it's such a pity. If you were to join us, the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion would surely put a lot of effort into training someone as talented as you," Senior Sister Yi said with a smile. Song Shuhang laughed bashfully. Actually, his natural talent was very average, and he had missed the best period to practice as well. Therefore, he wasn't a genius or anything. Senior Sister Yi had completely immersed herself in the ocean of books, incessantly flipping the pages of the various books. While she was calmly flipping through the books, Shuhang was squatting on one side and looking at her, somewhat bored. Since he had nothing to do, Shuhang started to quietly practice the steel hands technique and the immovable body of the Buddha. Right, fellow Daoist path-seeking scholar. Do you have a girlfriend? Senior Sister Yi suddenly asked out of curiosity. A girlfriend? No, I don't have one. I'm still young, after all. Ha ha ha. Shuhang made a hollow laugh. Although our Shuhang was already in university, he was still single. It was truly a tragic and sad matter. You still don't have one? Senior Sister Yi covered her mouth and laughed. At this time, Shuhang felt as though Senior Sister Yi was taunting him. In that case, do you want to become my boyfriend? Senior Sister Yi stretched out her hand, pointing at herself and blinking her eyes. Shuhang was dumbstruck and wondered whether his hearing had problems. I said, how about becoming my boyfriend then? Senior Sister Yi said once again. Shuhang asked a stupid question in return, why? Shuhang didn't consider himself to be on par with those alpha Chinese main characters. Such being the case, why had Senior Sister Yi asked him on her own initiative to become his girlfriend? After all, they had met not too long ago. I feel that we are made for each other, and we also share the same hobby. Senior Sister Ye's eyes lit up as she continued, although I don't know the reason, I got the sudden urge to get into a relationship with you. It's a very strong feeling. The feeling she got was very sudden and strong. In the past, she had never considered the idea of getting into a relationship with someone, but now, this strong desire had suddenly manifested in her heart. The strong desire was almost like a fixation. If she had to get into a relationship with someone, it was better to find a person that had interests similar to hers, as well as the same hobbies. Such being the case, Shuhang just happened to be the perfect partner for her. At the very least, both of them liked to read books and had a common topic to talk about. They were like two kindred souls. But isn't that a bit too sudden? Shuhang forced a smile. He had a very favorable impression of Senior Sister Yi. She was a well-read girl with tastes similar to his, and it was pleasant to converse with her. But the two of them had just met, right? You have a point. It's indeed a bit sudden. Senior Sister Yi nodded and said. Then, she pondered for a moment and said, but if we get into a relationship, you won't be regarded a stranger anymore. Therefore, you will be able to read all the books here present. After saying this much, Senior Sister Yi stretched out her hands and pointed at the hundreds of thousands of books and cultivation-related materials lying inside the room. Shuhang forced a smile. Senior Sister, is it really alright for you to try to tempt me like that? After seeing Shuhang forcing a smile, Senior Sister Yi also realized that her attempt to entice him had been too direct. Therefore, she laughed embarrassedly. Afterward, Senior Sister Yi kept looking through the books while Shuhang practiced. Anyway, fellow Daoist path-seeking scholar, have you really not considered it? I feel that we two are really suited for each other, Senior Sister Yi said. Maybe we can wait some time and try to understand each other better, becoming partners only afterward? Shuhang silently gazed at Senior Sister Yi. According to the information he obtained from the appraisal technique, Senior Sister Yi had two very positive nicknames. It seemed she was quite popular amongst the disciples of the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion. Shuhang was sure that if Senior Sister Yi stood in the middle of the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion and shouted, "I want a boyfriend," there would be dozens of male cultivators that would fight to the death to become her partners. Actually, Shuhang was really tempted to agree to her proposal just for the sake of reading those several 100,000 books. However, he decided against it because it would be an irresponsible thing to do. After all, becoming partners wasn't that different than becoming husband and wife. If he were to agree without properly thinking about it, other than being irresponsible, he would be unfair to senior sister Yi. Seeing Song Shuhang's embarrassed look, senior sister Yi blinked her eyes. Even slowly building our relationship is not good? Then, just as though she had realized something, she asked, fellow Daoist path-seeking scholar, is it possible that you like someone else? Do I like someone else? Before becoming a cultivator, Song Shuhang was leading the life of a single and his objective was to find a cute girlfriend during the 4 years of university. But after becoming a cultivator, he decided that it was better not to get into a relationship for the time being. As he saw it, cultivating was more important than getting a girlfriend. Even now, he was of the same idea. After stepping into the world of cultivation, Song Shuhang met several good-looking female cultivators. He had a good relationship with Soft Feather, 16, and Chu Chu, and had spent quite some time together with them. In addition, there were the pretty female seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group as well. However, he wasn't in that kind of relationship with any of them. He was nowhere close to becoming a partner with them. As such, Song Shuhang shook his head. In that case, you should really give it a thought. We are currently in the lower city of the Time City, and 12 days in here are equivalent to only 1 day in the outside world. Hence, we can spend a lot of time together here and get to know each other better. 1 year in this place is equivalent to only 1 month outside, senior sister Yi said. I will give it a thought then. While he halfway through his sentence, Song Shuhang noticed that senior sister Ye's eye sockets had become red. Is senior sister Yi about to cry? Just as this thought flashed through Song Shuhang's mind, tears copiously flowed out of senior sister Ye's eyes, with teardrops falling incessantly. She really started crying. Sob, sob, sob. Senior sister Yi wiped away her tears and used a book to cover her face, starting to cry even more loudly. At the same time, she stretched out her hand and waved at Song Shuhang, saying, sob, 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 don't mind me. It's just that a sad feeling suddenly welled up in my heart, and I couldn't help but start crying. It doesn't have anything to do with you, sob, sob, sob. Fellow Daoist path-seeking scholar, please, don't mind me, sob, sob, sob. It really has nothing to do with you. What senior sister Yi said was the truth. The cultivation technique she practiced was the Tome of Never-Ending Tears, a technique that exclusively belonged to the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion. After successfully practicing the technique, the user would start crying for the strangest reasons. Sometimes, a certain word would suddenly strike her heart while reading, causing her to weep bitterly. Sometimes, she would suddenly associate someone's face with some other thing and start crying. Sometimes, she would start crying while conversing because a certain word moved her. The most wondrous thing was that she herself was unaware why these things were making her feel emotional. In short, whenever the thought of crying crossed her mind, regardless of the situation, she would start crying. Earlier, as soon as Song Shuhang said the word I, it unknowingly struck her heart and triggered her reaction, making her burst into tears. The hyacinth-like and well-read girl cried aggrievedly. She was delicate and had a clear conscience, worthy of being called sobbing beauty. Song Shuhang. Senior sister Yi really cries for the strangest reasons. However, she looked very cute when she was trying to comfort me while crying. Senior sister Ye's charm increased by 100 points while she was crying. Then, as she revealed her slightly red eyes after crying, her charm increased by another 20 points. Song Shuhang rubbed his brows and pondered the situation. Perhaps I can temporarily agree to senior sister Ye's request to get into a relationship. According to what she said, we won't become partners immediately, but we'll try to get to know each other better first, deciding only later what to do. Perhaps senior sister Yi would calm down after a few days and realize that Song Shuhang wasn't the best partner for her. Or perhaps it was something she had decided on a whim and would get bored of playing this husband and wife game after a few days and lose interest in him? Aside from that, a well-read girl like senior sister Yi that liked reading books and had the same hobbies as him indeed conformed to Song Shuhang's view of the ideal wife. Therefore, he wasn't too much against it. Maybe we can give it a try, senior sister Yi, Song Shuhang replied. Senior sister Yi Si put down the book she was holding. At this time, the tear stains on her cheeks were still visible, and teardrops were incessantly falling from her eyes, making her look lovely. Song Shuhang said, perhaps we can try to understand each other better and see if we are indeed suited to become partners. Sure, let's give it a try. Senior sister Ye's eyes lit up. Soon after, she happily burst out in tears again and said, in that case, sob, 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 we are officially dating now, sob, 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 officially dating? Sure, no problem, Song Shuhang said with a smile. Let's try to get to know each other better then. Senior sister Yi wiped away her tears and said, right, Shuhang. Since we are just dating, we can't have sex yet. We would have to wait until we truly become husband and wife for that. Song Shuhang. Another thing, I think we should briefly introduce ourselves so that we can get to know each other better, senior sister Yi said as she knelt in front of Song Shuhang, just like those ancient people. All right. Song Shuhang copied senior sister Ye's posture and also knelt. I'll go first, all right? Senior sister Yi finished thinking about her speech and said, as I said before, I'm part of the disciples of the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion surnamed Yi, and my Dao name is Yi Si. My teacher brought me to the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion when I was still a child. Therefore, my Dao name is the same as my personal name. I'm currently a cultivator of the 5th stage spiritual emperor realm, and my teacher, Chu Chu, is the pavilion master of one of the branch pavilions of the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion, the Silver Moon Pavilion. The cultivation technique I practice is the Tome of Never-Ending Tears. As you can guess from the name, the reason I suddenly get sad and burst out into tears is related to this technique. However, the Tome of Never-Ending Tears is extremely powerful. Therefore, you'd better not underestimate me. My main hobby is reading books, and I really like to come to the lower city of the Time City to read them. 12 days in here are equivalent to only 1 day in the outside world. With that, I can seize the opportunity to read many more books while I'm here. Of course, I can't neglect my practice either. Otherwise, my teacher won't allow me to come to the lower city of the Time City anymore. Then, the things I like to eat the most are, and my best friends are. Senior sister Yi quickly introduced herself, wishing she could tell Shuhang about her whole life since the day she was born up until now. Song Shuhang silently nodded and kept in mind everything Yi Si said. Alright, now it's your turn, senior sister Yi said as she blinked her eyes. She had told Song Shuhang everything about her, without leaving anything out. My personal name is Song Shuhang. As for my Dao name, Virtuous Buddhist Sabersman, Tyrannical Saber Song 1, Daoist Priest Wood, Beijing Street Sabersman, Scholar Mountain of Books, Path-Seeking Scholar, and Virtuous Cultivator. Song Shuhang said his 7 Dao names in one go. Senior sister Yi Si blinked her eyes and said, your Dao name is very long. Song Shuhang changed his tone and said, no, these are my 7 Dao names. 1 for each day of the week. Senior sister Yi Si. Is it possible that having more than 1 Dao name is a new trend in the world of cultivators? What a strange trend. 1 for each day of the week? Does it mean that you have a different Dao name every single day during the course of the week? Isn't that rather tiresome? Senior sister Yi asked. Aha, about that. I got used to it after a while. Song Shuhang forced a smile. Then, he continued with his self-introduction. He told her how his life as a cultivator began 3 months ago when he was added to the 9 provinces number 1 group by mistake. Afterward, He spoke how he managed to complete his 100 Days Foundation establishment thanks to the help of the seniors of the 9 provinces number 1 group. Then, he continued describing everything he went through during the following 2 or so months. Hold on. Senior Sister Yi suddenly asked, how much time has passed since you started cultivating? Song Shuhang replied, about 2 months, I guess. But if you add the time I've passed here in the lower city of the Time City, it should be around 3 months. 3 months? Senior Sister Ye's eyes became red, and she burst out in tears. Song Shuhang was speechless. Just what had happened to Senior Sister Yi? Senior Sister Yi waved her hand and said, don't mind me, please, sob, sob, sob. You can continue with your introduction. Sob, sob, sob. A sad feeling suddenly welled up in my heart, and I couldn't help but cry. It's absolutely not because I've heard that you started cultivating just recently. I'm not sad for that reason, it's completely not your fault. Sob, sob, sob. Song Shuhang. Shuhang felt that he had to adapt to her habit of suddenly bursting into tears if he wanted to pass the rest of his life with Yi Si. After the brief self-introduction, the two of them now had a better understanding of the other one. Senior Sister Yi wiped away her tears and said, in that case, from today onwards, we should start dating and try to become partners, that kind of relationship where you have sex. Senior Sister, can you stop mentioning the word sex every time? Anyway, now you can also read all the books here present. There is a huge number of books here, enough for you to read for a very long time. Senior Sister Yi smiled and stretched out her hands, pointing at the hundreds of thousands of books inside the room. Song Shuhang asked in puzzlement, is that all right? After all, we haven't become partners yet. The cultivation techniques, experiences, and knowledge that sects had accumulated over time were secret that had to be treasured and couldn't be passed down to outsiders. Even the disciples of the sect had to slowly make their own way if they wanted to get a hold of the cultivation techniques, experiences, and knowledge safeguarded in their sect. Yes, it's fine. The content of the books here present is not related to the cultivation techniques passed down in our Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion. The content of the books is mostly related to theories, techniques, and cultivation experiences that are already widely known in the world of cultivators. As long as the two of us are fated to get into a serious relationship, you can also read these books, Senior Sister Yi replied. In other words, the hundreds of thousands of books present here were books about the general knowledge of the world of cultivators. The ancient world of cultivators was incredibly prosperous before the new wielder of the will brought disaster on it. Back then, some individuals gathered all the valuable knowledge and cultivation-related experiences and orderly arranged them into volumes, allowing all the people in the world of cultivators to read them in exchange for a large number of spirit stones. It was one of the best periods for loose cultivators. I see. After hearing this much, Song Shuhang was much more relieved and casually picked a book from the many lying around. There were 4 words written on the cover of the book. The words were written using an ancient language that Song Shuhang couldn't understand. But as soon as he looked at the 4 words, the true qi inside his body surged and moved according to the pattern drawn by the words. Then, just like that, he was able to read and understand the meaning of the 4 words. Tome of Never-Ending Tears. F***CK. Isn't this the cultivation technique that Senior Sister Yi is practicing? Senior Sister Yi, you placed the book of this cultivation technique here by mistake. Song Shuhang quickly returned the Tome of Never-Ending Tears to Senior Sister Yi. One had to pay a big price if they were to casually look at the unique cultivation techniques of other sects, and Song Shuhang had no intention of getting involved in such a troublesome matter. Path-seeking scholar, you can just call me Yi Si. We are partners now, well, still dating actually, but it's the type of relationship where one ends up having sex. Senior Sister Yi said earnestly. Afterward, she stretched her hand and took the Tome of Never-Ending Tears, returning it to Song Shuhang after glancing at it. Song Shuhang. The Tome of Never-Ending Tears isn't really a secret technique of the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion. It's something my teacher and I created together. It's a tailor-made cultivation technique just for me. Although it's not complete yet, it can allow the user to reach the 6th stage realm. Anyway, it's a cultivation technique that belongs to me. Therefore, you can borrow it as long as you have my permission, Senior Sister Yi said complacently. An exclusive, tailor-made cultivation technique. Tailor-made cultivation techniques were perhaps not comparable to top-notch cultivation techniques. However, they were surely the most suitable for the user and could allow one to bring into full play their skills. No wonder Senior Sister Yi placed the book related to this cultivation technique directly amidst the ocean of books. But wasn't it a bit too coincidental that I casually picked up a book and it turned out to be the Tome of Never-Ending Tears? Do you want to take a look at the cultivation technique? Perhaps you can understand me better by taking a look at it. After all, from a certain point of view, the Tome of Never-Ending Tears is like a small biography of my life, Senior Sister Yi said with a smile. Song Shuhang shot her a glance and opened the Tome of Never-Ending Tears. The words used to describe the cultivation technique resembled Chinese characters, but at the same time, they were somewhat different. Just like with the 4 words of the title, as soon as Song Shuhang looked at the content of the Tome of Never-Ending Tears, the true qi in his body slowly started to surge. Then, he began to understand the content of the Tome of Never-Ending Tears as though it was something natural. First page. Song Shuhang had just shot a glance at the first page of the tome when a sad feeling welled up in his heart. The sad feeling was incredibly strong. Song Shuhang started to recall various trivial matters that happened to him from his childhood up until now. For example, when his elder sister Yaya stole his candies, when he tripped and fell while running, when a large hole suddenly appeared next to him, when he almost choked while eating, when a group of people started chasing him for unknown reasons and wanted to kill him, when his mental energy sharply increased and his constitution couldn't keep up with it anymore, or when his body started to spurt out blood. Countless sad memories gathered together and simultaneously attacked Song Shuhang's spirit. Soon after, he felt a lump in his throat and his eye sockets reddened. He felt incredibly sad at this time. Immediately after, tears started to stream down his cheeks, without any sign of stopping. Sob, 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 I'm so sad. Why am I so sad? Song Shuhang knelt on the ground and shouted, my life up until now has been simply a tragedy, totally miserable. Why have I been living such a life up until now? Just what's the point of keep living in this world? Sob, sob, sob. I feel as though I have been living a super unhappy life all along. Sob, 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 wait a moment. Just what the hell am I saying? Why did I suddenly get depressed? How can a little bit of misfortune stop me? I'm iron-willed Song Shuhang. The depression won't easily defeat my will. However, he still felt quite sad. Song Shuhang felt as though his will had separated from his body. Although his will was as strong as iron, his body was unexpectedly weak and couldn't keep up. At last, he burst into tears and cried copiously, looking very aggrieved. His tears fell incessantly, just as though they were raindrops, and soaked the ground below. Senior Sister Yi quickly said, Ah. Path-seeking scholar, don't cry so aggrievedly. If you keep crying like that, you'll affect me as well. I know. Senior Sister Yi, I know, sob, 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 but I just can't stop. It's so embarrassing, sob, 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 and so sad. The sadness is simply too much. I, too, would like to stop, but my body just isn't listening to me. The sound of Song Shuhang's crying was getting louder and louder. The more he was embarrassed, the more loudly he was crying. His sense of shame became another source of energy for his sadness. This is bad. I need to drink more water. I've lost a lot of body fluids lately. Be it blood or tears, both are out of control recently and flow incessantly. Sob, sob, sob path-seeking scholar. Stop crying. Oh, no. Now I also feel like crying. After seeing Song Shuhang cry, senior sister Yi was also infected and couldn't help but weep. It was like, if you cry, I'll also cry. Hearing Shuhang cry like that made senior sister Yi feel very sad. Of course, senior sister Yi crying sound also made it so that Song Shuhang cried even more aggrievedly. In the end, the two of them hugged each other and cried bitterly. Their cries only contributed to making the other person sadder, making it more and more difficult for them to stop. As a result, the duo hugged each other and leaned against each other's shoulder. Senior sister Ye's tears soaked Song Shuhang's shoulder. Song Shuhang's tears also soaked senior sister Ye's shoulder. It's bad. Not only my tears are flowing out, but even my nasal mucus is. If I lean against senior sister Ye's shoulder like this, I'll dirty her clothes. The experience just now was bound to become one of the most embarrassing and darkest parts of his life. It was very likely that he would want to crawl into a hole whenever he thought about this scene in the future. Stop. Stupid tears, stop. But I feel really sad. I just can't stop. Moreover, the more I'm crying, the more I feel free from worries. It feels as though all the pressure I was feeling was expelled through the tears. Forget it. It's not like it's a crime for a man to cry. As long as no one sees this scene, it's all good, Song Shuhang thought to himself. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a little bird made of bandages entered the library room through the open door. Immediately after the little bird, a beautiful leg wrapped in black stocking appeared before Song Shuhang's eyes. Miss Chu Chu was finally here. Chu Chu had come here by following the little bird made of bandages. Earlier this morning, she teamed up with Song Shuhang and started to explore the lower city in order to find an exit. But as they were exploring the place, they suddenly separated. Later, a little bird made of blood-soaked bandages came to look for her. She immediately recognized the bandages as the ones she had wrapped around Song Shuhang's hand. After all, there was the "Made in Chu family" writing on them. Chu Chu was very worried at that time and feared that something had happened to Song Shuhang. Thereupon, she immediately followed after the little bird and came to this place. But just as she arrived at the destination, she saw Song Shuhang hugging a girl with a scholarly aura while kneeling on the ground and crying bitterly. From where she was standing, she could see an incredible amount of tears streaming down Song Shuhang's face, and even his nasal mucus was about to come out. Miss Chu Chu was speechless. She opened her mouth and tried to speak. However, she didn't know what she should say at this time. Should she come up with something to comfort fellow Daoist Shuhang and the well-read girl? You too can continue. I'll see myself out. Chu Chu decided to play it safe and not get involved with whatever Song Shuhang and the well-read girl were doing. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand and called out, "Sob, sob, sob Miss Chu Chu, wait a moment. Sob, 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 it's not as you think. You are definitely misunderstanding the situation." Given Chu Chu's vigilant look, it was very likely that she had misunderstood what was going on. In that case, why is a big man like you crying so aggrievedly? Chu Chu stopped in her tracks. However, her body still unconsciously leaned toward the exit of the library. It's the effect of a cultivation technique. Sob, 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 due to it, I can't help but cry, Song Shuhang replied. Chu Chu paused for a moment and asked out of curiosity, in that case, why is the fairy maiden next to you also crying? Senior sister Yi took the initiative to reply, sob, 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 it's because fellow Daoist path-seeking scholar and I are dating. After seeing him cry so aggrievedly, I couldn't help but cry myself. Sob, 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 dating? Chu Chu counted on her fingers, trying to calculate how much time had passed since she had separated from Song Shuhang. They had separated for a rather short amount of time. And during such a short amount of time, Song Shuhang and the well-read fairy maiden started dating? Casanova, impregnating touch, walking debauchery, and other fancy words resurfaced in Chu Chu's mind. However, she quickly shook her head and cast these thoughts aside. After all, it wasn't her first time dealing with Song Shuhang. Therefore, she had an idea of his character. Nevertheless, the fact that Song Shuhang and that well-read fairy maiden, who seemed incredibly strong, had started dating so suddenly gave Chu Chu quite the shock. Half an hour later, Song Shuhang and senior sister Yi finally stopped crying. Little friend Shuhang was exhausted both in mind and body. Since the day he was born up until now, he had never cried for so long and shed so many tears. After a short rest, the trio decided to avoid talking about what happened earlier. To make things less awkward, senior sister Yi decided to instruct Song Shuhang and Chu Chu during their practice. After all, senior sister Yi was an expert of the 5th stage spiritual emperor realm. Moreover, she wasn't an ordinary 5th stage spiritual emperor. She was a very talented cultivator that had created a tailor-made cultivation technique for herself with the help of her teacher. She had a great knowledge when it came to cultivation techniques, martial skills, magical techniques, and techniques to operate one's true qi and spiritual energy, with her expertise in regards to skills that exclusively belonged to her being even higher. Listening to senior sister Ye's suggestions greatly benefited Chu Chu. After a short moment, Chu Chu silently moved to one side, starting to ponder over the newly obtained information. Next, senior sister Yi helped Song Shuhang with his cultivation. However, she rubbed her brows immediately after, somewhat worried. Although Song Shuhang knew only a bunch of cultivation techniques and martial skills, he had already reached the master level in most of them. Basic Buddhist fist technique, immovable body of the Buddha, inverted scale saber technique, virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk, 33 divine beasts technique, whale swallowing technique, lightning palm, all the above-mentioned cultivation techniques and martial skills were already at the master level. Therefore, she could help Song Shuhang only with the steel hands technique that he had just started practicing and that weird holy light sword technique. There weren't many things she could help Song Shuhang with when it came to cultivation techniques. She could only tell him about some little tricks, and that was it. For example, how to use the minimum quantity of true qi to obtain the best effects while using saber qi and the likes. Or how to take advantage of the explosive power of one's true qi while using the virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk to increase both the speed and efficiency of the footwork. These not too showy small tricks were the essence of the knowledge countless senior cultivators had accumulated in the past. Perhaps the proper use of these small tricks could make the difference between life and death or victory and defeat at the crucial moment. After the practice, Song Shuhang and senior sister Yi started to rummage through the ocean of books once more in the hope of finding a method to stop Song Shuhang from spurting out blood from all over the body while using the appraisal technique. Chu Chu didn't touch any of the books. Since she was a girl, she was unable to become senior sister Ye's boyfriend and thus didn't have the qualifications to look at the books inside the room. Thereupon, she decided to quietly move to one side and rest, playing the part of the third wheel. She was very curious as to how things between Song Shuhang and senior sister Yi would evolve. Unfortunately, perhaps because she was such a glaring third wheel, there wasn't any development between Song Shuhang and senior sister Yi. The two of them squatted down amidst the ocean of books while holding thick books in their hands, reading them with great interest. Only when they were exchanging books would they give each other a knowing smile. Aside from that, the duo didn't get any more intimate. The slow development made the nearby Chu Chu somewhat anxious. Should I go to the room next door so that the relationship between fellow Daoist Shuhang and senior sister Yi can advance further? Chu Chu thought to herself. The next day, early morning. It had been 37 days since Song Shuhang and Chu Chu had entered the Time City. Song Shuhang opened his eyes. 4 days should have already passed in the outside world, right? Song Shuhang was now sure that Pavilion Master Chu had really forgotten about the fact that he and Chu Chu were in the Time City. Such being the case, he would seize the opportunity and practice here for a few more days. After all, it was a very good place to practice. But right at this time, the muffled sound of a sob reached his ears. Is Senior Sister Yi crying? It's still early morning. What did she think of that she started crying so early? Thereupon, Song Shuhang turned his head around. Immediately after, he saw that Senior Sister Yi was curled up like a small cat, sobbing from time to time. It seemed she was having a nightmare. Given her realm, Yi didn't really need to sleep. But yesterday, after seeing that Song Shuhang had gone to sleep, she randomly found a place and lay down, resting a bit. After falling asleep, she unexpectedly had a dream, something she hadn't had in ages. Hey, Senio, Yi, wake up. Song Shuhang stretched out his hand and gently shook Senior Sister Yi. Senior Sister Yi opened her eyes and sobbed a few times. Afterward, she said embarrassedly, was I crying? Yes. Senio, Yi, what did you dream about? Song Shuhang asked. Senior Sister Yi pondered for a moment and forced a smile, saying, it was a rather inconceivable dream. In the dream, it felt as though the world was ending. Cultivators were brutally killing each other, and there was destruction everywhere. I haven't had a dream for a very long time. But now, I suddenly had this strange dream. It was rather heartbreaking. It was a nightmare then, Song Shuhang said softly. Yes, but I feel much better after crying, Senior Sister Yi said with a smile, stretching herself. Tears were the best way to release the pent-up emotion within one's heart. Song Shuhang and the others ate lamb-flavored fasting pills for breakfast. Afterward, Shuhang and Chu Chu started their daily practice with Senior Sister Yi supervising them. Within just a day, Chu Chu's swordsmanship had reached new heights, and her understanding of basic saber techniques had also reached the beginner level, with Song Shuhang's gains being even higher. After practice, Chu Chu found an excuse to temporarily leave the library room, giving Song Shuhang and Senior Sister Yi the possibility to spend some time together. Unfortunately, Song Shuhang and Senior Sister Yi didn't really think about the fact that a man and a woman were inside the room all alone. Senior Sister Yi happily dove into the ocean of books, holding a thick book in her hands and reading it with great interest. On the other hand, Song Shuhang took a horse-type spirit beast crystal out of his size-reducing purse. He had obtained this horse-type spirit beast crystal from that stallion spirit that had tried to kidnap Lady Onion back then. The rank of the spirit beast crystal was quite low, only of the second stage rank. Back then, the stallion spirit must have really given his best to gather so many low-level spirit beast crystal of the second stage. Eating the crystal was equivalent to absorbing the energy of a spirit stone of the second stage. At this time, the strength of Song Shuhang's constitution had increased and was basically approaching the peak of the second stage realm, while his mental energy had already reached the third stage rank. He had managed to open his third dantian, the Dragon Claw dantian, recently. Thanks to that, he didn't have to worry about his body suddenly exploding due to the excessive amount of true qi. At this time, aside from his glabella hurting due to the extra amount of mental energy, his body didn't have any other problem. Such being the case, he could try to use the whale swallowing technique to eat spirit beast crystal once more, fully developing the embryonic form of the pseudo-innate true qi inside his sea of qi dantian. Since the spirit beast crystal the stallion spirit gave him was of the second stage rank, Shuhang could eat it without problems. The only thing he didn't know was whether the horse-type spirit beast crystal would influence his mental energy as well. Just as he was in deep thoughts, Song Shuhang's heart jumped. In the next moment, blood spurted out of the right hand he was using to hold the spirit beast crystal. 2 small but very painful wounds had appeared on it. Shuhang clenched his teeth. Afterward, runes emerged from his eyes and fell on the spirit beast crystal, forming the picture of a clock. After a short moment, they returned to Shuhang's eyes. It's a horse-type spirit beast crystal of the 2nd stage rank. It can be eaten through the whale swallowing technique and can slightly strengthen the constitution, increase the quantity of true qi, and further develop the pseudo-innate true qi. After eating it with the whale swallowing technique, the quickest way to absorb it is to run for 5,000 meters on 4 limbs. Shuhang. Path-seeking scholar, did you get injured? Senior Sister Yi put down the book she was reading and run to Shuhang's side, using a healing technique to treat his wounds. You don't need to worry, Senio, Yi Si. It's just a small wound, Shuhang said with a smile. He didn't need a healing technique to cure wounds of such degree. He could heal them within a minute by relying on the strength of his constitution alone. Did the appraisal technique activate? Fairy Yi Si asked. Yes. Shuhang nodded. Fairy Yi Si sighed and said, it seems we need to quickly find a way to deal with the after-effects of this secret technique. Otherwise, I fear that you might truly die if you end up appraising something too strong someday. Shuhang forced a smile. At this time, Shuhang was really scared of tripping and falling to the ground. Because if he were to touch the ground with his hands, appraising either the Time City or the meteoroid below, he would die for sure. Should I consider wearing gloves from now on? Shuhang thought to himself. According to the information he had gathered up until now, his hands had to touch the object to appraise in order to trigger the secret technique. Then, just as his vision concentrated on the item, or he wondered about its characteristics, there was a very large probability that the appraisal technique would activate. Since touching the object with his fingers was one of the main conditions to trigger the appraisal technique, perhaps he could reduce the chances of the secret technique activating if he was wearing a pair of gloves and thus not directly touching the object in question. At most, he would receive a small wound while wearing the gloves, which he could easily endure. Perhaps it could really work. What are you thinking about? Senior Sister Yi asked after seeing Shuhang's pensive look. Thereupon, Shuhang told Senior Sister Yi about what he was thinking just now. Gloves? If you need them, I just happen to have a pair of gloves here with me. I have no idea where these gloves come from, but I found them next to me when I came out of secluded meditation 1 month ago. Since I found the whole thing quite strange, I decided to pick them up and keep them. Come, give them a try and see if they fit your hands, Senior Sister Yi said and stretched out her hand, placing it on her bracelet. In the next moment, she took a pair of white gloves from inside the bracelet. The bracelet was a space-related magical treasure, an incredibly valuable item. An ordinary 5th stage spiritual emperor wouldn't be able to obtain such an item even if they were to sell their whole property. Anyway, a pair of old-looking gloves appeared before Shuhang's eyes. The pair of gloves wasn't a magical treasure. Therefore, Senior Sister Yi gifted them to Shuhang. Thank you, Senio, Yi Si. I'll give them a try. Shuhang happily took the pair of white gloves and prepared to appraise them. However, the appraisal technique didn't activate this time. Apparently, it disliked this pair of gloves and felt that they weren't worth appraising. Shuhang. Are you making fun of me? Earlier, you continuously activated on your own. But now that I'm trying to activate you of my own volition, you are ignoring me? Shuhang started to recall the scene of the 88,888 voices speaking in his mind, stubbornly staring at the pair of gloves. At the same time, he silently thought in his heart, I'm really curious about this pair of gloves. I really wonder what's their story and what they are made of. After a short moment, the appraisal technique activated, and several light wounds appeared around the wrist place of his right arm. The bandages wrapped around his right arm were dyed red with blood, and the pain was propagated to the rest of his body through his nerves, making Shuhang clench his teeth. After that, runes rushed out of Shuhang's eyes and fell on the gloves, forming the picture of a clock. The hands of the clock turned counterclockwise and returned to Shuhang's immediately after. The gloves of passion. It's a pair of gloves that a swordsman nicknamed Wooden Ox lost in the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion 600 years ago. His lover, Fairy Yi, wove the silk of the ice silkworm into a pair of gloves. As a consequence, every inch of the gloves is full of the love Fairy Yi had for him. The user's luck will increase after wearing them. A pair of gloves that his lover made for him. That Swordsman Wooden Ox must have been so scared of his lover that he probably knelt on the washboard for a whole day after he carelessly lost them, right? Wait a moment. It seems it's trendy to kneel on diamond-hard durians as a punishment in the world of cultivators. Shuhang remembered that a senior of the 9 provinces number 1 group had once posted a piece of news related to the world of cultivators in the group. According to the content of the news, the sect master of one of the 4 great sword sects, the Southern Eternal Sword Sect, quarreled with his wife. The sect master used harsh words and wanted to break up with her, but in the end, he had to kneel for a whole day on a diamond-hard durian as a punishment. Shuhang didn't have any idea as to what these diamond-hard durians looked like, but they should be way scarier than ordinary durian fruits. The pain transmitting from his wrist made Shuhang clench his teeth, allowing him to return to his senses. At the same time, he thought to himself, this pair of gloves is something Swordsman Wooden Ox forgot here in the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion when he came as a guest 600 years ago, but why did they suddenly appear next to Senior Sister Yi a month ago? Moreover, Senior Sister Yi doesn't seem to know the origin of these gloves either. After reaching this conclusion, Shuhang didn't ponder the matter further. He quickly wore the gloves of passion. The size was perfect. It seemed that the hands of Swordsman Wooden Ox were precisely as big as Shuhang's. Such being the case, Shuhang decided to be impolite and keep the gloves of passion. If he were to meet Senior Swordsman Wooden Ox someday in the future after he had left the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion, he would remember to return the gloves to him. The gloves of passion were made from the silk of the ice silkworm and were extremely light, almost weightless. Shuhang tried to move his fingers while wearing the pair of gloves and noticed that they hardly hindered his movements. The only drawback was that the temperature of the gloves was rather low, and his hands would become numb after wearing them for a long time. These gloves are pretty good, Shuhang said in praise. Senior Sister Yi smiled and narrowed her eyes. Although she practiced the Tome of Never-Ending Tears, she was a very cheerful girl that loved smiling. After wearing the gloves, Shuhang tried to touch objects in the surrounding area such as the table lamp, the floor, the stool, rocks, and so on. Afterward, he took out of his size-reducing purse the spirit-binding ice bead, all sorts of medicinal pills and talismans, the silver dragon puppet, and other items, touching them with his hands. There wasn't any reaction after touching the spirit-binding ice bead. There wasn't any reaction after touching medicinal pills and talismans. And there wasn't any reaction after touching the silver dragon puppet either. Even after he had touched all the items inside the size-reducing purse, the appraisal technique didn't show any sign of activating. It works. Shuhang said happily. He wasn't sure if the gloves could completely stop the appraisal technique from starting. However, it seemed they drastically reduced the probability of it activating. Such being the case, it was better if he kept them on before finding a way to permanently prevent the appraisal technique from making him spurt blood from all over the body. Of course, he could take them off if there was an emergency. Around 5 minutes later, Shuhang was now holding in his hand the horse-type spirit beast crystal, wiping it clean since he was about to eat it with the whale swallowing technique. On one side, Senior Sister Yi was curiously looking at Shuhang, who was preparing to use the whale swallowing technique. She was very curious about this cultivation technique that could allow the user to eat and absorb spirit beast crystals. Moreover, with her being there, she could promptly help Song Shuhang if something unexpected were to happen while he was using the whale swallowing technique. Song Shuhang adjusted his state and tried to be at his best. Afterward, he put the horse-type spirit beast crystal in his mouth. After the activation of the whale swallowing technique, Song Shuhang's teeth became capable of biting the spirit beast crystal to pieces, and his stomach and digestive system capable of absorbing the spirit beast crystal. Aside from that, it was possible to flawlessly lead the energy inside the spirit beast crystal into one's dantian through the technique. While practicing the whale swallowing technique, Song Shuhang had always been wondering if he could use it to bite people other than eating and absorbing spirit beast crystals. After all, Shuhang's teeth turned as hard as a treasured weapon after the usage of the technique. If he were to bite the enemy, it wouldn't be a problem to chew away their flesh. Of course, such a technique wasn't truly a good sight to behold. Therefore, it was better not to use it if possible. Crack, 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 the hard spirit beast crystal was bitten to pieces just like that. Chew, 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 gulp. This time, it tasted like roasted meat. The taste was somewhat astringent, I guess. Song Shuhang muttered to himself. The previous time, when he ate the shark-type spirit beast crystal, it tasted like raw fish. And when he ate the sheep-type spirit beast crystal while dreaming, it tasted like lamb chops. Such being the case, was the taste he felt just now the taste of roasted horse meat? The nearby senior sister Yi exclaimed, "You really ate it." It looked rather incredible. It was very difficult to extract the spiritual energy within spirit beast crystals. But now, she witnessed that it was possible to make use of them by simply eating them. The senior that created the 33 divine beasts technique must have been a very talented person. Shuhang, although you managed to bite to pieces the spirit beast crystal and eat it, it's still a piece of crystal in the end. Won't it give you indigestion later? What if it gives you diarrhea as well? Senior Sister Yi asked. She was pondering about this matter from an academic point of view. Song Shuhang. Why is everyone asking me if I'll have diarrhea after they see me use the whale swallowing technique to eat spirit beast crystals? First, it was Senior Phoenix Slayer that asked this question. Now, it was Senior Sister Yi. In the end, Song Shuhang forced a smile and shook his head, saying, "The whale swallowing technique can allow me to completely digest the spirit beast crystal. There won't be pieces left behind in my stomach that would cause me trouble." So that's how it was. Senior Sister Yi nodded. The whale swallowing technique was activated, and everything proceeded without a hitch. Song Shuhang didn't dare to be careless and sat cross-legged, operating the 33 divine beasts technique to lead the spiritual energy inside the spirit beast crystal to his dantian. At the same time, he guided the origin true chi inside the horse-type spirit beast crystal as well, making it mix with the embryonic form of the innate true chi in his dantian. The whole process proceeded well, and aside from the place between his eyebrows hurting due to the excessive amount of mental energy, nothing unexpected happened. In the end, the small illusory figure of a horse appeared next to the embryonic form of the innate true chi in Song Shuhang's Sea of Chi dantian. Afterward, it circled the embryonic form of the innate true chi together with the figures of the shark and sheep, revolving around it. Song Shuhang opened his eyes. Now, he had to do one last thing. After eating it with the whale swallowing technique, the quickest way to absorb it is to run for 5,000 meters on 4 limbs. Do I really have to do that? It was a rather embarrassing thing to do, especially with Senior Sister Yi still there. However, there were many passageways and rooms in the lower city of the Time City. Song Shuhang could quietly find a lonely place and run on 4 limbs in there. Thereupon, Song Shuhang stood up and said to the nearby Senior Sister Yi, "Yi see, I'm going out to exercise a bit. I'll come back in a while." He just had to run for 5,000 meters, and even if he had to do it on 4 limbs, it wouldn't take him more than a few minutes if he were to do it quickly. Be careful on the road. Right, carry this badge with you. You don't have to worry about losing your way if you have it, Senior Sister Yi said as she passed Song Shuhang a button-sized badge. Song Shuhang took the badge and left Senior Sister Ye's private library room. After walking straight in the passageway, he arrived at what resembled a huge arena. The arena was very big, basically the same as the racetracks in schools. Completing one lap around the arena should be comparable to running for 300 to 400 meters. It should take me around 20 laps to completely digest the spirit beast crystal. Song Shuhang placed both his hands and feet on the ground. It wasn't that easy to run while maintaining this posture. Perhaps I should try to leap around like a cheetah? Song Shuhang placed both his hands on the ground and stuck his butt up. In the next moment, he jumped up. According to Song Shuhang's imagination, his current posture was like that of a cheetah and was full of explosive power. But in truth, his current posture wasn't appealing in the least. He didn't resemble a cheetah at all while he was propping himself up with his hands and jumping around. On the contrary, he looked more like an amphibian excelling at swimming. It was the difference between the three following point of views: what you look like in someone else's eyes, what you look like in your own eyes, and what you actually look like. Anyway, regardless of Song Shuhang's current posture, he was the only person inside the huge arena. Since there was no one around, he could be at ease and jump around without a care. He could leap around in any way he wanted. After all, he just had to run for 5,000 meters with both his hands and feet simultaneously touching the ground to completely absorb the energy inside the spirit beast crystal. After madly dashing about, or rather, leaping around, for approximately 200 meters, Song Shuhang finally got used to running on four limbs. His speed was getting faster and faster as he was running, and after running for another 200 meters, Song Shuhang started to apply a few small tricks belonging to the virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk footwork to his current set of movements. Grasping a cultivation technique didn't mean using a fixed set of movements rigidly. The more one was skilled in the usage of the technique, the more they could make a variegated use of it. Then, after reaching a high enough comprehension, they could assimilate the knowledge inside the technique and make it their own. Song Shuhang's speed got faster and faster, and as he got used to running in that posture, what the mysterious appraisal technique told him earlier wasn't wrong. While he was running on his four limbs, the energy of the horse-type spirit beast crystal inside him quickly started to merge with the rest of his body. Although he didn't know why or how it was happening, he felt that what he was currently doing was very effective. I should accelerate a bit. I only have to run for 5,000 meters, it shouldn't take me too much, Song Shuhang muttered to himself. Next door, inside Senior Sister Ye's library. At this time, Fairy Yi Si wasn't reading books. Instead, she was assembling a small magical treasure. It was a mirror-type magical treasure with 8 trigrams engraved on the back. Senior Sister Yi was currently installing several accessories on it. This gadget was very similar to the 8-trigram information collecting formation used in the hand-guided tractor competition to broadcast the race to the rest of the world. The only difference was that the version Senior Sister Yi had with her was several times smaller and less powerful. It's finally finished, and only one last step is left, Senior Sister Yi said softly. The magical treasure had the ability to lock the position of the badge Song Shuhang was wearing. It was possible to produce a resonance between Song Shuhang and the magical treasure. With that, there was no need to worry about him losing his way even if the passageways of the Time City were to shift. However, she still had to activate both the magical treasure she had assembled and the badge Song Shuhang was wearing. Thereupon, Senior Sister Yi entered the following information in the small magical treasure. Petition to activate the locating badge and the locating mirror. Dao name of the owner of the badge, 1, Virtuous Buddhist Sabersman 2, Tyrannical Saber Song 1-3, Daoist Priestwood 4, Beijing Street Sabersman 5, Scholar Mountain of Book 6, Path-Seeking Scholar 7, Virtuous Cultivator Note, the above-mentioned Dao names all belong to the same person. Status: 1. A guest of the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion that was personally led to the Time City by the Pavilion Master. 2. My partner. Name of the petitioner, Yi Si. After writing the message, Senior Sister Yi gently tapped with her finger and submitted the information to the control center through the locating mirror. It was the last step necessary to activate the locating mirror and the locating badge. In the next moment, the petition was submitted to the monitoring hall of the Time City through Yi Si's locating mirror. Later, the cultivators on duty in the monitoring hall of the Time City would take a look at the petition and determine the status of the owner of the badge through the submitted information, activating the 2 magical treasures. It was a system that allowed them to manage the Time City with ease. Soon after Fairy Yi Si submitted the information related to Song Shuhang's badge to the control center, the person on duty in the monitoring hall of the Time City received them. The person in charge today was a female cultivator of the 5th stage rank who just happened to be Fairy Yi Si's junior sister. According to this petition, the owner of the badge has 7 Dao names. That's quite something, the female cultivator said with a smile. Then, she looked at the remaining part of the information. So it was guessed that the Pavilion Master led to the Time City personally. It seems they got inside the city directly and didn't go through the guarded entrance. Wait a moment. What does my partner mean? The petitioner is Senior Sister Yi Si. Is it possible that the newly arrived guest is Senior Sister Yi Si's partner? Weird, since when does Senior Sister Yi Si have a partner? The girl was totally oblivious to this fact. Let alone she, the whole Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion was unaware that the sobbing beauty of the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion had found a partner. It was an explosive piece of news. The female cultivator first activated the locating mirror and the locating badge. Oh, let me lock his position and see where Senior Sister Ye's partner is. If I can find out what he's doing, even better. The female cultivator started to fiddle with the 8 trigram mirror magical treasure on one side. At the same time, another thought flashed through her mind. Oh, it's such an explosive piece of news. I have to let the whole Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion know about it. It would be selfish of me to keep it to myself. Thereupon, the female cultivator used her other hand to operate another mirror-like magical treasure next to her. The mirror-like magical treasure on the left side could lock the position of the owner of the badge, Song Shuhang in this case. Then, the person in charge of the monitoring hall could, after receiving the permission of the owner of the badge, see the owner of the badge and the area around them through the mirror-like magical treasure. On the contrary, the mirror-like magical treasure on the right side was linked to the large screens arranged in all the important parts of the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion. The large screens were originally used in case of emergency. But later, people slowly started to use them to issue important news. Linking process completed. Now, I only need to send a request to Senior Sister Ye's partner to link his position to the screens. The female cultivator fiddled with the control panel and sent a request to create a connection with Song Shuhang's badge. Song Shuhang, who was currently madly dashing about, discovered that the button-sized badge on his chest started to emit a red light. What's happening? Song Shuhang stretched out his hand while running and pressed on the button-sized badge. After a short moment, the badge stopped flashing. Strange, what's happening? Song Shuhang was very confused. He had been counting the distance he had traveled in his mind, and he still had to run for another 3,000 meters to completely absorb the energy of the spirit beast crystal. After he was done running, he would ask Senior Sister Yi why the badge was emitting red light earlier. Inside the monitoring hall of the Time City. The eyes of the female cultivator lit up as she said, the connection was established. Senior Sister Ye's partner is truly amazing. After all, not everyone was willing to let other people peep at what they were doing, even if it was only for a few minutes. After saying this much, she smiled and locked Song Shuhang's position. In the next moment, Wave-like ripples appeared on the 8-trigram mirror on the left side. Slowly, a blurry figure appeared in the mirror. From the looks of it, the figure was in the midst of practice. It seemed that Senior Sister Ye's partner was a very hard-working man. The picture reflected in the mirror slowly started to become clear. In the meantime, the female cultivator operated the 8-trigram mirror on the right side and synchronized the picture appearing on the two mirrors. While she was at it, she gave a title to the broadcast. Broadcasting the scene of Senior Sister Ye's partner's painstaking practice. Clothes made a man, and a title made the news. An eye-catching title was bound to attract the highest number of people. The disciples of the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion, which were either practicing or resting, stopped what they were doing, and their vision concentrated on the explosive title displayed on the large screens arranged everywhere in the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion. The blurry picture of a man, seemingly in the midst of practicing, appeared on the screens. After a short moment, the picture started to become clearer. The scene of Senior Sister Ye's partner practicing? At what time the miracle tears of our Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion got a partner? What kind of joke is this? Which bastard managed to conquer her heart and become her partner? Show yourself and let us see your face. Don't blame us for cutting you to pieces if you anger us. Very soon, the picture on the screen finally became clear. The man that appeared on the screen had delicate features, as well as a gentle-looking face. It was difficult for such a gentle-looking person to provoke the anger of others. At this time, the young man was quickly running on his four limbs. Sometimes, his hind legs would slightly bend and look as though he was crawling at a very fast speed. Other times, he would start jumping up, springing around the arena. Even while springing around, he would do it in several different ways. Sometimes, he would jump around like a swimming amphibian, other times like a muscular kangaroo, and also like a handsome cheetah. What is he doing? At this time, more than 1/3 of the disciples of the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion were staring at the large screens, looking at the strange postures Senior Sister Ye's partner was assuming while practicing. Is it possible that he's practicing some unique cultivation technique? In the past, I've heard people mention that there are techniques such as the frog technique and the likes. Perhaps it's the animal imitating technique. It's rumored that cultivators that have the bloodlines of ancient monsters will act like wild beasts during their daily practicing session to better arouse the power of their bloodline. I've heard people say that there is a cultivator next door that has been eating grass like an ox for more than 30 years. The disciples of the Crystal-Clear Water Pavilion were animatedly discussing the scene. Anyway, it's rather amusing. In the meantime, a figure just happened to pass by the arena where Shuhang was practicing. It was Chu Chu. In order to avoid bothering the couple, she intentionally left the library room so as to give Shuhang and Senior Sister Yi more time together. But since she was curious, she turned back a little later to see if the flame of passion had exploded between Shuhang and Senior Sister Yi. On her way back, she passed by the arena where Shuhang was practicing. It was at that time that she saw Shuhang madly dashing about on his four limbs. Chu Chu was immediately dumbfounded. What is fellow Daoist Shuhang doing? Instead of seizing the opportunity to further develop his relationship with Senior Sister Yi while they were all alone in the room, he came here to run.